I love it. Hello, guys. So, my name is Elizabeth London. For anyone who does not know me, who registered on a whim when you saw this video. For those of you who have taken my workshops, you know what to expect. For those of you who haven't, I'm so sorry. You're in for a lot of cringy humor, but lots of good information. I'm choking on my own spit. Nice. So the one thing that I like to start with is just knowing that what you are about to hear and learn cannot be held against me in a court. So please make sure you are muted during this time. I will have different breaks available if you have to run and go to the bathroom. It's probably in about an hour. But please know that I am not a boring presentation art mentor person. You will never see me doing a PowerPoint. I am just not capable of being that boring. So you do get to see me like this. And I'm extremely professional and high class, as I did note cards for you guys. This is how I do it so that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars. So if you see my wonderful handwriting, guys, I do not sell these off this. You cannot have them. I'm so sorry. These are for me, and they will be framed later. But if you do want them, please DM. So we're going to start off about Facebook. Let's play the game. The first one is art pages. I have one hand that shakes too. It's kind of funny. Look at that. It's like shaking. I have carpal tunnel. The other one's like, okay. Art pages are the devil, Bobby. So if you haven't seen The Water Boy, we have nothing in common. But I'm going to continue. Guys, please make sure you're muted so that I don't have to hear any side noises. All you need to do is click those dots and mute yourself, and so no one else has to hear those noises either. So many of you guys have art pages on Facebook, and they are the absolute worst thing you can do for yourself. Please do not have an art page. If you have an art page, delete it. I tried to delete mine. It kind of just stays there, and it's kind of just there. Let me explain. Art pages have about a show of 10% of your followers. That's all your posts are going to see. So if you bring all of your followers over to one of your Facebook pages, 10% of them are actually going to see it unless there's super high engagement in the beginning. So if you don't have that high engagement in the beginning of your Facebook page, no one's going to see it, which is a huge problem because you want to sell your work and you need stuff to be shown. So what they do on Facebook pages is if you don't purchase ads, they keep you low. And then if you do purchase ads, it's almost like a circle where you have to continuously keep purchasing your ads. So if you have a Facebook art page, delete it. No, the one other thing too is like Instagram, when you search certain words and keywords, things will pop up. When you have a Facebook page, no one is going onto Facebook who doesn't know me and searching up Elizabeth London art. So they don't know me, right? And that's what my Facebook page is called. So it wouldn't help them at all. When you have bigger artists, like I'm trying to think of someone who's like super huge that you guys don't know. I think there's a little girl who went viral. Her name was like Adeline or something, and she painted like a picture of Jesus and stuff when she was 5 or 6 years old. First off, she's amazing. We hate her. She's like so talented, and you're like, what? How did you do this at 6 years old? I can't even do this at 32. I'm 32. But so if unless they're searching up your exact name, they're not gonna find you. So that's a huge like someone searched for me. That's funny. Okay, so what that means is that we have to do profiles. You want to use your established profile. And there's a few things I'm going to hit on here. But so you want to use the profile that you've already been using, that you've used for a long time. If you do not have a Facebook profile that you've been using, you like brand new to this, if you deleted it, you can redo it. You can bring it back. So that's a good thing about Facebook. Once you delete an account, you haven't really ever deleted it. But if you do not have one, you need to start one. The only problem with starting a brand new one is that you're going to run into a few features that you do not have right away because they don't trust you. They think you're a scam. They want to make sure that you're a legit person. So it's going to take you about 4 to 6 months to start building up more of a trust with Facebook in order to start doing things like professional mode and such. But you're going to use your established profile. The first thing I'm going to tell you is hide your children, hide your wife. And I don't mean like you don't need to hide your wife, you don't need to hide your spouse, but if you guys have kids and you have kids' pictures, do me a huge favor and get those off of your Facebook. And there's just so, I mean, just in general, guys, you should not be posting your children on social media with my, and this, I guess it makes me somewhat of a specialist in this area because my focus is on sex trafficking of children. There are certain things that you should know that AI can do, that people save photos of your children, like people who don't follow you, if they can see them. Some people do follow you and tend to be better, better acquaintances, better friends, kind of do that thing. They save these pictures and they make them into child pornography. And it is disgusting and it is so gross, but it is so huge on the internet right now. Like every time I see influencers with their children on there, I'm like, please stop doing this. You'll always have more saves on those types of posts without knowing where those saves are coming from. It's super icky. So hide your children, and you can hide albums too. So you can restrict viewership and hide albums. So if you have whole albums of family vacations or stuff like that, you can always hit those 3 dots at the very top of that album when you go in, and you can restrict it to 10 people that you know as friends and family. The one thing you want to do is, and the reason that you're doing this is because you need to make your profile public. You can no longer have a private profile on Facebook for your art of the one that's established. What you'll want to do though is on Facebook, you can make a new account within your account. So it's something new that Facebook has done. If you go over to settings on your screen, you can scroll down to make a new account. And all you need to do is another profile. It says, you have another side of you want to show? Yes, I do. Thank you for saying I have split personalities. But that way you can invite your friends and family who are already established on your profile to a private account. And this is actually how you're going to introduce this. You're going to say, hey guys, I'm going to make this account an art account. I'm going to share with you this side of me. You already have your followers on here. You already have engagement. If you would like to not be a part of this account, I'm not offended. I won't take any offense to it, however you word that. I did create a new account that you can follow me on. I'll just be sharing personal pictures, family stuff, that whatever that is for you. And that way, they can choose to follow you over there where you can post your private life, but then it's separate and you're not hurting the engagement potentially by creating a new account for artists. Most of your people are not going to leave unless you do some really disturbing things. Or if you're like me, where you completely shifted of who you are, not in general. And I'm just, if you guys don't know this about me already, whatever. I don't care if you like me or not with about this, but I'm Christian. And when I became a Christian and I started doing art stuff, I had an exodus of people, but it didn't matter because I was forming my people in my community. So same thing with you guys. How you're going to be doing this, if you have an exodus of people, at least they can start following you on that account if they want to. But that way you can start forming your community and people who are going to your style of art. I'm going to pause really quick and might edit this out. I might not, who knows, but there's someone who's not muted and I need to make sure that we mute. Can you go? If you are not muted, I need you to mute right now, please. Dun, 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 dun. Giving you a little music.
Hey, Elizabeth, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think you can click that person themselves and with the 3 dots to mute them. I don't think they know how to mute themselves.
Yes, I am going to try and find them. I had to go through 4 different screens just because there are a handful of you. So I'm trying to find all of you to make sure you guys are good. I can still hear it. We good? Are we good? Can I keep talking? All right. Wait, no, I'm not good. Someone still has me unmuted.
It's John Clark.
It's John Clark. John Clark, please make sure you mute yourself. My good friend. All right. Okay. Do. So, got you. So next part is what you want to do with your profile. And you have a choice here. I would highly recommend it. You can turn your regular account into a professional mode. Just like you would on Instagram go into creator mode, you can do professional mode. What professional mode does is basically it allows you to sell stuff on Facebook without getting a little slap on the wrist. I did the regular account for 4 years of my art career, still sold everything. I didn't get in trouble. So up to you. The one bad thing about a professional mode account is that during birthdays, it's no longer constricted to like 400 people wished you happy birthday. It's now 400 posts that you have to basically go and hide. So that's really fun. But otherwise, it's really nice because one, again, you don't get in trouble. It usually shows people that you're more professional. It's going to show people who do not normally follow you, like, oh, this person's an artist. And you can put that on there. You can put that you're an artist. The best thing about Facebook is you can say you're an artist now. And on Instagram, if you guys haven't taken my Instagram workshop where I tell you, do not put artist in bio, do not put that you're an artist in your bio, because bio on Instagram is SEO. That's the search engine optimization. It's going to start sending you to artists because that's who they think your people are. Take out artists in your bio if you're on Instagram. Put it in if you're on Facebook. Okay, we're going to go to slide number 3, which is really important. Guys,
Here's Business Beta today.
oh, wait, someone is talking. Guys, mute your stuff. All right, but whatever that was, hilarious. No baby mama drama. So I hate that I have to say this. Facebook is not your personal journal. I was actually last night, I was like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't say this. Like, I was like, not people don't do this anymore, where they like post of like leaving Facebook. Bye guys. Like, they're looking for that they're looking for engagement. They're looking for people to be like, no, please don't go, don't leave, stop, we want you here. I was like, people don't do that anymore. That's silly. Guys, I'm not joking. It was like 15 minutes later, I refreshed my Facebook feed. I refreshed it. And the top post, they read my mind. Facebook read my mind, was an artist saying, I'm done with Facebook. I'm leaving. My favorite part was that someone, like everyone who was commenting were like, we wish you the best. They were not buying into this. And I was dead. I was laughing so hard. So I was like, okay, I'm going to post it just in case. But truly, don't put that kind of stuff. Look, guys, it made my forehead vein come out. That's how you know I'm laughing really good. Okay. So next, one thing that I will say is you really want to be careful on, if you become this artist and you go into professional mode and you're adding all of these people, and yes, I'm going to tell you how to do this, but you're going to start having a community of people who may not think like you, people who are politically charged. Facebook is famous for this. And it really does bring out the crazies. It's the internet, but Facebook is just extra special sometimes. Do not engage. I say that in the most loving way. Unfollow them. You can click the top 3 dots to hide their posts and to unfollow them. All you need to do to unfollow, if it doesn't let you do it there, click on their profile. Right below their profile picture, there'll be 3 dots there. Click on it, go on friendship or follow, and click unfollow. That's it. You'll still remain friends. They'll still be following you, but you don't have to see it. You don't have to participate in it. Yeah. I say this as a don't unfriend them type of thing, because I don't know how to say this nicely, so I'm just going to say it point blank. I've had so many crazies who have purchased my work, and I love them. God bless them. We do not see eye to eye. We will not get along in that way, but they do not know that we would not get along in that way because I do not say anything, because the one great thing about adulting is that we just scroll on and we hide their posts. So yes, the next part of that whole situation is when you are online, go to settings, click on active status. You only need to do this one time unless you delete the app and re-upload it, and click hide active status. Do not tell people when you're online, especially if you do commission type work, because all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you got some stalkers and you're going to get some DMs saying, hey, just checking in on my art. Yeah, and oh, that's a good thing. So if you have people who are spamming you, who are creepy, anything like that, you are so welcome to block them. I will absolutely block people. The one thing about Facebook is that you do get a lot of spam comments to other people who follow you. Like they'll comment like, I want to be your best friend. Yeah, you block those people. Or the doctor so-and-so had this great weight loss thing. I don't know why they're just bots, right? They're just bots. Comments are the same thing as Instagram. They help boost your algorithm. So we love them, but we don't want to have anything that affects our actual people who are following us. If they don't feel like our space is safe, wow, say that fast, space is safe, then they'll leave or they'll stop commenting. We want to make sure we provide a really safe environment for them. Okay. This isn't even the fun part yet, guys. I've got the best one. Oh, I'm just so excited. So post part 1. Gosh, it's just so fancy. How do you guys stand this? It's just absolutely so fancy. So there are 4 different types of posts on Facebook. We have regular posts that come with or without pictures, so just the writing. We have videos. We have reels, which is the only thing that the algorithm will push out to non-followers, but hold on. And we have lives. Okay. So I have a lot of beef with reels on Instagram. One, if you are sending your reels from Instagram to Facebook, I need you to stop doing that. Huge no. You really want to filter the reels that you post on Facebook. If they are painting tips, you need to stop. Don't post those on Facebook. If they're not around your art piece or around something funny about you or a personal insight to you, don't post them. The posts are the most effective. And I stress this because it's going to be specifically for your following. I'm going to teach you how to grow your following. The reels will be sent out to your non-followers and they're more likely to be shared. But the biggest problem with reels outside of the Instagram translation, because the caption is all squished together, there's no spaces, it's very messy, it doesn't look good, but people can't see the words you put with your post. What's going to sell art on Facebook are the words that you put with that art, with your post. And if they can't see it, they're just being entertained. You are not there to entertain. I mean, maybe some of you are. You're there to sell work and connect with people and to grow a community. So when you post reels and someone shares them, they can't see the writing. And 9 out of 10 times, they're not going to read your caption to see the writing. I did one where I was, you guys might have seen it too, because I did it on Instagram. And I was like, this is so funny. I should post it on Facebook. And it had me drinking paint water. And I was like, bleh, and I made like like it was gross. What in the world? And I can't tell you how many of my followers thought I had the voice of a man. And they were so, I didn't know you sounded like this, Elizabeth. And I'm not even joking because they didn't read the caption. And I'm like, I do not sound like a man. So just be aware of something like that. I'm not a big fan of reels. You can grow without reels. You do not need them on Facebook. If it's something that's easy for you because you're already doing it on Instagram, by all means, but the big one that you need to focus on is going to be post. Let me see real quick. All right, we're gonna go to the next part. Guys, I got little note cards here. Just want to make sure I don't mess up anything. I forget things. Okay, so we're talking about lives. And thank you for everyone who's commenting on the places on the side. The Q&A, guys, if you have questions, write them down. So I do a live Q&A at the end where you guys will be able to go back and forth with me and I can answer your questions one-on-one. I like to keep this going a little bit faster. So lives on Facebook are gold, but you need at least 2 devices. I use 3. So I have like one that's up here and it's like recording me on this little bendy, tall contraption. I have an iPad so that I can read people's comments as they're texting and going back and forth with me. And then I have another one for like my music, or if you have like a reference photo or something where it's right in front of me, so I can put on the ambiance, as they call it. So the best part about lives is that it's so great to be able to connect with people. They can hear your voice, they can watch you create something. Keep the creation small. Keep it on something that you can do. I'm like looking up here, the camera's down here. Keep it on something you can do in like 2 hours, right? You want something that people will have that attention span and be with you. One thing I noticed that if you do the background and the sketch, you know, pre-do it and then just kind of start painting, or if you create jewelry, whatever it is. I know there's so many other artists than painting on here. It's just my experience. But that's something that you really want to do, is keep it short, keep it concise, so that you're able to talk with your people as you're creating this. I will say that every single time I have done a live, I have sold that piece of art. And one of the biggest things is that I create a wait list. So people will start saying, is this for sale? And I'll be like, it will be, but right, you know, I would like to wait until it's finished so that people can see it. If you'd like, I can put you on a wait list for people who are interested in the piece, and I can contact you as soon as it's done, or in the morning when I can get a better picture of it. So that way you're able to start a list of people who are potentially interested. You're saying it out loud, which marketing is such a psychology game, guys. It's such a psychology game. People are now going to have FOMO. I don't want to miss out on this piece. I want the original. And you start collecting names to be able to send it out.
It was already set that way on my
Ooh,
left,
someone's not
didn't-
muted.
but I still can't hear her. So
That's fine. I'll be going back in a second anyway.
And I hope you can hear me soon. I'm so sorry that you can't hear me. Okay. So we're going to have a lot of editing with this video. It's going to be really fun. Thank you for saying my mug is funny. The one thing with lives too, it's this last roundabout, is when you are doing a live, I'm helping you with the basics here, guys. You write the post out before you go live, because as soon as you go live, the post goes up and then people don't really know what's going on. So you really want to pre-write what you write on your lives. I went British there again. As in like, join me as I paint this live, like this woman walking across the water, this flower. Join me as I design this piece of jewelry for X, Y, and Z. Be specific. Feel free to chat with me. I'd love to hear from you. This is huge. You need to make sure when you are doing a live, I'm talking with my hands. When you do a live, you need to tell them that they can chat with you. Otherwise, they're just going to watch and they're not going to know, should I say something? Can I interact, etc. So make sure you invite them in. I learned this the hard way, so now I'm telling you. Okay, next, videos. So videos, I like more than reels for when I want my words to show and be visible, which is important, and for time lapses. Facebook people love their time lapses, and I'm just going to share this with you. So if you have a piece, I don't do time lapses for all my pieces, just ones that I'm like, okay, this is going to have a really deep meaning. This is going to be something that people really want to enjoy, whether it's a mural or the whatever it is. You guys know what pieces your people are going to enjoy and connect with more. And creating a time lapse with that, with music, key. Oh my goodness, people will fall in love with it. That will get so many shares. And the point of Facebook art to grow, to be, oh gosh, what's that word? Successful, but successful, thrive, that kind of thing. You want shares. I hate that word. I don't know why I do, but I hate that word. So time lapses on Facebook are key. And do not do time lapses in Reels. And they'll try to do that. Facebook is trying to push Reels, even though they're not the Reels people. Oh, so cringy. Do not do that. If you do happen to have a real time lapse that goes up, people are going to skip it so much because they only show like the first 3 to 5 seconds of a clip as you're scrolling through Facebook of Reels. It's so silly. But the star of the show is regular post, specifically with a picture. Again, it's all about psychology. We're trying to capture someone's attention as they're scrolling. So if you're doing a work in progress, which you should show like once a week, I would highly recommend to build anticipation. Do not show a work in progress on Monday, the same work in progress on Tuesday, the same work in progress on Wednesday, like growing. Don't do that. One work in progress a week picture. And then it kind of builds up that anticipation and you're not drowning people with the same picture over and over again. But the timing of the post is something that we really have to talk about because it actually matters on Facebook. So Instagram, it doesn't matter unless you're posting at like midnight or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Don't do that because you need people to actually be online. Facebook 100% matters during those rush hour times. So I really, really like it after dinner time. I think that's when people are on Facebook more. After that 4:30, after that 5 o'clock, your people are going to be different depending on which generation you're attracting the most of, depending on what kind of people you are. If people are getting ready for work, they might not be online. Are you online on Facebook? If you are, then maybe post it. Try that AM time. This one does not have to be consistent in terms of like Instagram likes you. If you're posting at 1 o'clock, you post between 1 and 2:30 every day. That's the rule. That's what you do. Facebook, it doesn't matter. If you post at 9 a.m. one day, 12 p.m. the next day, 8 p.m. the next day, it's not going to fault you at all. It's just depending if people are online. All right. So make sure you post when the people are online. Part 2 of the post. The why, the what. This is where we're going to get into art marketing. So your posts are no longer about being informational. And some of you guys do this, not all of you guys. Some of you guys are really great at the storytelling and the creative writing type things. But if you've been doing informational posts on Instagram, whether it's painting tips, whether it's coming over your grief, looks like these 5 steps, anything like that, poof, gone. You are no longer that teacher. You're no longer going to be a therapist like that in any type of way, but you are going to be a creative writer. And this is so important because you don't ever want to post Instagram or Facebook. You don't ever want to post where it says, this, I don't even have a painting near me. This painting is 11 by 14, beautiful giraffe. Great job. You want to connect people to that piece. It's such a human psychology thing where you're connecting another human being with your words to your words so that they can get your piece. I 100% sold a piece because of this. Let me explain really quick. I did a live painting one time and the person was like, I want this. I want it so bad. And it was like a 6-hour, it only took me 6 hours. And I told her, I was like, it's expensive. You know, it's a larger piece or whatever. I was like, it's 2,000 or I thought it was like $4,000. It's 2,000 if you get it before I post it and before I share. I'll do a faith purchase type thing. And it was in person. Like I don't have to ship it. Praise the Lord. I hate shipping pieces, but 2,000. She goes, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm totally in for it. And then a day later, she's like, I don't think so. I have to pass. You know, it's a little pricey, whatever. I wish I had dramatic music. Da, na, 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 na. But yeah, no. So this is what happened. I spent a good half an hour, 45 minutes writing this post, making this piece specifically about mercy, about very intimate emotional connection things that people have experienced and that they have gone through, because that's what I felt the piece was about. I looked at the piece and I was like, this is the message. As soon as I posted it, that woman came back and said, I want that piece. Now it's more expensive, but those words sold the piece. She's the owner of the piece. Your words will sell your piece. Please spend extra time doing that. That is where you'll spend your most of your time is doing that creative writing. I can't speak today, guys. It's always fun. Do I have so many edits on my post when I'm talking? Because I ramble. But just make sure that each piece says something about the emotional connection or about the piece itself, how you process it, how you see it, but make it so that it's other people. Like, don't forget that we're talking about us, we, them. It's never a I, me, this is what I did. This is why I did it. Can you see? I'll get to this. I won't get ahead of myself. Okay. So when you are writing your post, you need to organize it into the why and then the what. The what being how they can get your piece, but the why needs to be the top part of it. So let's talk a little bit about the why. The why is the connection part. So it's the storytelling. It's the emotions behind it. And let me give you an example of, you guys know my art. Okay, so this little flower thing. So there's actually a little girl at the bottom of it. And what I will not do is I will not say 2 by 12, I don't know how big that canvas is, piece, girl with flowers coming out of it represents sex trafficking. I will 100% not write that. What I will do though is connect you to a story. And I'll say something around 3,745 girls are sex trafficked every day in this specific area. All of a sudden, people are like, I did not know this. I want to know more. I'm going to talk about how dark it is, things that they experience that you would never experience either. These flowers represent those girls. Underneath that piece is the crown of thorns. And what I represent is that Jesus already paid for her. She's not for sale, yada, yada, yada. So I'm going through a story. I am not just saying, girl with flowers represents sex trafficking. Let me tell you about this piece. Let me tell you why I created it. Let me tell you how creative I can be with my writing. That is what is happening here. And that's just 100% full transparency. How creative can you be if you can connect people to a story of the work that you are creating? A really interesting example that I have an artist friend who does giraffes. She does animals so well. She's more of a hyper realistic artist, like fabulous artist. And she did this. She posted around the same time. I think it was like a 5-minute difference of a giraffe painting, 16 by 20. This is how much it is. I think she put the price or something like that and said, DM if interested. I did a post, probably the same size painting, talked about the story behind it, the scripture behind it, all the top part. I literally put the name of the title of the piece. I went into the story, and at the very bottom for my what, I just said, put a little paint thing, and I said 16 by 20 painting acrylic on canvas panel, DM or comment if interested in owning this in your home or giving it as a gift. That's it. That's all I said. It sold within 5 minutes. Hers did not. Hers still has not sold. Very interesting. There was no connection. Why do people need a giraffe? Why do they want a giraffe? What story is it telling? You're just hoping that someone who likes giraffes would buy your painting. That's not how you sell artwork. You sell it by connecting it to people, having an emotional connection with those people, inspiring them, motivating them, having them want and need your piece. Because art is not a, I don't even know the word for it. It's not a right. It's not something that it's not like coffee. You don't need it. You need coffee. Anyone who doesn't drink coffee, I can't. This is tea, but still. But you have to form that, this is why you should have it. This is why you need it. And I think a lot of us, thank you, a luxury item. Well, people know what I'm trying to say here. But it's really important that you create an environment and a community and a space within your social media profile that says, I'm going British again, guys. This is something that is unique and it is special, and it's going to give you emotions every time you see it. It's going to cause a reaction and a feeling within you every time you see it, every time you wear it, every time you have it, every time you read it, whatever the thing is that you create. So one big thing that you need to stop doing is do not write 20 paragraphs. A gift from the Facebook gods is that you don't have a character limit. I'm such a talky gal. You have no idea how much humor I have to cut out of my posts. It is soul crushing or sassiness or something extra. And that's why you have to make multiple posts around the same thing. It's so frustrating. Facebook, you have no character limit, but that is also a huge problem for some of you because some of you don't know when to stop talking. Said with so much love, but truly, if you've got they say see more and then it ends up going like this and blowing up their entire screen, it is such a quick scroll. No one cares that much that they're going to be reading all of that. I'd stick to 2 to 5 paragraphs at most, and the 5th one that's stretching it, probably 4. Let's just fix that, 2 to 4, and space them out. Don't have them so close together. Even if you like the Instagram way where you kind of do a line, you do another line, you can do that. That's fabulous. We are not doing emojis like you would on Instagram. So you're not doing a bunch of little stars or hearts. People on Facebook think that is super cringy. It's a whole different generation. And they'll scroll past because they won't think that you're professional. So a few emojis are fine, like a little, face, a little heart, a little star, a little paint thing, but don't do it in front of every single paragraph. Don't do them within your paragraphs. Just don't be. People who do that on Facebook are like in their 20s and they're annoying. So just don't do it. I said it. There it is. Sorry, guys. If you're in your 20s, I love you. We're fine. We're good. But yeah, so the what. So the what at the end would be something of like, how I said, you could do a little emoji because I always point to the very end, like a little flame or a little canvas palette. That's the word I'm looking for. Palette. Lord, why did it take me so long to find that? Palette. And you do the whole, like, this is what you did. This is an 11 by 14 acrylic painting on canvas. This is wired jewelry with X, Y, and Z, yada, yada, yada. Do not put the price. Do not put for sale. Those, if anytime you have a dollar sign or you put for sale or you put a sale, you go down in the algorithm. Facebook will push you down for that. Do not use those specific words. DM or comment if interested. And if they comment, then you DM them. DM or comment if interested in having this in your space, in having this in your home, and bringing and memorializing a memory of your pet, something of that sort. You can get all fancy. Again, we're creative writing. You can use ChatGPT to help you in those specific sections. Like, give me a few ideas of how to tell people to memorialize their pet in a portrait below. Give me 20 examples. I don't know. Use that prompt if you want to, and then you can fill that in. And that's all you need to do at the end. That is your what. The why's up top, the what's at the bottom. For people who didn't take my Instagram workshop, I recommend this video. It's by Simon Sinek, Sinek, I think. He does a TED Talk on the Golden Circle on YouTube, and it's called How Great Leaders Inspire Action. So in every career I've had two, in every career I've had, and place I've gone, I use this golden circle and I broke it into how to sell in different areas. It doesn't matter what you're selling. You can truly sell anything. It's the why, the how, and the what. Typically, you don't want the how when it goes into art marketing specifically. People do not care about how you achieved a specific look, how you did certain things. So it's just the why and then the what. You will sell more and attract more people by connecting them with that why in the beginning. But watch that video. It is so amazing. Want to make sure I got this. Okay. So I have to touch on comments really quick. This is the same as Instagram. Comments boost your post. This one, though, is very specific on timing and when you respond. So it's super important. Anytime you respond to a comment, it's going to boost your post. You could go back a year from now on a Facebook post, and you should try this. Go back from a year from now, look at your memories, comment on that post. I guarantee you over the next 24 hours, you're going to get more likes and maybe a potential comment or two, because it's going to boost you up and it's going to show it. So be very careful when you comment on memories. If you were a little weirdo back in the day and you said something ridiculous, don't comment on that post because people are going to see it. So make sure that you 100% protect yourself there. I'm not even going to get into it, but I've done it before. It's really fun. And also embarrassing, where I had to delete posts from my old friend days. So make sure you comment at specific times. And I say this in the best way possible when people are waking up, if people are up during your community during that time, at lunchtime, in the evening, when people are around. So you want to space out your comments. Hit them hard in the beginning. So if 3 people comment, respond to them right away. As soon as another person comments, wait. You can wait an hour and comment again because people will be on later in an hour, and then it's going to show it to more people who are on during that time. You can comment during dinner time. And if you comment again and you respond to those comments, thank you so much. It's so kind for you to say. I appreciate you. Or however that is, respond during those times and it's going to boost it up. This is really important. Not everyone is going to be on when you post it. And you can always wait to the next day as well, 2 days, 3 days, etc. I wouldn't wait too terribly long because you're going to start getting people who are like interested in this piece and you got to go in order so you don't look shady like you're trying to get money. So just keep that in mind though, that you go and you wait. Go comment and then you wait. Only comment like 1 or 2, depending on how many comments you have. Leave 1. That's the game. Okay. I know I hate that I say game, but it is. It's like you have to play it. Otherwise, Facebook just buries you. Just like Instagram, guys. Just like Instagram. Let me drink a little bit of this. I know the Coke. The one last thing that I'll share about posts really quick. The first post you do when you're starting this, because as soon as we get through all this and you're like, I need to do Facebook right away. This was so inspiring and motivating. Just kidding. You need to make sure that first post is, I'm changing this profile to my art account. And you just want to give them that option of doing that other separate profile. Just let people know, hey guys, I won't be offended if you leave, if you don't like my art, but I'm going to start sharing. These people who are your friends, who are your family, whatever, are going to be the most supportive people. Do not be scared. Do not freak out. Do not feel like they're going to judge you. If they are going to judge you, why are you friends with them in the first place? Like, goodbye. I don't know if you guys have seen To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, where Patrick Swayze and what is his name? Wesley Snipes, they were in drag or whatever. But at one point, Patrick Swayze like strips someone of their princess points and they go like this. I do this all the time. Like whenever I'm done with someone, I'm just like you're gone, like it's done. So if you have people who are not going to be supporting you, who want to leave because they're like offended over your art, who don't like it, whatever, toodaloo, la, 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 la. Skip the curse word there from The Hangover. But I mean, truly, guys, like just get over that fear. Your people are going to be your people. You will find more people. Forget everyone else. Okay. This is a short one, but it's so needed. Stop sharing posts. This is really crucial. It's really important. Every time you share a post from someone else, from something you believe in, oh, this is a great quote. I love it. I want to show Aunt Janice, whatever it is, it's lowering your algorithm. Your regular post will not be seen as many people because how the algorithm works on Facebook, if you have a lot of engagement on a post, okay, the next post, this person is saying good things. They're saying valuable things. They're doing stuff. You share a shared post and not many people comment because they're like, okay, it's not you. I don't really care. Down in the algorithm. Then your next post down in the algorithm and it keeps going. So if you've been sharing things, fear not. You will have a chance to re-up yourself to, I don't know what the word is. I lose words. The other day, no, not the other day, a few months ago, I called water clear juice because I forgot the word for water. That's who you're on a workshop with. So just keep that in mind as I'm going through all this. But yeah, so if you're going to share stuff because you're like, this is crucial, I need to share this. This is so wonderful. It's beautiful. Share it to your stories. Share posts to your stories, not to your profile, not to your timeline. Redeem. Thank you. People know what I'm talking about. People know what I'm talking about. Okay. Guys, it's my favorite part. This is the best part. The freak do you find your people? There it is. Or as I like to call it, groupies. This will be the best part of the workshop. You are going to find your people in groups. The best part about Facebook is that when you add people, they have to add you back, or they don't, but they have to go see your profile. They have to come and check you out. You follow someone on Instagram, they don't care. There's a little blue dot, little blue box on my timeline thing that tells me that notifications that said someone followed me. Okay, cool. Thank you, Kelly222. No. No one cares. On Facebook, if someone like Elizabeth London, who looks like a weirdo in her profile picture, adds me as a friend, who the heck is this person? Why are they adding me as a friend? Do I know them? Click, gonna find out. I don't know them, but I see their art. I see the picture. I love this. Yes, That's the thing. So we love Facebook because they have to go onto your profile. Remember this. When you go into groups, so your little search bar on Facebook is your BFF. That's your best friend. You could type in anything, and there is a group for you. You could type in Christian. You could type in dogs. You could type in flower, Renaissance, fairies, jewelry. I mean, it depends on what kind of jewelry you do too, because you could be like Texas. There's certain places. You could type in any word, and there is a group for you, if not hundreds, depending on how you change the next word after the first word that you put in. So many groups. And all you're going to do is go click, 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 join, 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 join. And you're going to find the people who would like your work. So here's something that I do. Flowers. Let's just do, yeah, I have flowers. When I do flowers, it means sex trafficking. There are so many groups that talk about flowers, that flower photographers, flower this, flower that. I love flowers. Flowers are my favorite. I worship flowers. I don't know what it is, but there's a bunch of groups. As soon as I post artwork about flowers in there, talking about the story, saying, guys, I saw someone's post, it inspired me. I just wanted to share mine. I hope you love it, whatever it is. You post it in there. I'm not selling. Do not sell in groups. Do not sell. Do not say DM for sale. Text if you want to buy. No, none of that. Don't sell. Connect with the people in that group. Say why you're sharing it, why you were inspired to share it in that group. Whatever it is. Hope you like it. Some groups will take it down, whatever. Don't join the group anymore. Leave it. No big deal. And then everyone who comments, we're going to follow the same rule. We're going to comment under them. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yada, 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 whatever. You wait the same kind of time thing so it can continue getting boosted. The people that you comment on right away, that you respond to, add them as a friend. Why, Elizabeth? Because those are the people who are commenting on your art because they love it already. And if they see that post up on your profile, you already posted it, you've already shared it there. That's one thing. I'm going to pause really quick. Do not share posts into groups. So if you have a picture of the piece that you painted and it's a cute little flower, do not share to group. Go and post it separately to group. Totally different. Same thing. The algorithm will push it down if it's share. Post it in the group. Then they'll see it. They'll go on your profile. Oh my goodness, this is the person who did that art that I love so much. Follow. Add friend. Or they won't. They'll be like, no thanks. She's a creeper. Whatever. It doesn't hurt you at all for someone to say no. And I hope I can stress that a little bit. Let me stress it a little bit more. It doesn't hurt you at all if someone says no, but what do you have to lose if they say yes and they add the friend? What do you have to lose? Honestly, like who cares? It's a random stranger. Oh no, I got rejected. They didn't add me as a friend. First off, you're going to be adding so many friends that you won't even realize if Betty Lou Johnson didn't say yes. Sorry if anyone's name is Betty Lou Johnson. But it's one of the things. So after you've commented all, and you've done the all comments on that one group post, which takes about 24, 48 hours, sometimes 3 days, you're going to go back and you go to the shares and you go to the likes and you just go down and you start adding people like it's no one's business. And you might say, oh, you're going too fast. I don't think that'll happen. Typically what happens with me is that people won't have a friend request button on there. So you have to click on their profile and add friend. If you have to know someone that they know, you just won't be able to add friend. If it pops up a screen that says, make sure you know this person, cannot add, do not add, people you do not know, click OK, and then continue adding people you do not know. It only pops up for a few people typically, and you'll still be able to add people as you go on. Facebook is just Facebook, trying to protect their peoples. They just don't know you yet. But this is how you're going to start adding your people who care about your art. And it can be completely different. So I'm not going to the flower place and posting my butterflies. I'm going to go to a butterfly place. I'm going to go to what my pieces mean as well. Not just what they are, but what they mean. So I'll be in Christian groups. If you draw fairies, stuff like that, you're going to be in the Renaissance groups. You're going to be in the J.R.R. Tolkien groups. You're going to be in the Harry Potter groups. There's so many things. Don't just do what it is, what is it about, who is your target audience, and where are they? Who would actually enjoy your work? And if you don't know who would enjoy your work, Q&A at the end. Well, let me help. But let me flip that over. really quick, you have a limit of 5,000 friends. Okay, this is a huge thing that you need to know because you will get there. It will happen, but thankfully, people are flaky and they will leave at some point. You will have people who leave, especially, like people with my mouth. What? My mouth? People leave. And so if as soon as I have 2 people gone, 3, 4, 5 people gone, whatever it is, I'll do another post in a group and the same thing. So you need to work very fast. And how this goes is typically if you're at that 5,000 limit and you're at 4,996, you'll comment, you'll do all your stuff, you'll go to likes, and you'll start adding like no one's business. Because what happens is as soon as those 5 spots are taken of friendships, you can't add any more people. People will get a pop-up notification saying, at 5,000 friend limit, would you like to follow? They still have to follow if you're at that 5,000 friend limit. And of course, they're going to want to because you create something that they're really interested in, that they love. That's why they wanted to add you as a friend in the first place. All right. A bonus one really quick. Because this is Facebook and you can say painting words, painter, artist, all the things that you can't do on Instagram, you can also add artists as friends. Do it because artists are going to throw up that engagement hugely, especially if you can connect and have a community with them. It's never a follow for follow mentality on here. There's usually tons of support depending on what you're creating, but there is a group called Artists Trying to Make a Living Creating Art. Artist trying to make a living creating art. It's got like 260,000 members or something like that. I joined when it was at like 40,000. That's how old I am. But when you post your work on there, add those friends too, who like it, who comment, who support you. You can post constantly on there. I think it's such a great community. I think I did a portrait one time. Someone asked, what is your favorite piece you've ever done? And I was like, oh, I don't know. And I took so long thinking about it. It made me so mad that when I finally found it, I was like, I'm posting it. Like before, I'm like, I'm not going to engage. But it took so long. I did. I not only got commissions from that, but I actually got I was on the news because of it. I know it's a long story. I did a portrait for a celebrity and I had posted it and I posted it because of the story. And I'm saying a lot. What happened was someone who saw it was doing, this was during the Las Vegas shooting, and they saw it and they're like, we're doing the victims of the Las Vegas shooting. Would you be interested? This is all volunteer. I'm like, sign me up. Oh my gosh, this is where my heart is. Let me paint a woman. Like, I care about this kind of thing. Hit me. Let's go. It ended up changing my life, like hugely. Post on there, engage, be with other artists, join groups like this, form a community because honestly, guys, it's life-changing. And that's just fact. Next part of groups. Buy nothing groups. If you guys have seen my post, you know what these are. If you have not, you need to join them for 2 reasons. Buy nothing groups is great to have extra items, extra things that you can paint on for free. I have received, first off, like 2,000 pieces of paper because someone owned like a paper company. It's like, we just need to get these out of my house. And I'm like, yeah. Most of my art that I do has been from free items that I've received from other people. And then I sell them and I don't have to spend anything. And it's such a blessing. Like mirrors, I had a huge mirror I got from on there. I mean, just completely free. Sold it for $1,000 after 2 hours of work. Like, what? Thank you so much. That's like insane. Doors, tables, whatever you want, whatever you guys need. Like, and you can ask for stuff and you start forming a bond with these people. Like, hey, do you guys do anyone have any mirrors or anything? This is what I'm doing. And they're like, oh my goodness, I'll give you all this. It's so kind. People are so nice. And on top of it, you can also create more business and more family for yourself by saying, I have all these extra prints that weren't sold. I have this thing left over from 2 years ago. Don't do originals, just do stuff like that. Is anyone interested? I would just like to give this away to someone who it would be loved so it's not sitting in my basement. I will say the one great thing about this, don't do expensive prints, guys. I have prints, and we can talk about this later if you want to ask me during the Q&A, but I have prints I got from a print shop that are 60 cents each. Like, very nice quality. They're beautiful, 60 cents each. Lovely, easy to gift away because the return on investment is so much better. And you're creating a communities and you're having people who are local. You don't have to do shipping. It's just so nice. So that is also an option. And it's especially nice during holidays. Like, hey guys, I know Mother's Day's coming up. I'm an artist. I happen to have these. If people can't afford to give their gifts, give mothers their gifts, I just want to offer this kind of thing. Christmas, you know, kids, that kind of thing. Like, think about the mentality of people who need free art, who can't afford art. You know, if your apartment is suffering, if you can't, whatever it is, connect to people, you know, be kind, love people really well. Don't just think about it in the terms of money, but think about it in the terms of creating a community and actually helping people with your art and your story. Next would be Marketplace. So I've had a little bit of success on Marketplace. I'm not a huge fan of Marketplace just because you can get drowned out so quickly, but you can 100% post your art on Marketplace. I think this works best for people who do like pet portraits, who do people, who do things like anime, things that are like, oh, I really want this, Pokemon, like, you know, that kind of stuff. I think craft groups are a little bit more up the alley. Craft groups are like the Etsy groups of the world, where it's like crafts in St. Louis would be one of my places, right? And I know that all the mothers and their mothers and all the snooty cities are on this craft group. I need teacher gifts for the end of the year. That's just my impression of a mom. I'm a mom, but that's my impression of a mom. Does anyone have any great teacher gifts? I do. You know that, and then you can start responding. You can post your stuff if anyone would like something special. That's how I found. So one of my dogs had passed away, and I found a glass artist through there who makes their ashes into glass sculptures. How freaking cool is that? So cool. So when you do stuff like that, like, people are always going to be looking. Marketplace, craft groups, you will never annoy people. Like, most people aren't going to keep seeing your posts. Just like Instagram, guys, I post similar things so often, and a whole bunch more people will see it each time. I'll get 500 new people who have never seen that post. It's the same thing with Facebook. There's so many people, tons of people are going to see it. So do not say, oh no, I already posted this, I shouldn't post it. No, like every 3 days to a week post in these groups. A bonus one is artist garage sale groups. There's actually one called Artist Garage Group. Guys, amazing. People sell art supplies, art items at such cheap prices. You can sell your art items that you're no longer using, like mesh panels for craft fairs. I mean, paints, whatever it is, projectors, so many things. And there's so many artist garage groups. Like, it is such a gift to have that, just so you guys know. And if you need help locating one of your groups for your art, just stick around for the Q&A and I'll help you. We'll go on a hunt together, so that way I can make sure you guys are getting it. All right. Next. Elizabeth, how do you sell pieces before the public sees them? DM groups. So what happened a while ago is, I went British again. My goodness, Elizabeth, stop. What happened a while ago is that, just really quick, guys, I do accents all the time. I never take myself seriously. So I'm always doing something and making some ridiculous sounds. So in and out, I'll just go into an accent. I'm trying Moira from Schitt's Creek right now. Alexis. So if I go there, that's why you know. So I was doing ornaments and they were selling like hotcakes. And I was like, okay, I want to make sure I know exactly who wants to see them, and let me start a text list. And so I had like 10 people on my text list at first, where I would truly just text them pictures and say what it was, all 4 that I made. Here's the price, you know, $65 each. It's 4 inches, shatterproof, yada, yada, yada. And they would sell, which was great. And then it turned into having 50 people to text. And it took me over 30 minutes. And I said, I'm so done with this. And I wasn't going to create an email list. Let me tell you why. Because I think that most people are like me, that the people you subscribe to, you're just kind of like, it's like, I don't care. Delete. I have subscribed to so many people. Okay, so many people, like 6. I have not opened a single one of their emails. And I'm like, I don't want to be rude. And I'm sorry. It's just annoying to me and I'm busy. But social media People are always on social media. They're always checking their messages. It's an obsession for them. You are going to get a 90% open rate on social media if you have a DM group. So I moved all of my people who are on text message groups to DM groups. This is where it gets good. One, you can create DM groups for each different niche that you do. So like for my DM groups, I have an ornament DM group. I have a Narnia DM group of when I paint on book pages. I have an auction and raffle DM group for when I'm about to launch a raffle or auction so people are notified and Facebook doesn't hide it at all. I have a live painting group that people can know an hour or 24 hours before I do a live painting so they can get ready and say, "Oh, I'm going to be a part of this." I have a postcard series group for people who want cheaper art. I have a mini canvas group. I have a butterfly group. Everything you do can be made into groups. This is usually good after you've established yourself for a little bit. I'd wait for like 1,000 followers after you keep adding them. Unless you realize at 500 or 600, you know, again, you'll get, if you don't have that much and you're like, Elizabeth, that seems like so much. The group thing that I just taught is going to blow you up. It's just going to, you're just going to start adding, people are just going to start following you. That's just how it goes. And if you don't, you're doing it wrong and message me. But it's, I don't even know where I was going. Oh my gosh, here it goes again. Anyways, DM groups are the best. People are 100% going to interact with you more. They're going to see it faster. You've got your different niches you can put in there. There it is. The one thing I will state, and that's really important, is that I don't know how to say this nicely. First off, I want to start with this. I love old people. They are my people. I'm in senior centers. My best friend is 60. My other best friend, like 76. That's my grandma. She's amazing. I have another best friend who's 50. Like, old people are my people. I love them. Young people, I love you too. Just obviously less. But they're my people. So when I say this in the best way. The older generation isn't great on Facebook, and they do things a lot that you tell them not to do. So this is a very frustrating part of the DM groups. You have to give rules and say in the very beginning, like, thank you so much for joining this DM group. Here's what I'm going to be posting in it. For some housekeeping, please do not comment or thumbs up in this DM chat, because what'll happen is people will get dinged over and over. So if you post a picture of your little mug you made with, here's a mug I made, 4x4, I don't know how mugs work with sizes, 4x4 ceramic, $65. People will start commenting and start liking it, and you will lose your mind, and other people will lose their mind and they'll start leaving. So you have to create a space where you tell people, do not comment, do not put thumbs up, do not react to this, but DM me separately in a private message so that we can respect everyone's mental health, something of that sort, like, so that we don't anger people or have them leave. And that please respect privacy. Like, I think these are huge rules that should be followed, and make sure you relay them in every single post you do. At the beginning of every post, I put parentheses. Just a reminder, it has to go at the beginning. Guys, just hear me here. It has to go to the beginning. I learned this the hard way too. Please do not thumbs up or send any message. If interested, DM me separately. And then you'll post your thing, and then people will hopefully message you separately. And if they don't, okay, God bless them. There are just a few people who don't get it. And I love them. And I love them so much. They're like my favorite people. I have to message them privately and say, hey, would you mind? Because you can't delete their comments in that DM group. You can't delete them. Would you mind clicking on your comment, hitting more, hitting delete for everyone. It's so important. And if they're a repeat offender, and you can say this so kindly, you don't have to lose business this way by being mean. You can say it so kindly. Just want to let you know that I had to remove you from the group, and I'm not mad whatsoever. I just want to protect people from being annoyed and protect my business, but I'm going to make sure I DM you separately and privately every time I have a new item. just for you and me, right? Because it's only going to be a one-off, like 1 or 2 people are going to do this. So just so you know, that's just the one con that comes up. It's just the one con. Oh, let me see what I missed. You can do pictures or videos. That's really important to say too. Like both of them are great depending on if it's 3D, you'll want a video. If it's just a flat picture, guys, just do the picture. I will stress this again, if you haven't taken any of my workshops before, how your picture looks is going to also affect the sale. Do not take a picture in poor lighting without editing it. You can use CapCut. If you have an iPhone, the iPhone editing app is great. Photoshop, GIMP, whatever it is, have those colors reflect your piece as much as possible. I've seen so many people who have black on their pieces and it looked gray, it looked purple, it's just not the correct color. Take it outside during natural lighting, turn it away from the natural light, have the sun still on the side of the angle, take a picture of it, done. This is really important because people are visual people and they're going to be captured within those first 3 seconds. And if it's not like that vibrant or that vibe, that soothe, whatever, you guys know what I'm talking about. You know when art is not edited and it's just posted. So when you do DM groups, Elizabeth, how do we start this? We do a post. And you basically want to say at the very top, make sure you're on the list. This is the best way to do it. If you are not on my Facebook, you can go there. It's Elizabeth Londen with an E, L-O-N-D-E-N. At the very top, I have a pinned post where it says, make sure you're on the list. And I break down each list that I have and what's in it, and to let me know if you want to be in them. And as soon as they do, all I do is go to that DM group that I've created and I put add member and I add them from their name. You want to make sure you have a post that's pinned that people can find easily because it's going to get drowned on Facebook. Facebook is it's not a spread out grid where they can look through your posts. It's I have to scroll through, which is why we need to repost more often our work because people don't see it, or just comment on it because it'll get boosted. But that's just something that you'll want to do as soon as you start these DM groups. With that being said, when you're doing posts, brain spark, when you're doing posts and you have a picture of a butterfly and you have a butterfly group, when you're doing the why right after it, before the what, if you're not a part of the butterfly group yet, comment butterfly group below and I will make sure to add you. This is where I post butterflies before the public sees it. You want a chance to see it before the public. And you have people you know are really interested in your work and want to purchase it. So, and the big thing with those is when you do that post, that main post, just make sure you comment on it once or twice a month so it gets boosted, especially if you have new followers. Eventually, it's not, when you get to that 4,000, 5,000 follower mark, you're going to be doing a lot less work of posting in groups of, you're going to go crazy in the very beginning, but you're just super relaxed and super chill and things don't matter as much anymore because your engagement's there. It's the same thing with Instagram. You got to follow all these rules and build yourself up. And then once you're built up and you have that engagement, you don't have to follow all the rules anymore. You're just kind of like, yeah, I've got this. I'm just going to do my own thing now. You got to play the game in the beginning. So just so that's there. Okay, I'm going to cover this because I think it's really important. How do you close a sale, Elizabeth? So I do all of my sales from social media via Facebook DMs. And what happens is when someone comments or DMs me from that bottom comment below if interested in owning this as a print or original piece, I never put the price, right? It's we can have that conversation behind closed doors where people get a chance to see it. One, because I like offering prices of all price ranges from $3, $5, all the way up, depending on what size print you get, depending if you get the original. And I don't want to sticker price shock people. That's just not my game. So I'll send them a DM that I have written out a template for. And this is so important, guys. You do not want to keep writing this out and typing it out and sounding it different. Go into your notes on your phone or have somewhere on your computer where you can just copy and paste. And you go like, hi there, exclamation point. Thank you so much for your interest in my newest piece, blank. put the title in there because when you get so many DMs that you're sending off, you're going to want to remember which piece it is that they're wanting to purchase. I'm going to attach all the information below. And then I put prints. Prints, 11 by 14, $65. 11 by 14 matted, $85. I don't know. 11 by 14 framed, $165. 16 by 20, da 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 da. Cards, da 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 da. What all those, oops, someone is not muted. What all of those mean. I make sure I break that up. Remember that these are not typically artists. They do not know what matted means. They don't know what framed means. They don't know what this type of jewelry means, whatever that is.
Right.
I'm going to pause really quick because this is really important. I don't want to be. Guys, who's unmuted? Please mute yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Nope. Wait,
Just go over there and get plastic.
Oksana. Okay. Can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Okay, we're good. Ah. All right. I don't remember where I was talking about. Posting sale. Oh, yes, posting that. And at the very end, this is the easiest way to close a sale. This is just psychology, guys. Give them an out. That sounds so counterintuitive. It's the craziest thing. But you need to, at the very bottom of that post, after you've given them the information, after you've shared everything, if any of these interest you, please let me know, or just let me know. If not, zero worries. Zero worries. I'm so grateful that you asked. Because you're taking the pressure off of them to have to purchase. It doesn't make you seem like you're in need of a sale. It doesn't make you seem like you're after it by any means. All you're doing is laying the information there. And if you're interested, let me know. Huge. I can't even explain to you how many times, if people do not purchase, and this is what I'll say, if people do not purchase right then and there, because you'll get, I'll get there in a second. They'll come back. They feel more welcome and more safe in a space to ask what your print prices are for that piece, what that looks like, yada, yada. You're going to get used to the people who specifically keep asking for prints and then don't follow through, which are always fun. Send them anyways, but give them an out every single time. No pressure. There's zero pressure from me. You never have to purchase a sale. And that's just a good heart posture to have, guys. Don't ever chase after money. I think that is what I want to cover. We're going to do a quick break. And I'm going to hit you with a Q&A. And we're going to answer all your private questions, all your personal questions. I can go through your Facebooks. We'll go through different things. If you need help writing your posts, questions about art, questions about art groups, I'm going to be here to serve you guys. So all you need to do, you're going to raise your hand. So I think you click on more and then you go into reactions and you just hand gesture and raise your hand. If you have a question, what I want you to do for the next 5 minutes, go fill up on tea, go get some coffee, get some water, go to the bathroom because you're not going to want to miss the Q&A. I think it's one of the most helpful sections of every workshop that I do because we're just pouring into people in a very specific way so that you can apply it to your personal journey in our business. All right, I'm going to go get more tea. Everyone a minute. That's hilarious. I can't wait to close my Facebook business page. Okay, so make sure everyone raises their hands for questions so that I can make sure I get to them because most of the time I can't really see the Q&A while I'm talking, going back and forth. I'll try to look through at the end, but if I miss it, I'd feel really bad. So just make sure you raise your hand. And if you don't want to be seen, just turn your screen black. No one's going to judge you or anything like that. I'm going to try do this. Okay. Janice, hey girl. Yeah, oh, you have to unmute. Oh, I love your hair. Yes.
Okay. Not my first rodeo, and I still didn't unmute myself. Um, okay. Thank you again for doing this, but how do you create DM groups? You said, create these DM groups.
Yes.
I don't know how to do that.
Let me share. Let me see if I can share my screen and try to do this with you guys.
Okay.
Let's see. Share my screen. Share. Okay, let's see. Do I need to be in the actual DM thing? Hold on. Might not. Let me see if I can do this. 222. I need the actual DM thing, don't I? I don't know how to get to DMs from. Okay, so let me tell you about this. I am great on my actual phone. I think it's like being a normal person, not on the internet. Oh, here's a message. Hold on. I wonder if we can get to there. Do this. Can I get to messages through this? Can I not get to messages through this? Where is... Oh, I hate online. I literally cannot stand it. Okay. Oh, wait, look at the button, guys. Ah! Okay. Active status off. Yes, ma'am. Why is this not? I can't stand this. Okay, let me see if I can do it on my phone really quick and see if I can figure it out from there. So I think it'd be a little easier if I do it, because I think at the top when you're on your... Okay, yep. So let me see if I can do it from here. New message. No, it won't let me. Oh, create community chat. There we go. So it will let me do it on, nope, it won't. Okay, on your phone, when you click, let me stop sharing my screen so I can try to share it on here. It's gonna be fabulous. Okay, so you see that? There's a little double chin action there. Making out my friends. When you click on this little button to create a message on your phone, it will say at the very top, create a new group. You can't really read that, but it says create a new group. So then you're going to start adding people. You can just, oh, you don't have to. You just need to put your group name in. Da, da, da. See if I can. Yes. Okay. So this is what you need to do. Discard group. I just want to make sure I had that correct. You have to add at least 2 people to your group. So you have to have at least 2 people in your DM group to create it. So you want to do that post first, create the group second. When you do, you just push that little thing. It says create DM group, put in the 2 names at least that you have. If you want to make the group before it, just create 2 fake profiles, guys, and add them. Like, not a big deal. But that is how I would go towards that. But in your mobile phone, it's pretty much the easiest way I can figure it out. I don't know how to do it actually online.
Okay.
It'd probably be a lot easier if there was the DM app too. I don't currently have that on my laptop.
Okay.
The computers get me.
And then one other question, when you're posting in other groups, so like the butterfly group, and you said post your art, are you doing that in a comment thread, or are you doing that as an individual post for other people to comment?
Got it. I would do it as an individual post unless you're like, if someone's saying, what's your favorite butterfly? And you've created something that's super unique. Okay, I hate to say this, guys. I know it sounds super cringy, but I created this butterfly. It's my absolute favorite. This is what it means to me. And then you can comment it in a comment section. But typically what you want to do is do your own post.
Okay, I'll listen to everybody else. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
I know, me too. Thank you. All right, guys. Make sure after everyone's done raising your hand, you put your hand down and unmute yourself, just as a little PSA. I'm going to say your name wrong. Is it Lords? Is it Lourdes? Is it Luardes?
Hi, it's Lourdes.
I love it. Okay, hi, Lourdes.
Hi, nice to meet you. Sorry, I'll just turn my video on. But hi, thanks for doing the workshop. So I had my first question was about trying to storytell in your posts. One question I had was how to do that like over the course of your account without sounding repetitive, because I find that a lot of my work kind of comes from similar motivations or similar like stories.
Okay. I lost you there. I think you put your hand down for a second and I can't see you.
Oh,
Um,
sorry.
okay.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you fine. That's great. Let me see if I can
Okay.
find you. Okay. So your post, tell me about your art.
Sure. So right now it's mostly, so I do some portraiture, which I'm still exploring, but right now it's mostly nature stuff. And part of it's partially related to maintaining my mental health, which is kind of like the main, it's not obvious in the art, but it's kind of like the main motivator.
Okay. Let me, okay. And do you mind if I open your Instagram?
Sure. So
in-
it's,
Yeah, type in your name in the group chat really quick and let me open it and I'll share that. I need to open Instagram really quick though. And then
problem.
I'll share it, but that way I can kind of get a feeling of what you're talking about and then it can help me be better at this. Okay, copying.
Yeah, I sort of revamped it recently, so it's not I'm not sure if I've talked about it yet. I was kind of like still filming stuff about that. But some of the art itself is there.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. And what is always in my way? This is always in the okay, search. This one right here?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do this one real quick. Talk to me about this one really quick. What's it about? Why'd you create it?
Sure. So this is a work in progress shot, so it's not entirely finished. But this was kind of like a smaller practice piece, and kind of the reason I've been focusing on smaller pieces is because I find big pieces so overwhelming. And when I was struggling with my mental health, the first thing I usually do is kind of like make everything I have to do as easy on myself as possible. So that led to me focusing on smaller work for a while, and that's still continuing. So yeah, that's kind of the background behind this and some of my other pieces.
Heard. And so I'm 100%, I've got one section for you there. I'm writing it down as you're talking with the actual water. Where is this location? Do you know?
This was a like a photo from a free photo reference site, and so trying out water, it was oh, thank you. So water is kind of like it's not so specific and you don't have to be so tight with it, and like if you make a mistake, no one's really going to know, whereas like portraiture you have to be very, very like on point about everything. So I started doing water was kind of like my way like back into creating after not creating for a while because I was struggling.
Yeah. So I think the way to not make it repetitive, tell me about this one real quick.
Sure, that one. So last year, after I had come back to doing therapy, my therapist recommended I actually go out and like paint outside, which I had thought about doing, but I hadn't done before. And so this, I think it's the first like full thing I did outside. I have like other like small sketches I did outside, but this is the first like full painting I did outside. So this was my first time doing oil painting outside. And yeah, so that one's also kind of related to like it did come like directly from a recommendation from my therapist. So yeah, so that one's also really related to my mental health.
And when you say mental health, not to put you on the spot here, tell me about like anxiety.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just say that one of your pieces, and it's probably more. There's probably other things that, because mental health is such a full scope of things. So when you're talking to people about mental health, you really want to talk to them about them. So something that would catch me right off guard is, or right away is go out and paint outside. Go outside. You need fresh air. How often have you heard this from a doctor or therapist? So many of us are stuck indoors with technology, with electronics, with stuffy air, with dirty dishes, with laundry to do. We never get a moment to just breathe, to just take in the space, to take in our environment, to slow down, to slow our heart rate down. When's the last time you stepped outside? This painting is titled Forest Light. It's 8 by 10. DM or comment below if you need a space, or if you need piece of outside for your space, and a reminder to breathe. So that's how, and I'm not saying that you have to use that exactly, but that's where kind of my mind went when you can do something. Let me stop sharing really quick. When you're sharing something like that, and it can be the same thing. Each piece might have a similar theme with mental health, but it never has to be the same theme. And even on my pieces, when I touch on anxiety, I can touch on anxiety for every single piece. I don't have to. I can say something about not just the feeling of anxiety, not just the experience of anxiety, which can be something else, the after effects of anxiety, what it feels coming off of anxiety, finding those moments away from anxiety. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many different aspects of it. And what's going to help you the most is if you join a group for anxiety, for mental health, you are going to see women or men, whatever, pouring their hearts out, talking about things that they are struggling with. It's not only going to help inspire how you write these pieces, but it's going to help inspire your pieces altogether. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're reading this, you're not just, oh my goodness, I've gone through that experience as well. Talking to your therapist, having her tell you, oh, you need to go and do this, you need to go and feel this, you need to go and see it. And it's going to help start forming your words, because you're going to be able to relate to people like, oh, I thought I was the only one who started sweating in bed and couldn't breathe after, for 5 minutes. And it seems to be a common theme. Oh, I thought I was the only one who couldn't get to sleep until 6 a.m. because of this. And it's a common theme. So then you can start speaking into your community more and pouring into them in that way.
Okay, that makes sense. So like talk about different aspects of, like, you can talk about different aspects of the same thing and kind of reach different people that way.
Exactly. And the one thing too is, even if you have a community that's focused around mental health, not every piece has to be specifically speaking to that. Like when you're looking at someone like me, like my whole community is basically Christian, right? I mean, not everyone, but a majority of them. But I've got pieces about sex trafficking. I've got different pieces. I'm not stuck to just painting a Christian piece or Christian art. And it's the same thing with you. You're not stuck having to talk about mental health each time. You want to talk about escaping, about, going on vacation, about being at the scene and what that is. It doesn't always have to be, don't put yourself in a box, I think is all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Lauren.
Elizabeth, it's been so long.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. It's nice to see you. I've got 3 questions. So first question is, so you were mentioning how you can hide past albums and pictures and things like that. And as you know, I do mental health. I'm a therapist on the side as my full-time job. So I have to be really cognizant of hiding things on Facebook, understandably, if I make my profile public. My question is, I have one friend. Really, I don't have many people post on my wall, but my best friend just loves posting on my wall every day. So is that something that I need to start hiding? Do I need to prevent people from posting on my wall if I make it a public business page?
Such a good question. Yes. Not always. If it has relation to your art, like someone saying, posting, I received this, it's amazing, I'm obsessed with it, whatever. Sometimes that helps us in so many ways, right? And the really good stuff. But if people like your bestie are stuff consistently, hi, you need to stop. in the nicest way. Like, girl, I love you, but no. We can 100% hide people. We can 100% stop people from posting by restricting, like they need to have your approval in settings to post on your wall. But yeah, if that's that, yeah, 100%. I wouldn't have people just posting constantly. The one thing I don't like stopping people from posting because they do those kinds of things, like add the reviews, add the nice things, you know, the happy birthdays and whatnot. I don't want my DMs blowing up with 1,000 happy birthdays. Like, please put it on my page. I'll hide it later. It's usually for the birthday thing, guys, by the way, just do a post like, it's my 30th birthday, whatever, you know, don't do the balloons. I don't know. I mean, do them if you want. It's cringy. But if you do that, then people will comment under the post. But yeah, if I would just have conversations with people or just hide them or delete them. If someone posts, I have so many people who share other artists' artwork on my posts, like of lions. Elizabeth, this inspired me. They're like, is this not the most beautiful lion? My grandma does this all the time, not the good one. Almost snorted. And so I have to hide it because I'm like, Grandma. God bless her. But yeah, I hope that answers that part.
Yeah, nope, absolutely does. Question 2, you know that I love reels. I think I'm in the minority of people where I genuinely enjoy making them.
Yes.
And it is a big part of my storytelling. I know you said Facebook doesn't do so well. So should I be trying to convert past reels into videos? I do some time lapses, but you've seen my reels. You know that I focus much
Oh no,
on.
and I think everyone who's on this workshop are also going to see your reels because you're one of my storytelling people that I'll be sharing. Some of my favorite reels. So this is different for you. I actually would do reels, but this is what I would do, Lauren, just because I think I would like to see the difference on how it goes. I'm one of those trial and error people. You try something out and you see how it goes. So I would try both in video form and in reel form and see which one reaches your followers more, which one has more engagement, right? And doing one video, like the first one is a reel, doing the second one as a video and seeing what that reaction is. If the reel does better, then keep doing reels. If it doesn't, then go ahead and go to the video part because that's actually going to show the words that you have, which I think is a huge part of what you do, is seeing those words that you've created and that you've done. But honestly, I think that you can do all three too. So at the very end of your reel, like when you're done with your pieces, after you've gone through your 3 or 4 stories that you're doing and teaching this mythology and folklore and that kind of thing, you can just have one picture. And this is what I would do, is have one picture where you post it, you know, the final piece where you kind of explain in a message post type storytelling type of way what it is. And at the very end, comment or DM if interested in owning a print of this piece in your home. So that way you go through your reels, you're building up anticipation, you're building up the love of what you do, you're reaching a bunch of people or you're reaching your followers, and then you have that final post, which is going to bring in the sales.
Okay. So at the end of the reel, the final post, or after you post the reel, then do the still picture image post.
Yes. So like if Monday you post where you're working on the art and you're telling a part of the story, and then Wednesday you're working on the art more and you're telling part of the story, Friday you post the finished piece, the following Monday post an actual post.
Okay.
Because some people will not see reels who follow you, and those are the people who want to support you.
Yep. Perfect. And then my final question, which I think will be pretty easy. I know you said your experience has been that people will do well on either Facebook or Instagram, ergo good to try out both. But is also some of the potential there that by growing a Facebook following, you might have people that go, "Ooh, I want to find this person on Instagram," and then it kind of works to build it up both ways?
Yes, ma'am. 100%. And I'll even have, so I use I have a link tree that I do where people can
Just
go.
because I come near the door, don't mean you need to jump in there and get in my way.
This is my mommy. Stay away.
All right, someone needs to mute, but please don't at the same time because that is hilarious. Oh, there's the accent for me. I'm obsessed. But yes, so 100% I have a link tree where people can go, they can support me on Patreon. They can go to my Instagram and learn how to sell art. They can join me on Facebook for my adventures. There's different, my Etsy to buy prints or whatever. So there's different options there. But once in a while, I would just do a post and say, guys, if you want to see this in real time, and thank you, you got it. And send them to your Instagram. Like I've sent people to my Instagram before, especially because I have artists on there. And that's who I'm reaching. So yeah, I 100% would, and that's how it works out typically. And vice versa, have an Instagram and let people know, guys, I just switched over my Facebook. Join me over there.
Okay, so you do put your link tree on your Facebook as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If you want a link on there. And I think Linktree is just so much easier. Guys, if you don't have a Linktree, it's one of my favorite things just because you can hit everything that you have and that you do. And it's just something that's so easy. Instead of having like 5 different links, you can have them all in one link where people can click and go.
Perfect. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Hi, girl. All right, Kylie.
Hello.
Hello.
So my question is about prints and like print on demand and whatnot and pricing.
Yeah.
Because I'm still pretty attached to my originals at the moment. I'm pretty new at painting them and I don't want to send them out into the world yet. But so like as far as prints, I guess just what's your advice on those?
Oh, like in general, like everything.
Well, like a good print on demand place. I have a Redbubble right now, but like I'm only gonna make like $3 on a print, and that's not amazing for sure. So I just want to know like print pricing, where is a good print on demand? Probably.
Okay.
I think those are the main ones.
Hit this and then print on demand. I want to say that I scrunched my nose. My nose got really big, and that's how I know I'm the villain in my story. Like, like the Snow White witch, I totally feel it. And it's an honor. So print prices, let's start there. One thing that I started doing, so if you are new as an artist, if you are smaller, I don't know how to say that nice, you're just new to doing print stuff, I started very low. And I will be 100% full transparency that some of my lowest price. Guys, make sure you're muted. Make sure you're muted, please. I'm trying to talk here. I'm being so cute. I'm having a conversation with someone. Please mute. Okay. But the point is that I started at about $10 was like the first print that I did. And they were cardstocks. I got them for 60 cents. Now, when I searched for prints, I called and emailed so many places. I only did one style of print. It was an 11x14 cardstock bleed over. And so what I did is I got the cheapest pricing with the best quality. Like, they do those little test samples and everything. When I went up and I looked at prices that were like $4 a print or $16 a print, I was so disappointed. I was like, this is not good quality. So just make sure good quality, lower price. When you're starting off, I think this is the best way. I moved it up after I did a few at $10. I was like, this is not enough money because shipping, and so I moved it up to $25. I made more money at selling my prints for $25 than I did when I upped them for $65, and especially at art markets. Like I sold $3,000 of prints every single time I uploaded a thing because people wanted cheap prints. They wanted to give them as gifts, that kind of thing. So little did I know, it's just not how much you sell prints for. But you really want to increase as you start selling out constantly. So I never purchase prints before I have money, ever.
Smart.
That's just one of the big things. Like as soon as someone purchases a print, I'll be like, okay, so I'm going to order 20 of these prints because 6 people ordered them. I'm still making money if they're $25 that I'm selling them for, and I'm paying 60 cents for them.
All right.
With prints, when you are doing it, this is another recommendation that I will say, take a professional photo of them. Go get them scanned. Google art scanners, professional art scanners, professional art photography. Someone still needs to mute me. That's all I'm saying. Just make sure you're muted, not mute me, mute yourself. I'm fabulous. Mute yourself. But in that terms, you really want to make sure that you have a good quality photo. So my experience with this, I took my place to a gallery, my pieces to galleries for so long. It didn't matter what size they were, 8x10 or 5x4. They would charge me $125 for the scan. They would do all the editing. And then they up their prices to 175. And I was like, look, y'all, no, thank you. I found
Mhm.
someone else who does it for $40. The same thing. I just have to have Photoshop where I edit it now. Call
Yeah,
around.
I've just
And-
been using my own scanner, scanning it in at like 1200 DPI or whatever, something ridiculous. But mine is all on paper, so it's
Yeah.
small enough.
If it works and it's small, 100%, and as long as it looks good, that's the biggest thing. As long
Yeah.
as your prints are coming out in high quality where it doesn't look fuzzy, and if you need someone else's opinion, ask them the honest truth. Was my work fuzzy? Did you receive a fuzzy print? And you can always ask people who have purchased your work, hey, I just wanted to check in on print quality. I'm trying this new thing out, this new place out, whatever. Well, please let me know if your print came out fuzzy at all or anything like that. I've had to tell people like, hey, this is a fuzzy print that I received. And it's not out of meanness. It's just like, let me protect your business of what's going on. Like you need to make sure that it's top notch, top quality. But hopefully that helps with that part. If you're looking at more on how to price higher things, pay attention to your community. Start lower. If you're selling often, you're too low. You know, if you're constantly selling out and selling out and selling out, you're too low. You need to start upping your price. This is best done by saying, hey, I just want to let you know, guys, next week, my prices are raising by $10 for each print. If you want to send them right now while they're low, please do so. Give me 5 seconds. I'm going to go find this person I need to mute. Who's talking? I'm on the hunt. I'm not playing any games. There we go. Okay. And then for the next one, the print on demand place. First off, I hate Redbubble.
Okay.
I've never used it. Redbubble and Fine Art America. I don't know. It's like they feel like the Walmart of the art world, and they feel like they take everything from you, and it drives me freaking nuts. This is what I will start with. I will start saying that I have seen issues and people with issues that have an Etsy. I freaking love Etsy. That's not a print on demand place, but you need to know. I can get to there. I love Etsy so much. I pay for ads on there. I think it's like $2 a day or $1 a day, $30 to $60. I have never had a month on Etsy where I wasn't making at least $300. Now, give it that my art is a little bit different, but those ads have helped. Etsy is the art place. Fine Art America and Redbubble, people who are not artists don't automatically hear these things. They don't know about them. They're not like, oh yeah, I know about Redbubble. I go there all the time. Etsy has marketed themselves as the place to get unique gifts, unique and personalized gifts. You want something special just for your loved one. You want something that's for that special tradition that you do. It's on Etsy. You want something unique that no one else has. It's on Etsy. They've done so well at marketing themselves. So the average non-following, non-artist person, they're going on Etsy and they're looking for things. So I absolutely love it. Printful is the on-demand place, the print-on-demand place that I love the most. It will connect directly to your Etsy so that you don't have to worry about a thing. I will say, pause, Etsy takes 20%. Oh my gosh, they take 20% of all your profits. That's with all the fees and everything else. You need to up your prices by 20% to cover that.
So just put that in your price from the get-go.
Yes, 100%. And make sure it's free shipping. People love free shipping, psychology thing. But when you're doing that, make sure, that's why I sell everything on Facebook and I let them know it's going to be 20% more if you go into Etsy. Like everything's more expensive. And even in my Etsy prices, I'll say, if you guys want a discount, just message me, like send me a message and I will make sure that you get a discount. And then you can go through PayPal or Cash App or Apple Pay or something with me. Most people like the security of Etsy because it's like, oh, buyer protection. So having that first time interaction is safe and it's good, but I'll always try to get people to follow me on Facebook so that they can just purchase straight from me after that first purchase. But Printful. Printful has the nicest prints. I'm going to see if I don't have any. Of course I don't have any prints. I sell them all. They have such nice prints. They're a little bit more expensive. So they're like $8 to $14 for those nice matte style prints. But if you up your prices to 50 to 45 to 60, you really don't have to worry about having an 11 by 14 that sells for that much. I think the 16 by 20 is, oh gosh, $13. I sell it for $180. Like, but it's beautiful, beautiful paper, and I call it the archival style paper. And they ship it nicely. They tube it for you. You don't have to do a thing. It's so lovely. On top of it, Printful does stuff like phone cases, which we
Mhm.
love, and they do like and it's nice quality. Like it's not ugly. It's beautiful. Of course, you need white lining for this, but really good quality stuff. I don't typically recommend canvases from them. I think I've only had one canvas. It's just so much work because you have to go into Photoshop and you have to add the borders yourself to be mirrored or blurred. No offense if you guys do this, but I think it's super ick when there's just like a white or black border and your picture's right there. Like it just doesn't scream professional, where the sides would be either painted or mirrored or blurry. And you'd have to do that yourself in Photoshop, and it's just so much extra time. I am like completely against wasting time as an artist. You have things to do. Obviously, you guys know this about me. Don't waste your time. Scroll past things you don't like, but seriously, you should be creating. Don't waste your time doing silly stuff. So I don't even offer canvases anymore. And if they do, like you're spending hundreds of dollars to get me to go out of my way to get you a canvas. But yeah, Printful.
All right. I will check out Printful. Yeah, because on Redbubble, I was having it and it was trying to sell like me to buy a print, my own print. It was like $16 just for me to buy the print. And then they charged, the 20% or whatever else extra for that. And so I haven't even bought any of my own prints to like see if they look nice. So
Yeah.
I was just like terrified that somebody's going to actually buy something and I have no idea what's going to get sent to them.
Printful's quality is good as long as your quality is good. And then
Okay.
if you sell a certain amount on Printful, they actually give you discounts. So you can get like 3 to 10, whatever, discounted items, like up to 30 or 50% with free shipping. So you can test out your own item, which we love.
Okay.
So that way it's a little bit nicer, but
A little peace of mind.
yes, yes. And you can always too to see how a print's going to come out, because it's really the quality of your picture. You can just go to a local printer, have them print it out for $1, 60 cents, whatever, check it out, see how it looks. And if the quality's good on there, it's most likely going to be good on Printful.
Okay.
All about the quality of photo.
Okay. And how important is like, I might butcher this word, but like Giclée? Is that what it is? The like archival ink? The Giclée, or I don't know.
I think I know what you're trying. Gicle.
Yep. Yeah, that one. I think it's pronounced Giclée.
Guys, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Okay, I've never fit into the art world. Fancy art terms. People would be talking to me about art stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Excuse my language. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But I knew what you were trying to say. You probably have it right. I have it wrong. I don't know. I pause real quick. The first time I ever said archive out loud in front of my husband and my sister a few years ago, I had never heard it. While reading it, I said archives. Guys, to this day, I am still made fun of. So anyways, you're talking about how important are they to make, like the canvases and stuff.
Right.
In
Yeah,
terms
to have those, I don't know, like status symbol, is that mostly what it is? Like
I don't know, guys. I will tell you, I sell thousands of dollars of work. I don't do Giclées.
I guess, all right.
Please.
Giclées.
I got all day for this, guys. Is it pronounced Jick or Gick? No, I don't do them. I don't think they're important. If you go into a gallery and they say they require those types of prints, they will let you know. And you would have to go. I'd go to the professional place though at that point, where a gallery would make your canvases for you. But no, it's just not required to sell. It's not required to make lots of money. And again, if someone says, I want one, what I would do is call Google and say, hey, do you guys do this? How much would it cost for a 16 by 20 of this piece? And they will tell you exactly how much it's going to cost. And then for you going into all that work and having to do it, this is extra. So this is like $600. If you'd like one of these, doing that extra work and stuff, market your price. And that way, if people are super uppity and snobby and they want that, and they're like, I just want a canvas on my wall, I don't want to frame a print or anything, then you just charge them extra, because those are the type of people who would have a problem with regular prints.
Okay. I think that's all my questions that I have.
All right, girl.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if people want to argue in the comment section about the giggles, or anything that I'm saying, I totally don't mind, guys. You have at it. If you have a better experience than I've had or a different experience, look, people are correcting how I'm saying it. You can totally do that. Okay. Misty. I'm never offended if people argue with me. I love it. Do it.
Hello, I'm here. For some reason, it won't show my actual face.
You're good.
Thank you. I had a few questions. First, sometimes I tend to get like information overload, and like, what do you think is the first thing that we should do, or if you have like an in order, like of all the things we talked about?
In terms of Facebook, yeah, the first thing I would do is go and hide anything you would not want a stranger to see.
Okay.
Yep, just a non-person. Hide your family, hide those pictures, do that kind of thing. Next is I would create that profile. I would go on to settings and go to create new profile and start another one where you just have a picture of you and your family, or if you are a specific type of person who wants to post certain things or sell your pyramid scheme stuff, do that all on that on that profile. And you could do that. And then the next thing would be to do that post on your new art profile page. Hey guys, I just want to let you know, I'm going to be changing this page into an artist, or I'm going to be sharing my work on here. If you would like to see personal aspects of my life or yada, 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 you can go to my new profile and just tag your new profile in there or share the link.
Okay.
And then the next step I would do is I would change your profile to professional mode.
Okay. Okay. Then change to professional mode. Okay.
Your very next post should be like the following day, the day after, whatever it is, letting people kind of engage on that first post. The next post should be your first art post, like sharing it, kind of talking about it, and then go out into groups and start finding people, start finding your people, start joining, start doing some recon work and finding out where you would share your work at.
Okay. That was my next question, was about how to like figure out the messaging and all that. So I have a nonprofit that is about cultural preservation, telling Black stories and like for wellness and community. And that's what my art is about too. So I'm thinking maybe I can, like, I want to use the artwork to fund, you know what I mean, to let folks know a portion of this goes to this.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I can use it to help craft my messaging.
Yes. And you're wondering how to word that, or?
Yeah, and how to just kind of blend it all, because yeah, it just became clear to me that I can do that.
Yeah, I think so. And this is something that I do because I always love it. Your nails don't look like you make that much money. A huge amount of all of my art sales goes to something, right? Like people will not know this. I always say it's between me and God, unless they give me permission to share or unless I feel called to share it. But like I'll do a whole series of pieces and everything I make from there will go to a family in need that I know of, or my art pieces will go into doing murals in safe houses or abuse shelters for women and children. And so I don't have to post that with every single post I do.
Right.
Once in a while, I do share my mission. They do get to know who I am. So you can have a why post. Let me tell you who I am. And you can pin that. You can pin multiple posts too. But you can also always pin that. You can say, this is who I am. This is what I stand for. This is where my artwork is going towards. This is what I believe in. This is what the community is. And when you are phrasing this, I really want to stress this. And you are welcome. Again, if you go on my Facebook page, if you go to my page, my profile, but you know what I'm saying. If you go to the link in my bio and click on Patreon, it talks about my message, my message, but I explain it in a why, how, and what form. So the why would be we live in a dark world where sex trafficking happens to children all across the world and women are abused. And I kind of go into my heart on protecting women and children. And then I say, how I do this, how I help these people is by going in to these places, these organizations, these shelters, and painting for them so that they are known, that they know that they're loved, they are seen. I have conversations with them, I spend time with them. I try not to adopt every single one that I come across because, oh my gosh. And at the very end, I'll say, I'm an artist, or I'm a Christian artist. I'm doing this for what? And you can say, you know, you're an artist. You're doing this because of this. So that's the why, how, and what. You really want to form your post like that. You want to draw people in that very beginning second, like you're doing something and you're helping with cultural preservation, or you're speaking, you're sharing Black voices, whatever that is. Like make sure that's like the highlight, like right there, like draw me in, tell me what you are doing, why you are doing it, how you're doing it, who you are. Is the what.
Okay. And you talked about raising your prices like to cover things. Is there ever a reason to lower them?
Oh yeah, so this is such a touchy subject. People be like, don't lower your prices. Oh my goodness, I'm such a fan of lowering prices. I've lowered prices before all the time. One, you just have to know your community, right? And so if your prices are too high and you're not selling anything and it's piece has been in your basement for 5 years, what is it doing besides collecting dust? It's not being loved. It's not being used for the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, 100%. And I wouldn't even just say lower your prices. You can. What, you know, if someone asks, you know, how much it is, and you were been saying it's 1,600 and now you're at like, oh, it's 900, whatever. No one's going to know. That person's not messaging everyone else you messaged a year ago. So it doesn't matter. You get an extra $900. Or my favorite thing to do is when pieces are not moving is an auction or a raffle. Hands down, every single time, these are my go-tos. I typically would recommend starting with smaller pieces. Do not go above a 16 by 20 or something that would cost you thousands of dollars, especially while you're just still building up your community. But when you're doing auctions and you have, let's say, a DM group where they know you're doing an auction or a raffle of some kind, it really helps to, one, get that piece out of your house, out of your basement, out of your attic, helps it to be loved, and it gets money in your pocket right away. And then you have more room to do stuff. Like, I've never understood keeping art around just because you're stuck on something being $3,000. Now, if you've spent your entire life, all your energy, your blood is in there, you've done some weird stuff, I don't know, that is like the piece of your life and you do not want to get rid of it, don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it. If you want to do something great with it, donate it to a children's hospital for a sponsorship, you know, so they can make money doing those fancy rich people things. What are they called? Dang it, guys. The word. Anyways, you know what I'm talking about. Everyone knows what I'm saying here. But yeah, so basically on Facebook, all I would do is say, someone asked me, what do you host auctions? I do it on Facebook. I can do it on Instagram. I did do it on Instagram before, you know, mentoring and stuff. Just do a post of the picture that you're trying to auction, let them know, auction time, give them your rules, $5 each, no end date. I cannot stress this enough. People will wait to the last minute trying to get cheap stuff. No end date. You'll do it after 3 days of no engagement, right? And you'll comment, make sure you comment 3 days left, 2 days left after that 24 hours. So it bumps up higher in the feed, but just, you know, that kind of mentality. You have to be willing to let it go for a lower price though, than you might have been expecting. It's nice because you're able to see kind of where your followers are and where they are pricing your art and what they value it towards. So again, do something that doesn't take you a long time. If it's been, you know, 2-hour piece, something that's been sitting in grandma's basement for 10 years, I don't know, but start small, start low, start with something that's not going to tear you apart if you do not sell it for $4,000. Never an issue to lower your pricing though. And you can always do it. So this is what I do. Every February, except for this last February, because I was sick, every February, I lower my 16 by 20 prints to like $80. Again, they cost me $14, but I say half off of my 16 by 20 prints, maybe it's $90 this month only, right? And so that way you get a huge surge and get like, you know, tons of money coming in because you lowered your prices, but you're doing it as a limited time lower price.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. I talk a lot.
No, thank you so much. I'm taking so many notes.
All right. Allie.
Yes, hi. Sorry if it's a dumb question. I'm struggling to find where do you go to switch and get this new account and still link them and all of that. If you don't mind sharing that. I just tried on my phone, but I keep seeing my linked Instagram account and I do see my business page because I do have the Facebook art page.
Yeah. Let me try to show you on my phone really quick, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, look, 10 years ago, I did a piece that landed on The Good Wife. You guys
Oh,
ever
nice.
had taste watching The Good Wife? Let me see really quick. Okay, so by the way, just a fun story while I'm doing this, how I ended up having a piece purchased by the Good Wife director of that TV show is that I was on Twitter back in the day when Twitter wasn't what it is now. And I posted the picture and I went to everyone who liked The Good Wife, those followings, and I liked their posts. I liked all their posts and I followed them. And it blew up so much after I had tagged the Good Wife people and the Good Wife director that they asked me to purchase a piece.
What is a good wife? Was it a movie?
It's a terrible TV show. Girl, oh, it's awful. It's so good. You have to watch it. Okay, so when I'm on my phone, and this might look different than you, there's a little profile picture right down here. And you're going to
Right.
click on
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And I have to scroll down to settings. And then scroll down to
Sorry, the settings and privacy one. Is it that one? That's how mine is called, settings and privacy, and then like
let me check real quick. You might have different. You have an iPhone, girl?
yeah.
Let me see. Settings and privacy. Oh, yes. Okay, so I was an extra step ahead. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then you click on settings again. Let me make sure I have this.
Okay. Yeah, I got there. Privacy of supervision.
On. Thank you for doing this because now I want to make sure I wrote it down. Hold on. I think that's where it is. Am I missing it, guys? Are you guys seeing it? How do you kind of know? You don't even looking. Should say new, create a new profile. Isn't this so fun? Why am I losing it? Hold on. Nope. I'm not making this up. I know I saw it yesterday. I double checked it. You're making me look like a dirty liar. Hold on.
Yeah, I know they change these things all the time.
All the time. Give me 5. I wrote it down. Just give me 1 second because I think
Yeah, no rush.
Yeah, it was just under settings, create a new profile. Why is it not showing up right now? Give me a second. Let me refresh my app. I knew you were there. I was so excited. Does anyone else? Mine shows up under Meta Account Center. Thank you. Let's look under Meta Account Center really quick.
Is it in See More in Account Center?
See, that's what I'm clicking on. Let's see. Add more accounts. I mean, you can add more accounts there. That is an option. Thank you, 100%. So if you click on see more and you go to accounts, you can add more accounts right below it. But there was also another place. Truly, yesterday, I should have screenshotted it. Screenshotted, is that a word? Don't know. But it was like right under audience and visibility. I swear it was like right there. And it was just saying add an extra account. And it came up with a whole different page than what I'm seeing there. If I find it, what I will do is I will make sure I post it in my stories. But otherwise, yes, you can add an account from Account Center. Make sure if I walk through it real quick. Add account. Yeah, because this is different. What happened is when I clicked on it from the Facebook settings profile page, it showed a random white page with like a blue logo almost, and it said show another side to yourself, and it was like an extra piece of it. So if I find it, I will make sure that I post it both in the video in the comment section, and I will post it in my story so that you guys can see it, because it's gonna bother me that I can't find it right now. And again, yes, Facebook changes things all the time. Very frustrating.
Yeah, so when I click the add accounts, it tells me Facebook wants to use Instagram.com to sign in. So do I continue with that? Do I link them already? This allows the app and the website to share information about you, but my Instagram is there already. So this is the first message that comes up when I click this add accounts in the business thing.
I would be okay with you sharing your information with Instagram and Facebook. I think it helps hugely, and especially if you grow your account higher on Instagram, you can get that blue check mark on Facebook without having to have that 10,000 follower mark.
Okay. Got it. And then it takes me to Instagram.
Oh, someone found it under the arrow next to your profile photo top bar.
Under the arrow next to profile photo.
Oh, create a Facebook profile. Yes, you found it. Good job. Okay, so Lisa is the hero of the day. So right up here at the top where you have this little thing next to your page, you just click on it and it says create Facebook profile. And you can do a personal profile, which that's exactly what you want to do, and click next. Lisa, thank you so much for being on it. I swear they moved that though. I swear yesterday and last night. I even wrote down, click on settings, click on another profile. They move stuff. They're trying to make me look like I am, but that is so despite the point. How rude. Does that help, Allie?
No, so I didn't see that. So I didn't see this arrow. So where did you go? If you could share that over again. So I went to
Here's my main page, and then I clicked on the little face down there.
right.
And then right there next to my name up top.
Okay. Okay, so it shows me go to account center.
No, you would click, so right below 1, 2, right here. Well, if you have a page and everything, it should say create Facebook profile right here.
So I don't have that option.
You don't, and some of you guys don't either. You're shaking your head no. What?
Yeah.
That's because they don't like you. They actually sent me a message and said these people are the freaking worst. No, I'm joking. How she's like, okay. So that was a pity laugh. Have you ever heard of pity laugh? Okay, so if you don't, here's the thing, guys. You can just make a whole new profile. It doesn't have to be connected to your Facebook whatsoever. I think I have one where I was a personal trainer and it's called like Elizabeth London Trainer. You can totally make a separate profile. Just make another one.
Okay, so you recommend to get the brand new one, right? And it's gonna be started in 2024, and it's still fine rather than converting the existing one.
So if you get a new profile, you should specifically make it a personal profile and have people
Right.
you over there. Yeah, if that's because then it won't affect you to make it into professional mode, and you won't be limited on certain features. You also won't be sending a warning to people. So if you add someone, they'll let you know it's a new account, right? Which kind of is like a little red flag. So only if you have to do a new account for art. Otherwise, just get a new account and move people over there if they want your personal life.
Okay, got it. And then do you think because it's a fresh new page, will Facebook algorithm still prefer it and show it, and will it work the same
The algorithm just goes off of engagement. So if
Doesn't matter.
yeah, if it's a new page and you don't have any followers, your post just is, they're not just going to be shown to anyone, right? So you have to have that
Right.
type of engagement and build up, which is also why we do the old Facebook and use it, because the engagement is going to be there. People are going to comment, people who support you and your friends and family. But if you're posting your personal stuff on a new profile, it doesn't, I don't know how to, it's not an offense way, but it doesn't matter. Like people, you're posting a picture of your house. Okay. Like it's not going to sell you anything. It's not going to grow you as an artist, not going to help your business anyway. You're just now kind of sharing how social media used to be. Like, hey, I'm at the grocery store. I don't do that. Don't post that. That's weird. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and please, guys, as a big, huge thing, you are going to have strangers on your account. Do not post when you are on vacation. Do not post when you are out somewhere. If you want to post that, hey, I went to Vegas, post it a few days later. Do not share that with people, because people
Okay,
are
got it. Thank you.
all right. Kat,
Hello.
hello.
Okay, so I have a few questions that relate somewhat to that. I have 15 plus years of Facebook things. How does one go through all that and just move it? Like it seems like impossible. I am a serial poster, so it seems like it wouldn't work.
Only if you think it's inappropriate and going to hurt your business would I hide it, or if it's friends and
Okay.
family stuff. Like if it
Yeah.
doesn't matter and it's just silly sharing posts, don't worry about it. If it's gonna make someone angry, maybe, but the big now you can stop all of that. That's the nice thing. Going forward, like not, or just find another, do it on your other page. Be a serial poster. Hey, do your thing, girl. There's no judgment here. But what was I gonna say? When you're doing it, when you're going through and you're hiding or you're creating stuff, if you have a lot of stuff where you don't want people to see, before you add more people, do some posts, because people are lazy. They're not going to go through 20 posts plus, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you just keep posting your art on a day-to-day basis or progress pictures, stuff like that, then do it, spend a month building up your page and help, the people you have there. No one's going to go and find it.
Okay, that's cool. I will do that. Also, I know in your other your Instagram webinar thingamajiggy, you mentioned have a picture of your like your own picture, but I wasn't sure. What about my logo that people would recognize? Would you go with the logo or would you go with like my face?
Go with your face. And two reasons for that. One, logo, I mean, it's just not a connecting thing. You can have your logo on your website. You can have it on your packaging because that's part of your brand. You can have it throughout different things on different areas that you have professionally. When it comes to you and your profile, you want people to be able to recognize you, to know that you're like an actual person and not some old sweaty guy in the basement trying to get grandma's money. And let's just remember this, that the Facebooks have the older generation. And so they're already not trusting because of how many scams they get and all these mess, you know what I'm saying? So like, we want to make sure like, hey, and especially, we have kind of a bonus as being females and saying like, we're decent, we're good, female, like, hey, older grandma lady, we're going to be good. But two, if you ever get that blue check mark, which I do recommend once you've hit, a certain amount of followers or you've growth, because certain bonus and perks come from that blue check mark. You have to have your profile picture. You have to have a face on there where they recognize you from your ID. And so changing your profile picture, I think, hurts you in the long run when that happens. So if you change your profile picture and you were a brand before and you're a face now, people are like, I don't know who that is. I'm looking for the white brand circle with the little flowers on it, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And on top of it, when they make you change it, and I found this out the hard way, they make you change your profile picture to when your face is there, it will not pop up as something that people like. Like I went from having 800, 1,000 likes on a profile picture. And when they switched it over to this new profile picture I was required to, it wasn't a post, it just happened. And I'm like, no, people can't like a cute face. But People are
Come
gonna click on this and be
on.
like, she's a liar. She's a dirty liar. This isn't who she is.
Yeah.
So you really want your profile picture to create that connection and that safe space.
Okay. And then the last thing was, how much time realistically would you consider a good amount of time to build your audience and see growth? Like, it feels like now that I've taken all these amazing seminars that it's like, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to be a slave, like to my socials, which is fine, but not realistic because I have another job.
That makes it extremely hard. So when you have another job, which 90% of us do, right? We're working stuff. It is so hard and it takes a lot longer because you do need to pour into your social media a good chunk of time. So an example is, and this is insane, I was working 105 to 115 hours a week. Insane. I had my own business. I was a personal trainer back in the day, and I'd go to all the fancy rich people, white people's houses. Hey guys. And I'd listen to them complain about their husbands and children. This is great. And then I got home and I'd be spending time on social media and creating like hours.
Mhm.
2-3 hours online doing different stuff. And of course, if you're at a session at 6 p.m. and you're trying to message people, it's really hard. It's really difficult.
Yes.
But it took me a year
Okay.
doing that. So working a full-time job and only creating a few pieces when I could, because at nighttime, you got kids, whatever it is, all the situations that we have in life and building up. It took me 1 year to reach, I think it was like 4,200 people. The weekends are going to be your best friend. And
Yeah.
pushing that and playing the game a little bit more. When you have more extra time, when you're not working a job or anything else like that, and you're spending, it can happen so quickly, right? You can grow so incredibly quickly because you have all day. Like, just be online, be on your phone, start working, build connections and that kind of thing. But it really does. It takes a good chunk of time. And I try to tell people this, that unless you happen to go viral with the right post, and even then those followers suck sometimes. If you happen to go viral, that's an easier way to gain people, but that community is not the community you want. You want the community that you poured into, that you've spent time doing this with and growing. This is what I call foundation building. It is how badly do you want this, that what you do today actively affects what your results are tomorrow, the next week, a month from now, a year from now. So the only time you don't win is when you quit. That's the easiest line. But all these people, except for the people who happen to go viral, that you see with all these higher followers and all these higher views and likes and everything, they have been doing this for years. They have thousands of posts. They have all the hours that they worked trying to build their community. Like, they make it look so easy and like, oh, it's so wonderful. No, they've been spending so much time building this up. And that's all this is. It's a constant build. It's every time, if you have to sacrifice watching Love is Blind on Netflix, don't do it. But if you had to sacrifice watching Love is Blind on Netflix, on social media, like, or watch it at top while you're doing things, while you're commenting, while you're engaging with people, like, it is a sacrifice. In order to be an artist, to be a full-time artist, you are a CEO. And I talk about this all the time, but, and I'm talking to everyone, not just you, but just in general, like, I'm not pinpointing, you need to be, but you're a CEO of your business. Like, this is a sacrifice. You're going to lose your social life in order to be on social media more. That's weird. But you're going to lose something. You're going to sacrifice something, time, sleep, whatever it is, your clean house, in order to make this work, to be able to create and to be able to love people correctly and build a community, to be able to sell and then to print and ship things. Like, there's always going to be a sacrifice made. Is it worth it?
Yes. At least to me. And that sounds it's such great advice and just kind of very encouraging. So I thank you for that.
Is that your only question?
Yeah, I actually have to run and watch Dune. So
See you later, girl.
thank you.
All right. Before I go to the next question, really quick, guys, go pee. Get some tea. Get some coffee. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. I know someone asked how long does this workshop last? I just want to be completely transparent. This is why most people do not take my live workshop live. They always watch the recording because I do go on. The Q&A is something that I do specifically for people who purchase a live. I feel like it's so important to be able to make sure you guys can apply this correctly. So I will always invest more time into things like this, which is why it's so cheaper. It's so much cheaper to grab the live than later because I realize, oh, the extra information and time we're spending. Okay. So let's get ready for our next question. Life with RJ.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hey. I have a quick question, right?
Yeah.
So when marketing your art, should you kind of like showcase like the different products you're offering, or should you just stick to one thing until you get traction? Because I've been like marketing my art on Instagram and on TikTok, and I'm just getting the likes and some engagement, I think. But your words of wisdom are very encouraging when you say keep going. So I just wanted to get some insight and some feedback on that.
Yeah, throw me your Instagram handle really quick in the chat area.
Life with RJ Art.
Oh, okay, that's I got that. Hold on.
That's me.
Let me see really quick. I gotta share the screen first. I don't know why I'm so bad at this. Okay. Share screen, Life with RJ Art. Okay, let's see. Move you guys this way.
I have to mute because my toddler is back here making a whole bunch of noise.
Okay.
Yep, that's me.
All right, girl. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna move this back over here. Okay, so when you say you're showing your different products, talk to me about that on what you're selling. Just art in general?
Yeah, just art, because I came on originally to do surface pattern design, which I'm still interested in. I'm working on finalizing my portfolio in the back, but I just chose like one lead product that I could possibly sell, which is my long neck ladies artwork. And those are the Caribbean inspired, energetic, vibrant work you see on my page. And so I wanted to kind of like get a little bit more traction like that to attract more buyers and more sales. I don't know if I'm doing something that's, maybe I'm doing the right thing. I don't know. Or maybe I'm not. And I did take your advice in removing artists out of my my bio and put something else there. Sure.
Good. Yeah. So what you want, you want to try to remove like visual arts. You want to do more like either storytelling or digital creator or something. And I'd watch out for that abstract word, but otherwise it looks great. I actually have quote unquote looks great. Well, I have some stuff that I share with my with bios in the live Q&A I did, and I do the exact prompt that people can use in ChatGPT. I just haven't released the live Q&A yet to the public. But really quick, so with your work, just so I understand your question, what would be a different product that you would want to show? And if you're asking that,
maybe I can possibly turn these into stickers, into phone cases, and even into like undated planner covers.
Yeah,
because I've done that already, but I'm not really marketing because I don't want to be too all over the place, so to speak, with what I'm offering, and I don't want to confuse the buyer. And I don't know if that's something that confuses the buyer.
Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Okay, so this is what I would do. First off, your work, you can 100% post it as normal. And at the very bottom where you're saying like DM me if interested, I think that's enough of like a quote unquote selling pitch, more to say, because if people are interested, they're going to 100% purchase it. When it comes to like phone cases and putting your work on there or tumblers or anything like that, how I go about this is I do unique items of the month. And so builds up, I have kids too. It builds up FOMO, which is so big in the art marketing world, that January, let's say I just do notebooks in January, and those notebooks in January are very specific to only the new work that I have done the previous year. And so next January, those will never be available again, except for I do like the top 3. The top 3 most sold will stay for each year. But otherwise, you'll never have a chance of getting these notebooks again. You'll never have a chance of owning a phone case just like this. It's all unique items of the month, but it stays the same. Every January is notebook month. Every September is phone case month. Every October is Tumblr month. November is puzzles and that kind of thing. So that way you're building up that you need to get it now. And then it especially helps if like, hey, for 1 week or 2 weeks of that month, you have a rise in orders for that specific type of thing. But no, you just need to be careful that when you're posting on Facebook, saying sale or putting a $ is going to lower you in the algorithm. So sometimes having a DM group where you have like a unique item of the month DM group. I don't have that, but it's something that's a potential so that people know, hey guys, I'm doing this post. Or just say, if you guys could leave an emoji below, even if you don't like it, or if you would consider sharing this, it would make, it helps the algorithm so that more people, more of my followers can see it. It works the same way, kind of like a call to action, just asking them to engage in some way, making sure you're engaging, but let them know how unique it is, build up that FOMO. It's only for this month. These are the only times you're going to be able to receive these prints, and go from there.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the tip on turning my personal Facebook page into a business page. I
Yeah.
started hiding. I just hit a whole bunch of locked, I want to say, locked a whole bunch of stuff. So that was rather helpful. And thank you for this workshop. This gave me some more insight, and I will take some of your tips and head on back into the world of social media.
Get it, girl. Get it.
Thank you.
Bye. Someone said I had the best laugh. Thank you. Okay, really quick before I take the next person, I just want to say I was on the phone with my sister the other day, and she goes, yeah, I was at Pizza Ranch, which is like, I don't know, a really weird Chuck E. Cheese buffet. It's weird. She's got kids though. We'll give it to her. And she was like, and I started laughing, and my husband said, you need to stop hanging out with your sister. And I was like, what's that supposed to mean? And she goes, and he starts laughing in the background. I'm getting offended. I'm like, what does that mean? And she goes, yes, he said you have the laugh from White Chicks, which is like the Mr. Hampton or whatever. I was like, I do not laugh like that. And she goes, yes, you do. It's your fake laugh that works up to your normal laugh. It's like your pity laugh. I was like, I do not. So I call my husband and I tell him this story. And I say, she said I had and I started laughing. I heard it. And he goes, you laugh like White Chicks. Before I said the White Chicks part, and I said, oh my gosh. Now you know. So, but thank you for the comment on my laugh. I have many laughs. All right. And then RJ, if you can take your hand off the hand reaction off, I'm gonna hit Miss Lisa. Lisa, oh my gosh, I love you. How are you? You have to unmute, girl. Oh, nope, still muted.
I did it?
Yes, you got it.
I didn't know if there was another Lisa on here. Okay. Elizabeth, thank you so much for doing this. All right, so you know, or may remember, because you're younger than me, I have a private Facebook group.
Yeah.
It is not public. You have to be invited in, or you can join and if you answer a few questions, okay?
Yeah.
In your opinion, does it matter if my private group remains private, or should I take it public?
If you're going to keep the group, I don't think it matters. People, unless you start growing exponentially and want people to randomly add you who have followed you on Instagram or Facebook. Like I have that happen sometimes where people will just find my pages because of my name, even if I don't run them anymore, or the same thing with groups. But honestly, I would just move all of your jewelry posts from there to your regular page and let people know I'm going to start posting this on my regular page.
The one thing about the private group, I will offer Okay, so I'm in a shop, I have to pay consignment, 20% on top of booth rental. I will tell people, and I don't call it a private group, I don't call it a VIP group, I use the word exclusive.
Yeah.
You're in my exclusive group. So they get first look before I ever post anything on my personal page. And that does seem to create a little bit of FOMO. Oh, she's going to go either into the shop or on her personal page. It does seem to be very helpful. You know, oh, can you send me a picture next to a ruler? I definitely like that.
Yeah. I think group is a little bit different than an actual page, but when you have something like that, I think your group is just a similarity to my DM group, only you're allowing people to engage and comment. So I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think
Okay.
I like that there's something exclusive. It's just like the DM groups where it's exclusive. And people
Okay.
who are in there are searching specifically for your things. I think that's huge, right? They're like, oh, I wonder if Lisa posted anything in there.
Yes.
So you have people who are actively looking. I think if you took that group and switched it to a DM group with your clientele specifically, I think it would be a lot harder to manage because of not knowing certain things about Facebook and not understanding, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. And to that end, you know, I'm in one of your DM groups, and I've seen where you've had to say, please remove your post. Sometimes older people do not know how to do that. How do you handle that? Do you message them a screenshot that shows them how to delete their post?
Yes. So, yeah, what I said before is like basically when someone does that, I private message them and I say, hey, I don't allow comments or thumbs up in the group because, and I let them know, like you're not in trouble, but what it does is it keeps dinging people and it keeps pushing up their messages and they get annoyed and they unfollow. And I never want to have someone feel like they have to unfollow. So what I need, if you can, do me a favor, click on your post, click on those three dots, click more, click delete, and then click delete for everyone, which is a lot for people sometimes. If they can't figure it out, that's when I say, not a big deal. This is your first time. Just please don't do it in the future. Or if it's a constant problem, I'm going to go ahead and remove you, but I'm going to have that one-on-one. I'm going to start sending a message just for you, just so we can keep peace in there with everyone else. I'll send you a message one-on-one.
Okay. Along those lines, have you ever heard of Project Broadcast, which is a texting service?
No, I have not.
I would suggest that you look into it because just like you mentioned, people reading a direct message, Project Broadcast, you do a monthly fee. You can schedule text and then they go out, you know, certain keywords will then trigger a reply. It's extremely intuitive. It's like once written, many times said, and it is incredible.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I switched from texting, although this is much easier. What you're mentioning is that it's done for you, but I definitely switched from texting to social media because I think, I mean, even with texting though, like are there certain texts that we hide versus social media? There's something psychology wise about having a DM where I have to go onto an app. I feel like we're addicted to social media, which I guess works out in our favor. It's a really good idea. So for anyone who's listening, texting broadcast and just look into it. If you don't want to pay a fee though, DMs probably keeping the
Are
same.
free. Right.
Yeah. I would suggest on Instagram, if you have the ability to, I don't know if that comes at 10,000 followers or 2,000, I'm not sure, but they have the broadcast option where you can share your work on there and it's like a DM almost to everyone who joins.
Okay. So finally, I'm just going to wrap it up. So my personal Facebook page is my personal Facebook page. I'm very reticent to take it into a jewelry page. Okay. On my personal page, I have an album for my jewelry, and people will see that as it flows into there. So for me, do you think go ahead and start a new personal Facebook page?
So this I'm back and forth because I see your post, so I know what you post, and I think that it will only help you
Okay.
to keep it as is. However, when you can't share anything anymore. That would be the one thing. So if you want to share things, if you want to share what I'm saying, like other posts, quotable things, that kind of someone else's post, anything like that, or if you want to share from a group, you can't do that anymore on your main
Yeah.
post. You want to share nothing. But when you're posting about your husband, about your family, specifically your situations and church life, that kind of thing, you're cultivating a community around your same thing because you're a Christian artist. So you're still cultivating that feeling of a very specific community. I don't think it hurts you at all. If your personal posts end up overtaking your art posts, I think it would. I would say, as someone who shares personal life things, it's just every once in a while, unless I'm dying of the plague and sick or, down for life and people need to know. But I think there's a balance there where you want like 90% art or 85% art and the rest to be personal stuff.
Got it. Got it.
If you
That's
want
very helpful.
Good. Yes, great. If you want to share like how you've been sharing and sharing a bunch of posts and extra stuff, then you can make a separate profile.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're so welcome. All right, make it good. And yes, really quick, guys, I just want to say I met Lisa one time at an art market. This woman is like a model. You see her, she's like 6 feet tall, the beautiful white hair and blue eyes. I was like, oh, is this my friend? She's so fabulous. Okay, Laura, hi.
Hi, this has been an amazing workshop. I'm so glad I joined. I was wondering, as far as the art page and the personal page, how to differentiate for like maybe older family members. I don't know. I could just see like in the future, like a mother-in-law posting on what is now my art page and me having to redirect to like the other page. So can I add like Laura Knopp art? Like, can I add the word art to differentiate, or would that look weird?
Let me see what I got real quick. So I don't have art on mine. It's just Elizabeth London. I think you could, because they take art as a name. So I think you could, but the big thing is too, is that you can have artist on your, as soon as you scroll down, like if you go to professional mode, it's going to say artist. But the one thing that I will say is when I switched over from my page to my regular, it took a while for a few of my followers to realize that I'm only on my profile, but I stopped posting on my page. So it didn't take too long. It was just once in a while I get a message from like my husband's grandma or something on there, like, Ellie, I love your art, or something of the sort. Oh yeah, I go by Ellie sometimes. But you know what I'm saying? So like it won't be that big of a issue when you stop posting on your page and you're just posting on your profile. Did I answer that question correctly?
So I think you're talking about the business page, right?
Yeah, well, like when you stop posting on there whatsoever, it's just your profile that you're commenting on. Are you talking about something else?
Great question. I was talking about when you divide. So I'm taking what is now my personal profile,
okay,
and making that my art profile.
Yes.
And then I'm going to add a personal profile.
Got it. And you're asking what happens when your mother comments on one versus the other?
Yeah, like I just know there's going to be a transition period. Not everyone is going to see that one post where I'm saying this is my art page now. So can I differentiate them by adding the word art to my name, or do I not even bother with that and just with the understanding that there is going to be a transition period?
Yes, I would 100% just know that there's going to be a transition period, but when you change over to professional, your page will look different. And your thing is having a different profile picture. So if one profile picture looks more professional, if you have a piece of art in there, if you change the cover photos where one's more family-esque and one is more art-based, I think you're going to have that huge like, oh, I'm on the art page. But specifically, if you are posting your private pictures and your mom comments, cool. If you have your art page over here and your mom comments, cool, right? She's just commenting on your art post versus commenting on your family picture over there.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and especially with having the different like profile picture and cover page photo. Yeah. So then I had another question about groups. Like when you're joining groups, I know a lot of them have rules about like no spamming or anything like that. And that's not to say that I would go in a group and be like, buy my art. Definitely not. I would be
Yeah.
a lot more personable and sharing stories. But do you have a time period of like interacting with posts when you first join a group, or do you just go in with your first post, sharing your art and this and the story behind it?
I try to give a feel of it, honestly, of the group itself. It really just depends with each group. Like if you're joining a flower group and you just want to share a picture of the flower you created and a bit of the story with it, then just go ahead. If you're looking at a group of something like mental health, then I would go through and I would just kind of see what people are posting, what they're talking about. So that way you can relate it to what people are saying. Or, I don't know who posted this. Maybe you can help me find her, but she mentioned having increasing anxiety. And so, and I just want to share this with you. While I was going through high anxiety times, this is what I created. And you can always say, please don't say anything about purchasing. I just want to share this with the group. So I don't want to get this kicked out. I feel like it has a really important message or something of that sort. Kind of soothes it over with group admin if they're little nasties. Most of the time, you're not going to find group admins being nasties. You will if they are stay-at-home moms who have no life and really like to be you know who I'm talking about. Like you know who I'm talking about, and they just like to be little real sticklers. Those are the people who are the school hallway little orange things.
Monitors.
Thank you. Yes. My gosh. But yeah. So just finding creative ways to kind of get around that. And if you have those types of people and those types of admins, that group's not worth it. There are so many groups for every subject. Like it's not worth wasting your time with people who are just, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you I'm sorry, I had my list of questions written down here so I wouldn't forget. When you're posting on your art page, how often do you recommend posting?
Oh, really good question. The more you post, the higher engagement you're going to have, the more you're going to be seen, right? So I think I was doing it once a day, around dinner time, after work, whatever that looked like for a very long time. But not required. Facebook doesn't dock you for not posting. And I mean, sometimes you can post. I think I took like a month off because I was sick, chronic illness stuff, and I posted and it still had 300 plus comments and just kind of going back and forth. Like it doesn't dock you the way Instagram does. If you take a break, your people are still going to be there. The engagement's still going to be there. It's not, so you don't have to play the game as much. It's your choice. How much do you want your work to be seen? How much do you want to create that community feel? How much time do you have? Like protect yourself here. This is why Facebook is so stress-free. Like there's no requirement. You get to make it as you go and figure out what works for you the best and how much money, honestly, you want to make. Like obviously, if you're not posting very often, no one's going to see your work. No one's going to remember you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I had one last question, and that was about the work in progress pictures. You mentioned just post one and then like do the finished artwork. For larger pieces, since they take me more time, I usually post a few works in progress. Would you recommend changing that up, or is it okay as long as the works in progress are like different enough?
Yeah, I mean, and I would 100% make sure that there's a good growth, right? If you're going to do that, but once a week. So once a week would be the key of doing a work in progress picture. So if you're working on one picture and it's taking you 2 weeks to do or a month to do or whatever that looks like, having like, okay, Monday I'm going to post or Wednesday I'm going to post a work in progress picture so people can expect it on Wednesdays. And then Friday, Thursday, whatever, I'm going to post an older piece, kind of speaking about that a little bit more, or just, don't post until the next week if you don't want to. But that way you're kind of building up that anticipation and then sharing the final piece. I do the same thing with murals. They take me 2 weeks, right? Or 21 days, depending. And so showing like, this is the start, this is the second section, but once a week so that buildup can happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, Arthur. Arthur.
Hello.
Hello.
First off, I wanted to say thank you. And I didn't know that about your flowers in your painting. And I just have to say that I love my God's Children Not for Sale t-shirt that I've got from the movie. So appreciate it. I had one question, but somebody brought up something else that sparked another one. She had talked about repetitive descriptions
Yes.
of your artwork. Are you familiar at all with the artist Create?
No. Oh my gosh, but I'm terrible at names, so I might.
He's the one who inspired me to paint, so mine are kind of after his. They kind of have two subjects in them. The one that you may focus on is really a secondary subject. It would be like a little girl or car or a rocket ship or whatever I'm painting. And the rest, which I consider to be the main subject, is all pretty much abstract. And all really has the same meaning, which is from whatever the other subject is, we all have something inside that we hide, like a hobby or a weird quirk or a geeky moment or something. And we hide that, and we need to stop hiding it. We need to let all that explode out. And the abstract is the explosion of whatever we're keeping inside.
Yeah.
So that theme is the same in almost every one of my paintings.
Okay.
The explosion of whatever we're keeping hidden inside.
Yeah.
So how do you describe that 50 different ways?
I mean, honestly, I think that would be key. You can always talk about symbolism of colors too, on like you use blue. Blue is to represent, this specific thing. If you have that kind of artsy thing going on, you can always kind of bring that into each piece. But talk about something that needs to come out each time. If that's something that you're creating your community around, like anger and how that looks, and you can break down anger in so many different ways that you can use it in the future. Anxiety, and you can break down how that looks. Imposter syndrome, and you can break down how that looks. Like there's so many different things that people build in and keep inside, which is why I think it's really good to join groups like therapy groups, mental health, that kind of stuff, so you can get an idea of what everyone is carrying. And it's also a great way to bring engagement. Like, what are you carrying? What things are you going through right now that you need to let go, that you need to scream out, that you need to release? And people will give you different answers, which will help you with future posts as well, on having that, let me engage with other people. And I think and I'm sure personally going through things, and I'm sure you have people in real life, or people in the community that you're pouring into and that you help, that you can hear their stories. So that way you can help people throughout different times. Eventually, I mean, I think I've used a similar scripture multiple times. If mine's, if it's about anxiety, I'm touching on anxiety a lot of times, but I always creatively write it in a different way if I'm talking to them, because you can experience anxiety in so many different ways. So how does that look when you're throwing it up, when you're screaming it out, when you're releasing it, and using those different words too? Something that you can do, which I know people have done to me, is when you have a description and you've written something, if you take it into ChatGPT, you can say, can you reword this in a different, unique way? Can you rewrite this? You don't want to do that. You don't want to copy it right away and put it into a post, but it should give you a different perspective on how they're talking about different things. Or you can use ChatGPT to be all like, give me 15 points of that people experience having anxiety, or that kind of thing. You can absolutely use something like AI and pull it in to, oh, this is a trigger point I didn't realize. This is something that I didn't realize. This is another scenario or situation that I can speak into because I didn't think about it right away, but it's 100% true and a problem for my people.
All right, thank you. Now the question that I actually came up with was, as a person with a Facebook profile from back in the days when it was MySpace was breaking it, was the number one. I've got a ton of people on there that I have no clue who they are because of the old Facebook games.
Yeah.
And I have, of the friends that I have, they all pretty much have the exact opposite view of everything I do. So as a outspoken Christian, I have pretty much on my Facebook page made all them go away. So I'm afraid of doing that if somebody scrolls through my page, having switched it over to my art page. So I'm almost thinking better to start with a clean slate that I haven't pissed people off with, and just curious how to start and get people onto that page.
So let me make sure I'm understanding. What you're saying is that your page is currently not Christian and your art would be, and you would piss people off, or excuse my language, or you currently are Christian and your art is not, so it would piss people off. Excuse my language.
Actually, I am Christian, and my page will pick people off. My art, some of it's Christian, some of it's not. It's all about the inspiration of letting what's inside out. So if that's faith, awesome. If not, it's something else. It's the posts that I have made over the last 15 years on that page that would become my art page, that if people who aren't Christian or conservative would look through, it would drive them away from wanting to ever purchase or follow me.
Heard. Okay, so and this happened to me because I was not Christian, and then I was, and I started doing Christian art, and because things happen, right? When you find God and you creative and all this kinds of stuff. I actually couldn't see anything before. It was really interesting. I don't know how to say this nicely, but I would just say it with middle fingers in the air, like, who gives a if people don't believe, who wouldn't want to be a part of your life, who doesn't like it. Same thing, guys. Oh my gosh, most artists are not Christian. I don't give a flip. Like, I don't care. I put it on my page. They know I'm Christian. They know I do stuff for God. If they want to learn from me, if they want to see my work, if they want to see stuff, then they should not care either. And it's the same thing. So I have had people who I had an exodus with. People left. They didn't really want to see the Christian art. I had people who stayed who are not Christian. I have so many people. Okay, well, not so many people. I probably have like 300, 400 people on my profile of Facebook who are not of the faith. And if they get mad, okay, so, okay. The best thing about redoing and being who you are, and it doesn't matter Christianity or not, is you can find your people. So Arthur, my best suggestion would be is to do what I did. And I went to every single Christian group I could find. And there are tons of Christian artist groups, Christian artists, prophetic art, war room, prayers, Christian. And I added them all. And I said, I want my timeline to reflect what I believe in. And I want to see that every day. I need that reminder. I don't want to see darkness in the world. I need to see light. I need to see people doing good things and being yada, yada, yada. And if I have to hide the crazies, I will, because every group comes with crazies. I'm one of them. But you know what I'm saying? Like, build, and again, it's not just Christianity. Build your people around you. If you like horror theme, if you like animals, if you like the mental health aspect, whatever it is, build that community around you. The people who are in your past, who no longer want to support you, who want to fight you because of something you believe in or something you like, ew. We're all adults, right? We're grown-ups. If you're going to act like you're in 7th grade middle school, I don't want you on my page. If this is how you treat someone after knowing them for 15 years and you would act this kind of way, bye. Like, I say this in the most loving way, but those people are not your people. And when they exodus and they leave and they're gone, and whatever rude comments you get, know that the new community you form and you build up will be stronger than anything you had before. They will be there when you are sick. They will be there when you need help. They will be there, and they're going to be a part of your life because you're building something new. It's the leave the old town people, like when you leave your old hometown, things change. You're a different person. It's the same thing. Like, just let them go and be who you are. And I would 100% stick to that original page, because you're going to have people who, one, even if they don't know Jesus, if they love you, done. And third, I've had so many people who have found Jesus, and we've had conversations and testimonies, and I got to be there with them and experience that with them and walk with them through that. So I can't tell you not to get a new page, but I would say that there is more reward in keeping it as it is.
Okay. I just know there's like half the country that would not like half of my posts. So it's a big group too.
You'll
Hold those middle fingers up too.
take them off.
Personal life, I totally agree. I don't care. Like me or don't, I'm me.
And some people are opinionated. I mean, that's what you're going to find on Facebook, but it really is just like, okay, so if there's no one, I don't know how to say it correctly. There's barely any people who connect with me on a political level or on a mentality of Elizabeth level. Barely anyone likes country music or musicals. I can't even stand people. But you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's got an opinion, and if they don't want to be a part of it, then they leave and you find new people. Take on the middle fingers. Like, it doesn't affect you. They're behind a screen. And I say this all the time, but like, really, people need to scroll on. They need to hide. They need to unfollow if they want to. People really are embarrassing when they take extra time out of their day to say something nasty or to do something, which I just think is hilarious. But if you get any of those and you want a good laugh with me, Arthur, I am totally there for you. I will laugh with you. But yeah, I wouldn't spend too much energy or time worrying about other people, and instead think, okay, I've got all these extra people who don't believe what I believe. They don't think the way I do, and I'm going to bridge a gap. I don't need to convert them to Jesus. I don't need to do X, Y, and Z, but I'm going to show that, hey, I'm a person and a human being. I love like everyone else. I hurt like everyone else. Yeah, just be you.
All right. I'll keep the page.
Bye, sir.
Thank you.
Ivy.
Hello. Okay. So my question was mostly, how do I find these groups? I do a lot of flowers and especially sunflowers and waterfalls.
Yeah. Okay. So let me see if I can do this one I can do, I think. Let me see. Share the screen really quick. Let me go over to Facebook. So all you would do is go, where's my search bar? Oh, guys, come on. My little search bar right here. Flowers. Okay, so I just typed in flowers, and what you're seeing is groups. Beautiful flowers, fruits, vegetables, plants, butterflies and flowers, the art of flowers, God's word and flowers, amazing nature and flowers, beautiful flowers and garden nature. Obviously, you see mine because it's more of a religious one. But anytime you see flowers and you're searching in there, it should pop up with groups as the first thing you see. And you just see more, and you are just going to like literally join all of them.
All the things.
All the things that would fit into yours. You know what I'm saying? Like addicted to learning. Yes, please. All these people are going to be up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have all these messages. Kim, I hope you're on. But all those kind of things. You'll even have flowers in your area, like gardeners, that kind of stuff. So I would just search in that type of way. And if you can't find one like specifically for waterfalls, you can always do travel, vacation ones, ones that have beautiful scenery, photography, that kind of thing, art in general. Even if you get a lot of people for your flowers, it's not like they just like flowers. If they see a waterfall and they like it, they're going to comment on it, right? It's not just going to be, so even if I have a bunch of flower people I add, they're still commenting on my lions and my butterfly ones.
True. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay, oh, is that your question? All right, good.
Uh-huh.
So welcome. And then Ben.
Hello.
Hi.
So I have two questions, at least right now. So I started posting on my personal profile a while back just because I thought people would like to see it. And so I've been doing that for a while now, and it's basically become like what I'm doing exclusively on that profile. But given what you were just saying about kind of trying to make another profile for personal and all that, I guess I'm just wondering, how do I make the transition to a new kind of private personal profile if I've already been kind of posting on my, like, if I've already been doing that, like, because the whole like, oh, this is my art page now post would be maybe kind of weird.
So what have you been posting on your regular profile, if you don't mind me asking? Like,
Oh, just I've been posting almost exclusively my artwork on my personal profile. So drawings.
yeah. You wouldn't need to make a new post then.
Okay. Because
You've already been doing
yeah,
it.
I mean, I still have, so I mean, I do still, I have occasionally shared like other stuff. But like 99% of what I'm posting on that profile these days has been my artwork. It's been that way for, I mean, probably almost a year now, over a year.
You're ahead of the game. No, this was just for people because most of them, I think most artists have been doing pages. And so the one thing that we wanted to stop doing the pages where you have to
Yeah.
buy ads to be seen, because we hate
Yeah.
ads. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the page thing too. I was posting on both of them, and I just stopped posting on my page because the engagement sucked.
Yes.
And you know, people, my friends and family and people who see my stuff on my personal page really appreciated it. And I didn't have to do any like, oh, hey, this is my art page now or whatever. It just kind of is at this point.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, should I still make a different profile? Or is all my, you know, because I do have like from way back, because I've been on Facebook forever too. So from way back, you know, and I do have, you know, pictures and stuff of my kids and all that. Do I need to go like make a new, I guess that's where my question is. Am I still going back and now like hiding all that and deleting all that?
So when it comes to kids, honestly, I would hide them or create a profile that's custom. So something that you can do is writing a post like, hey guys, for close friends and family, or if you know them, like if there's only 10 or 15 people, you're like, these are the only people who should really see my children. You just click and, you know, make an album and then hide it to make that custom. So when you post in the future, if you're having your kids, only grandma and grandpa see it, or your parents.
Gotcha.
Okay. But what I
Yeah.
do is because I've been on Facebook for so long, since it like came out, right? Where I do through memories. So I'll go on memories every day and I'll kind of go through. And if there's some post that I'm like, ugh, I don't want anyone seeing that. Not that they would. I mean, if I ever became president of the United States, I want a clean search history of my social media, obviously. So you want to make sure you delete those kinds of things or hide them. But otherwise, I don't worry too much about it unless you have like a serial stalker. But you'll notice if you start having a serial stalker, they're start going like low into your family photos and it gets weird. But yeah, I really wouldn't worry about it unless just stop sharing, as in like sharing random posts like I talked about before. But if you're doing stuff with your family, again, if it's cultivating your community, it's fine. Like if I do a picture of me with a little pregnant belly, I'm not pregnant, but when I was, it's fine. Like if I'm on a vacation, totally okay. Just not, don't overfill it with it's the 90-10 thing, right? 90-10, 90% art, 10% you.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
And then the second question I have has to do with storytelling. And I guess the question here is some of what I draw are historical ships. So when I'm doing storytelling, am I telling like the story of like why this ship was important or like what happened to it, or am I like telling them why I think the ship is important? Like, is it more personal? Like, should it be more personal, or should I be just telling like? Because I've actually had a lot of fun in certain times retelling the story of, you know, this particular, what this particular image is capturing in the history of that ship. And you know, I've really enjoyed kind of really doing a creative retelling of that story. But, and I just, you know, is that the right thing to do, or is it, you know, does it have to be more like, why do I think that ship is so important, or is it both and?
Both, but I freaking love what you're saying right now. And actually, when I share my little video commentary on Instagram for Lauren's post on how she does storytelling, because she brings in folklore and mythology while she's creating this post, and you can hear her talking about it, the goddess of Athens, why, what pets were seen as. Same thing. People love that kind of thing. When you're talking about anything that's old,
Okay.
back in the day, the ship stuff, having any type of storytelling vibe, I think is so cool. And you can find a specific niche of people who really love historical things, ship things, you know, searching up groups like the Titanic and then doing that kind of stuff. Oh my goodness, people will love it. My recommendation, just as an extra, from the art mentor aspect, is instead of doing just posts, like I would recommend for Lauren, is doing the storytelling voiceover. So where you are actually voicing over the story in pieces where people can hear it in like a reel. And you can do this for Instagram too. I think it'd do really well. And making sure there's like a script and kind of explaining and pulling people into the story of the people who are on the ship. And especially if you're doing, like, if let's say the ship takes you 2 weeks, if you need multiple posts, you can tell a story. Go to the captain of the ship, talk about the people on the lower class, talk about, you know, different things, what happened to it, what experience, you know, that kind of stuff. I think that is fascinating.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Of course.
Yep. That was all I got.
All right, Ben. Good chatting. Mary Van Noy.
Hi, can you guys see me? Okay, hello. Okay, first of all, thanks. This is awesome. And if you hear any noises in the background, it is my small human. So, quick question. Just, I hear it all over the place where everybody's like, you have to have this, you have to have that, you have to do this. And a lot of it is like, you have to have a website. I don't have a website yet. I just have social media. In your opinion, how important is a website? Because I know you can do it on the Linktree, but like if I don't have that right now, am I just kind of shoot myself in the foot, or can you kind of roll with social media?
Little bit. I would do an Etsy. I would have at least an Etsy so people, one, know you're legit, and two, if they're uncomfortable buying from you through social media right away and they want something safe, you can give them that option. I think it's, but I don't have a website. I've never had a website. Someone offered to create me one and was even like paying for it for me, because I'm like, I'm not spending extra money. I'm very like, I don't even like using outside sources anymore. I went and bought my own printer because I'm like, this is my money. Like, I don't want to share it. And like, because I have other things I want to do with it that mean more to me than spending a middleman, right? So I just think it's really important to not get stuck on having a website if you don't have one. It's not a make or break of making money. And I know there's like galleries will sometimes be like, you need a website. Okay, well then I won't go to your gallery. I don't care. Not important. But truly, it's not regular websites, the fancy thing. It's not a necessity in order to sell work. It's not a necessity to come off professional, especially in the social media world. What's going to sell people outside of your story, outside of your art, is seeing the engagement. When they see, oh my gosh, 150 people have commented on this, you know, 400 people have liked this. Mentally, that means something. People are now registering you as like, oh, this person's legit. This person has a big following that they've grown and that they've cultivated. This community is something I want to be a part of. So it's all like a psychology thing, but you do not need a website. It's not required. I would recommend an Etsy. It helps people feel safe. If you need an outside source so that you're not just sending PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, that type of thing as payment options, you can give them that option. If they need to grow by 20%, if they want to increase their pricing by 20%. But yeah, so I would invest in an Etsy if you can, and do something small like that. And on top of it, again, Etsy, if you pay for the ads, if you want to invest a little bit more into Etsy and you do the $1 or $2 a day. One time I had someone find my account, do a purchase, and ask me about my commissions, which I don't do commissions. I do mystery paintings. And they ended up spending $5,000 from someone I never knew and I would have never found on social media because they don't have a Facebook, in order to do a commission. So I love having an outside source like that, that it brings people in when it's marketed well. And I think Etsy is marketed well. So that would be my.
I do have an Etsy. I just haven't really had time to do anything with it yet. So I think right now I have one thing posted on it just as an experiment, and I kind of need to take it down. But yeah, as far as like going on Etsy goes, I haven't really seen anybody doing what I do yet. I don't technically have a lot of competition, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So I guess I need to reinvestigate that. But also, I don't like the Book of Faces. I just don't. I'm going to try really hard with it. But I guess with what I do, because I do engraving on tumblers by hand. I don't use a laser or anything. It's all just is me.
Okay.
And technically, I don't really have a niche. It's you tell me what you want, and I put it on the thing that you want me to put it on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, on Facebook, joining groups, I mean, is it just join all of the groups for all of the things that I technically do? Like, I'm talking anime, pets, flowers, books, games, D&D, cars. I don't know. I've done all of it.
100%. So your clientele, I don't know, maybe not, is going to be moms. You know, like stay-at-home moms. Just 100%. Like, I feel like that's going to be one of your biggest clienteles. So anything about moms groups, we love mom groups. Craft groups, anything like that, because they're going to be looking for that specific thing. If you do anime, you post it. If you have a Tumblr where you do a Schitt's Creek engraving or a quote, you post it in a Schitt's Creek group. Like, I'm not joking. You find your people based off of that and posting wherever it goes. Like, if someone has the same thing with a t-shirt, right? If you've got a Harry Potter t-shirt, you go to every Harry Potter group you know, and you start engaging with people and be like, oh my goodness, someone posted this. I don't remember who it was. Make sure someone actually posted this. Don't be a liar. But I had this t-shirt and it just made me laugh. It's something I did. What do you guys think? Something of that sort, right? And so same thing with your tumblers and doing the hand design. Like, find those people who would specifically like that Tumblr. Because if you post it in a Harry Potter group and you've got a Harry Potter or Harry Potter groups, what happens if you get 50 orders of the same Tumblr? Like, great, awesome. That's what you do for a while. And you do those Harry Potter Tumblrs and then go to the next thing when you get bored.
Okay. And then I think probably my last question, because I know other people have questions too, is I am an extremely private person. When I say I have my small human with me, I don't say whether it's a boy or a girl. I never give names. Same thing for my husband. They are off of my social and they will now and forever be. I still have some cleaning up to do on my Facebook to remove them all the way, just because if my profile is public. You can't always control who sees that. And I agree with the things that people can do with your pictures on the internet. My kid will not be one of those. What do you think about location? Because I know somebody else said they were on TikTok. TikTok says to boost engagement, share your location, and they want you to be specific. They want my city, state. I don't like that. I'm okay with my state, but do you think that it's actually going to really make a significant difference in engagement when you say, hey, I live here specifically? Where are my people at? Like, does it matter?
So on Facebook, no, I don't think it does, unless you are someone, again, it's hard with doing Tumblrs because you'll want to join, like let's say you're around me and you're in St. Louis, and I'm not in St. Louis, I'm like 45 minutes away, but say you're in St. Louis and you tag St. Louis for that type of Tumblr, or you go into a craft group St. Louis, right? Or a buy nothing group St. Louis, and you're all of a sudden in a place where local people can find you and can get items, which I think is a huge bonus when you're selling. Having local people promote your work, promote your art, potentially have businesses where they're like, hey, we want to help you sell your tumblers, 10% cut. What do you think? We can up the prices, whatever. Huge thumbs up. We love that. On Instagram, I will do tag location. And here is why, is because one time, my husband works in a very private sector of Boeing in the government and high doing stuff. And so you won't see me post a lot about him except for my anniversary posts. But he was working with someone, again, engineer, robotic engineer minds, right? I did an art post. I tagged St. Louis. For whatever reason, one of his coworkers, I'm not friends with, she's not friends with me, she didn't follow me, saw my work and recognized it from his computer and saw my reel because I tagged St. Louis. So I'm having a bunch of people see it and engage with it that wouldn't have normally seen it, that would have nothing to do with, she's not selling her sketchbook for $12,000 or whatever it is. Like, she doesn't need to care about money or art, but she saw it and then she engaged. You know what I'm saying? So there's a perk, and especially if it's a larger city that's not close to you, it can be beneficial. Again, not on Facebook. It doesn't, unless you're going to those specific groups, you don't need to post on your bio where you are. It helps if you're a muralist. But it's just don't do it on Facebook. If you're doing it on other places, you got to decide. I would go with the bigger city area that is around you in that state area, not specifically in your city, unless you are in the big city. I don't know, if people end up purchasing art, they're going to see your address anyways, unless you're doing drop shipping. So
I do. I mean, I have a PO box, so at least I have that much where it's not my
that's
home
good.
address. So that's good.
That is good.
I think. Oh, are you not worried about like people stealing your art? Like, do you not watermark it? Like, I don't feel like I've seen like watermarks on your stuff. Of course, I'm not following you on Facebook yet, but like anybody else?
I'm
like,
sure. Go ahead.
I've posted, I know you said not to do this, so I will stop. I've shared reels from Instagram to Facebook, and I have noticed the issue where like the formatting's weird. I don't like it, so I stopped doing it. But I also noticed that on some of the ones that I shared, like it took my name off of it. So like literally someone could have just screenshot it and been like, look what I made. And I'm like, I don't appreciate the fact that someone could do that, because I know people probably would.
Mary, I've never had anyone steal my content or anything that I've created before.
I've seen your stories the last couple days.
Oh, it's so much fun. No, but yeah, so here's the thing with art. And I'm going to be different than every other person and every other art mentor, because there are so many people who do watermark their art. And especially if you're a digital artist, you know, there's just certain things out there. This has been my personal feeling, and it has to do so much just with my faith and everything. If you need my art that bad, that you need to steal it to make money for your family, to get diapers, to get food, whatever kind of heart issue or anything like that, take it. If you need it that badly and that you have to steal something, take it. I've just always felt that way. I would happily give prints away for free, and I do. I give so much away for free. So if people wanted art like that, but if they're trying to do it to make money, if they're trying to do it to be petty and put it in AI or whatever it is, I can't stop them. And there's different programs that you can do where you can take off watermarks. Like, I just don't care. And another thing is that those people cannot copy my why, and that's just hands down. Like, no one, AI, regular people, whoever steals my art, they are not making that worshiping. They're not making that with prayers underneath and doing what I do. They're not taking the money and putting it towards sex trafficking or women who are abused or anything like that. They cannot mimic my why. They're not going to sell like I do. So even if they sell a pretty piece of art, because my work is just so fabulous compared to everyone else's. Wait. So fabulous compared to everyone else's that they would have to go to a younger artist, a smaller artist like me. Like, first off, that's a huge thing. I am 100%, I'm not a big artist by any means in terms of popularity, and it just doesn't, like, why would you steal from me? And if you need to, that's desperation. That tells me that you need it. Like, something is going on, whether it's here, or financially that you need it. Take it. Take my art. Steal the ideas. Steal whatever you need. You do you. It's going to bite you in the butt at some point, right? Because it's just not good. Even if it's a picture and you're taking an 8 MB picture and trying to blow it up, you can't make 16 by 20s without it getting blurry. So, okay, you make $45 and the bank takes it back, whatever happens. But if people need my work that badly, take it.
I like that attitude. I'm a Christian as well, so it's nice to find some other like-minded people on here, and it's nice to see people that are unashamedly like, I am what I am. You're good. So thank you so much for answering. I'm pretty sure I snuck another question in there. Apologies, guys. My turn is up. Thank you so much.
Bye, girl. Janice.
Am I back?
Yes. Hey, how's up?
I'm like a bad penny. So as I'm listening to people, then of course I have more questions.
Yeah.
But a main one I wanted to ask you, and this might turn into a therapy session, but I'm 64. I've had a life where I've overcome things, yada, 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 difficult time. But I don't dwell in that anymore. Like I heard you say, I want to stay in the light. So I worked for years as a therapist with drug addicted children, and I worked with women and all that. And I'm grateful for those opportunities, but they were also very soul sucking, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You would know that. And so this last chapter of my life, I'm very into, I just want to be at peace, and I just want to have others be at peace. And I really don't put myself in situations, groups, or anything where there's violence, where there's that, because I found with where I'm at with my spirituality, the sadness is overwhelming for me. It feels like a never ending dripping faucet, blah, blah, blah. So going back to my why, a lot of people like, you have a great why. I'm championing sex, people who are sex trafficked, and I'm championing children and all that. And yay, we need that. But I don't want to be that champion anymore. I've done that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So where is my why, that would resonate with people? Because I've had really lows in my life, but I have a blessed life now. I mean, God has blessed me. And I'm enjoying that blessing. And I don't want to go back into the battle and the darkness. So
Yeah. So I'm going to pause really quick because you said God has blessed you. Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian, but I'm not religious. Okay. So both of my biological parents were Pentecostal ministers. Don't get me started. And I've gone to church enough, and I've done enough Bible drills, the whole thing. I believe in the concept. So I don't want to get into a big religion thing, because that puts people off. And I'm not here to get anyone to believe the way I believe.
No.
I do believe in God, and I do believe in a higher power and the whole thing.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, no, you don't have to get into anything like that. The only thing I was talking about is like, if you are Christian, if you say, hey, I believe in Jesus, right? I believe in God. That's it. You don't have to tell me, I don't care if you went to church or not. I don't care anything else. Done, whatever, nothing.
But
you can create your community around Christians.
Okay.
If you are a Christian artist, you don't have to say, your pieces don't have to say anything about that. You can just be, this is Christian, and then you're going to have peace, and you don't have to do the abuse. You don't have to do the drug addicted teens. You don't have to do the shelters, because now it's going to be around, I'm a Christian artist, and you don't have to make Jesus with flowy hair in front of the American flag standing next to Trump. Not that I'm calling out weird Christians, but guys, stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm talking about. You can do cats. You can do butterflies. You can say, this is a butterfly means transformation from me. It's rising from the ashes. And if you do butterflies, if your Facebook is a whole different ballgame than Instagram. So if you're just painting butterflies and you just want to find people who love butterflies and you don't care about their religion, just add people who do butterflies. If you're doing people and portraits and subject matters of that kind of thing, find those people who would like, you know what I'm saying? So what do you create? What's like one of your art pieces that you do?
You'll laugh at me. Because I'm like that. I'm a mood art. It's kind of like my hair. I have mood hair. Someday it looks good. Some days not so much. And when I go to my art, I just create. So sometimes it's abstract. And then for a while I was into angels, and then I was into the ocean, So if you go on my page, it looks very fragmented as far as the themes of it. But it's what I enjoy. Like, that's what my mood was at the time.
Yeah.
So again, finding a consolidated group of people to vibe with.
If you don't want to do specifically Christian, and you can, if you post one post about like believing in God, done. You can all of a sudden do Christians. If you just want to stick to, I'm in the mood of painting flowers, I'm in the mood of painting horses, add a bunch of horse people. Again, these people are going to grow with you. They're going to get to know you. So if you're doing horses for a whole month and people are like, I love this, it's not like they're going to unfollow you when you start painting something else, unless you're doing like Satanist skulls or something, Janice. They might unfollow you then.
Yeah. Remember, I was raised Pentecostal, so I don't do any of that. Even though I don't attend church,
Judge you. I don't
still-
care.
I got the old that you just made my whole back of my skull go, "Ugh," you know, because I don't do Ouija boards, I don't do skulls, witches, none of that stuff. But at the same time, I don't want to be really, I want to show, as I tell my children, I believe we're here to show love, right? You know, because we're here to be Christ-like, not judgment, which is godlike, you know. So I want to inspire hope and love, but I don't want to do that by delving into, oh, this happened to me when I was younger and I've made it. And I don't know if that's selfish on my part or that's just not where I'm at. But I do struggle with it.
I think as we grow as people too, and especially when we're posting and everything, you're just, if you talk about peace, hope, and love, you are going to hear people's stories that they came out of, that
Right.
they found peace, joy, and hope. And you're going to hear the heartache and you're going to hear the sad stories. Like, I think that's part of connecting to people on such a deep level, is that they trust you enough to share something hard in their life, right? Because then you're not getting the fake and the facade that so many of us try to pull off. Because life happens, real life happens, you know, sad things happen. And when we try to give the happy all the time, it comes off as inauthentic. It comes off as just totally fake. Like, I don't, when
Well, I would describe myself like as an empath. Like my husband says, why do people come up to you and just tell you their life stories? And I go, it's something that I can't see on my forehead, you know, but I also think they know I'll listen. I listen because I think being heard is a huge importance for being human.
Yes.
So that does that. And I don't mind if other people share it. And I'm happy to give comfort and hope and, you know, whatever I can give. I just don't want that to be my focus of going into the battles, you know, like that you're dealing with and that you're going into. It hurts my heart too much,
Yeah.
you know, being around all that. So
the Facebook is nice, the Facebook, because you can add people around your actual subject of art, like we talked about. So it's just something that's a little bit easier. So you don't have to kind of go to that level. When it comes to Instagram and storytelling, you can't find those people who want hope, happiness, and peace without describing keywords of a situation that they've experienced that they need hope, peace. Because you can't sell peace to someone who has peace. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
People who are struggling, who want it, and peace isn't a keyword. Anxiety is a keyword, right? Depression, is a keyword, mental health.
Right.
So Instagram is a whole different game than Facebook. So you want to stay away from like having to relate to people with the sadness to bring hope. Facebook would be the way to go.
Okay, because I know when I took your Instagram workshop, that's one of the things I'm still struggling with is that. But anyway, thank you for coming round again and talking to me. Have you ever seen the movie What About Bill?
Is that with Bill Murray?
Yes.
I think I was forced to watch it with my girlfriend last year. I'm almost, and it keeps coming around and he's like on the door. Yes.
That'll be me. You can just start calling me Bill.
I would never. Oh, what about Bob? There you go. Thank you,
Bob. Thank you. Whoever said that.
I knew what you were saying. Bill Murray. It was there. Kat is going to be here. Kat, if you could follow me around on a day-to-day basis and just speak Elizabeth, what she means by that is, and then just have the correct phrasing.
Yeah. And you know, it's not going to get better the older you get. So
I'm ready for it, girl. I hope people just enjoy I'm just going to make up words. Like my grandma makes up words playing Scrabble. That's not a word. And she's like, yes, it is. Look it up in the dictionary. She's so confident. She'll tell me to look it up in the dictionary.
I tell my kids it used to be in the dictionary, but they removed it because it doesn't get used as much. And my kids will just look at me like, is that true? Which it's never true, but I still say it to them.
You got to say it with confidence and authority, and then they'll believe it.
All right, I'm going to let you go so other people can pick your brain.
All right, bye, girl.
Bye.
I'm going to say this wrong. Stena? They say it wrong.
No, that was right. That was totally right.
Okay.
Dude, thank you so much for this. This has been amazing. Your post like the other day about how the biggest scam is art mentors. After this course, I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm so sorry for my language. Dude, oh my God. I have thousands in credit card debt of people giving a fraction of how much value you just gave me today. I'm dead serious. So like I spent $35 for something that's worth thousands. I will write you a testimonial if you need this. I lost your face. Where'd you go?
My face? Oh no, it's the best part of me.
Okay, bye. Okay, thank you. So a lot of my questions have been answered. But what I'm curious about is, do you touch emails at all? Like, do you have an email list? Do you make announcements? Do you have newsletters?
No, I do not.
Cool. Next question. What do you think about threads on Instagram?
Sorry, email thing. I lied. For my art mentorship, I do, but not for artists. Just want to make sure I said that again. Okay, sorry. Second question.
What do you think about threads for Instagram?
Oh, I haven't gone on it. What I have heard, and I actually had I had Meta try to have me call so that I could they want to push threads on me, and I think it helps you be seen more. I think they use it as a way to boost you a little bit more in the algorithm, is what I'm hearing. I'm not on it. I don't have time. You know me and the time thing. If you don't have time to do Instagram and Facebook, I wouldn't. But if you're only doing Instagram and you have time to add to threads, I mean, what's the harm in trying it out? I always say try everything for 2 months. If it helps you, awesome. If it doesn't,
Okay. Sweet. Thank you.
that was it. Okay, girl. Yes.
And then if I get a comment from a bot or a spam, should I respond to it, delete it, or ignore it?
On which platform?
On the Book of Faces.
Book of Faces. Okay, so it just depends on where it is. So if the spam bots typically will reply under comments of other people. If they do that, you delete it right away. If they just comment on it, just be funny and comment back and say something like, I don't know, just say something scandalous, say something funny so people comment. Make sure you know this is a bot, by the way. They're bot, so the people understand that you're making a joke. And yes, because it'll boost your engagement.
Oh, that's cute.
It boosts your post.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I had posted, it was a picture of me painting, and then I got 3 that they have actual Facebook accounts, but I can sniff it out. I'm like, these are NFTers, this is a spam person. So either whether or not it's a bot. Okay. So I should engage though.
I would. If it's an extra comment, right? If you don't have any comments, that's what I would do. If you have enough comments where you've got like 50 people, you can delete it, you can ignore it, whatever. But if it's like a new comment, totally engage, because it's just going to boost up your post so that more people see it. Wait an hour and then comment and engage. And here's another thing. Oh my gosh, I forgot to mention this. Guys, you do not need hashtags on your Facebook posts. Like, stop using hashtags. You don't need them. Okay.
That's good to know. What do you think about the Facebook shop? Like you make up like one of those shops that connects between Facebook and Instagram for like actually purchasing your art?
I have no experience with them whatsoever because I don't use them. I don't know. Maybe someone else does. Maybe someone else has a shop or whatever. Because I do the creator. I don't do the business. I prefer the creator because you get access to like broadcast channel and that kind of stuff. But I don't know if they take a fee, if they take a cut, when they give you your money. I know that like with my subscriptions, I get paid like once a month. So everything that happened in January, I won't see until February 21st, that kind of thing. So I don't know how that works with payment. I don't know if they take a fee. If you don't have a website, I mean, it's a potential, it's a possibility to look into it. But I like the idea of not being a salesman and only offering it as a, if you want it, right? I am here to share my work, and if you want it, not a, here's the purchase thing. If you want to go the extra mile and look at Etsy, if you want to message me my DMs and get the art, and it's usually been more beneficial for me rather than sharing, here's my shop, right? Here's where you can spend your money. Here's where I can get paid, that kind of thing. It just gives a different vibe.
Yeah, I did set one up. I've made no sales on it so far. I also have an Etsy. I do have a website. The most that I have sold originals has been like
like conversations in person, making those connections and stuff, and like also through sharing story and also about my life a bit as well. And which is a big part of my why, because my work is all spiritual. Yeah. And I also really relate with Janice as well, because I grew up Catholic, and then I left the church in my teens. And honestly, like, I've been in this spiritual, new agey, not grounded kind of way for a long time. And then I really found God, and I really found Jesus this past year. But in a whole new way, and this really beautiful, like, perception of I see where I wasn't fitting. So I have a little bit of worry as well with my creative works of like how to find groups and like who I'm gonna piss off a little bit, because I don't really know how to speak, because I'm scared of persecution on the Christian side, and I'm scared of persecution on this new agey, trendy spiritual side, because the people that have used the word God, there's a whole spectrum of what that means to so many people. And then there's my own definition and my own experience with God. It's a little like, it's very vulnerable and confusing to navigate.
You're gonna piss people off no matter, excuse my language, you're gonna piss people off no matter, excuse my language, no matter what. It doesn't, first off, I was raised Catholic, I turned atheist. There's a whole, we probably have a lot in common, but it doesn't matter. I mean, even within the Christian world, like even within the small sect of, if you were Catholic or if you were Pentecostal or if you were, there's so many various opinions. I don't agree with anyone. Do people come at me? Yes, they do. Do I care? No, I don't. I mean, not even a little bit. Like, honestly, I think the best response when people, okay, this is just great, because they'll do it on Instagram and Facebook, and they'll leave like, like a paragraph. Writing a K pisses people off so much. And it is just okay, thumbs up. Like, I'm not gonna, I even tell, if someone wrote in a comment, I did a comment on this young female artist's post who was battling mental health. People were tearing her a new one. I was like, I'm not taking this. Like, I wrote that people were unsuccessful artists who were commenting nasty things on this. Like, I care. Someone like wrote a paragraph to me, and all I said was like, yeah, I'm not reading that. Like, they spend so much time. I'm like, I don't give a crap about your opinion. Like, go do something else. If you're an artist, go create, be productive. The fact that you're not productive is telling me that you are not successful. Like, you are not doing anything to make a difference in the world. That's what I consider success, by the way. Everyone thought it was material, but I was like, I don't care what you make. Are you making a difference? Are you showing up? Are you being helpful to the world, to the community? Anyways, I'm on a tangent, but yeah, who cares? Like, if you're going to post something and it's your beliefs, you're going to find people. And that's just the one thing. Like, you could worship mushrooms. You're going to find people who worship mushrooms. There's like a whole Netflix documentary on people who worship mushrooms. Like, whatever it is, whatever you believe, you're going to find people. Speak your mind, say whatever it is. And you can always be generic too. Like, you don't have to. I have very strong beliefs on the Christian doctrine. And 90% of my followers, I know, do not believe the way I believe, because most of them are charismatic and I'm very reformed. And so it doesn't matter what that means. But anyways, the point is, if I said like, rah, 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 yeah, they're probably going to unfollow and not, but I don't say anything because I don't care. Like, this is my piece. This is the message. Do you like it? Is it curing your anxiety? Is it reminding you of God, whoever that is to you? So you know, like,
that helps. Yeah.
You can be vocal, and you're going to find people who stick around, and you're going to find the crazies. Like, but do not care, because they're crazy.
Thank you. Okay, I have last two questions. One, so I've already done a big wash over my profile Facebook. And then I had made the mistake of making an art page. So I'm thinking I will delete that art page. I don't use Facebook for anything else. So I'll just keep my art profile. I'll turn it professional. But I did like the idea of having a VIP group, and I did make one. Should I have an actual group, or can I keep my page as a VIP space?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't keep the page. I would make it a group, because page still going to have the same algorithm issue where it's
Okay.
not shown to most of your followers.
Perfect. That answers that. Very last question. Thank you so much. I am at a point where I have sold many of my paintings and my originals. I've had like some bigger commissions. But I think I'm at that point now where I'm like, what do I price my stuff? I feel like I think I'm coming up on my first threshold of like, I think I can raise my prices now. What do you recommend? You talked about prints already, for original pieces.
Yeah.
And I make from small to massive dramatic pieces. Yeah.
So what I did, and I subconsciously followed this chart before I saw the chart. Like I just started low. Like my first 16 by 20 I sold for $480, right? And now they're 2,000 because I kept selling them. So I kept increasing the pricing. It doesn't matter what time, how much time I use. I typically go like $100 to $500 an hour, depending. But what I would do is on my Instagram, I have a little highlight called Artist Help. And in there is one that talks specifically about how to price your artwork. There's like 3 things, but in the caption, it says comment chart, and you'll be sent it. You'll automatically receive a chart that I saved. And I was like, this is it. And it tells you like 5 by 7s based on where you are year wise of being an artist, charge $50. And it goes all the way up to increasing your pricing and how and when you do it. But it's really when you feel called to raise your pricing, but it's a good step. Like we're going to start at $480. We're going to go to $750. We're going to go to $900. We're going to go to $1,200. And you really need to find that out. Like, oh, hey, I'm sold out of 16 by 20s and I've sold, you know, they're at $400. That's a red flag for me. You need to raise your pricing. Not a red flag. It's a green flag to raise your pricing. Like, hey, it's time. So I would look at the chart on that and see if it's helpful. For that way you can kind of see the growth, but you decide when you're ready to change your pricing. But that way you can see all the different prices for those sizes because they have all the different sizes.
Awesome. Thank you. And actually one more question, I lied. What printer do you use? Because I would love to get to the point of printing my own someday.
Yes. Okay. So guys, I'm obsessed with this printer. I just got it in January. I thought I was gonna have to spend like $3,000 to $6,000. So I was like, no, I found it, and I think it was like 600 after the warranty. I got like a 3-year warranty. It was like $649, maybe 700. Let me see. It's an Epson Eco Tank. Here's me searching through my Best Buy things. Best Buy price matches, by the way, anything on Amazon. So if you want it the same day of, instead of going to Amazon, I recommend Best Buy. They are not sponsoring me, but now they should.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So it's an Epson Eco Tank Photo ET8550. So it kind of, wait, oh no, please show. Okay. There's kind of a thing. It looks like this.
Wow.
It prints off like as small as 5 by 7 all the way up to 13 by something. I just mainly do 11 by 14s. Like that's my sweet spot. The prints are amazing, like better than anything I've ever had. I've printed off like 30 pieces already. I'm not even halfway down through my ink tank. Ink is like $80, I think. Double check on that. But it's so amazing. My husband and me were like, these look like the originals because you can see the paint texture and everything. Oh,
Heck yeah. That's awesome. Do you ship in like a roll-up tube, or do you ship in like flat?
Flat, hard.
Okay.
And I put them in archival sleeves. So I think there, it's on my my link too. You can see them, the archival sleeves I put them in, because rain can totally ruin those boxes. So I put them in archival sleeves and I fold it over and I ship them out in the nice packaging.
Yes. Cool. Thank you so much. This has been so valuable. Thank you.
Bye, girl.
Bye.
Also, guys, I don't do rolls just because they're more expensive, like to buy the tubes. Like I just want something cheap, something that's sturdy enough that UPS hopefully won't damage. Or USPS or FedEx, I don't know, whichever postal office thing you hate, that's who does it. Okay, so really quick, I know we're going so long, guys. We're going so long. I have to pee really quick. Let me pee. Go pee. Get some water. Get some tea. And then I'm coming back for Victoria. If you have to run, I will go through this chat. I'm gonna try and find it so to find people who need the message. But if you need to go, I will answer your questions that I see in the chat. Okay.
Shake. Oh, you're a good girl. You're a good girl.
Someone who's got a cute dog needs to mute.
Oh, me?
Oh, yes. Whoever's talking. Yes, please mute.
Sorry, I am so sorry. I was like playing with my dogs.
You're fine. Is that Steven? I feel like I know your voice.
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna mute now.
All right.
Talk to you later.
I love it. I have a Great Dane and a teacup Chihuahua, so
Chihuahua too.
I love dogs.
I have, let me. It's not muting for some reason.
I might be able to help you. Let me see. Where are you? Did you get it? I think you. I'm not hearing anything. It's good. Okay. Back. Yeah. Thank you guys for staying on here for so long. There is a reason that people do not stay for my lives because I go on forever. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad I can help you hopefully you guys are getting helpful. The pricing chart is located on my profile on Instagram. There's a highlight. So like above my post, there's little circles. It should be, let me see. It's called Artist Help. So it goes exclusive. It says fraud alert, calling out a mentor. We're calling them the D-mentor, and then support artists, and then artist help. I'm so petty. And it should be under there. If you keep scrolling through those posts, I try to put the posts that help artists the most, like how to tell someone you're not painting for free or you're not doing art for free, cafe business stuff, like anything that kind of helps you guys more with your business is what I put in there. I am probably a little bit behind though. I need to get back on that. And just as I touched on the subject, I really am sorry if you guys have been, scammed, and not in the whole situation that I experienced, but just like spending thousands of dollars on an artist mentor or workshop that doesn't help you. I know there are some really decent workshops and there are really good mentors out there, but just watch, read, be with them for a few months and just understand who they are, your personalities match, and kind of understanding what's involved in each thing. Because gosh, I like to protect artists, and I really don't understand charging thousands of dollars. I don't understand the mentality of I'm making lots of money as an artist and I'm trying to sell people to help them make money, but I need tons of money from them. The mentality, it just doesn't work for me. If you're making enough money with your art, you shouldn't have to charge thousands of dollars. And maybe that's just me. I don't care. I don't know. I have thoughts and opinions. Obviously, no, you guys wouldn't know. But Victoria, now that I'm off my rant box, can I help you?
Hi, thank you. So I have two questions, and one of them kind of bounces off of what Ben had said earlier of like Ben, my Facebook page, I primarily have been posting art on it on my personal page. So my question is, since I've already been doing that for a while, do I still need to make it a professional page? Like, what is the benefit in that?
I would make it a professional page only because if Facebook, for whatever reason, decides that they're going to audit your page and they find out that you're selling a product, that you're selling art under the professional page, being an artist, it's not a problem for you to do that whatsoever. And on top of it, when you have non-followers who are looking at your page, instead of it just being normal, they now see it as a professional account. Like, I know that's kind of like, oh, it's a professional account because we've seen it's professional, but they're like, oh, this person is a little bit more legit because of how their page is laid out. I know that I'm not just friending someone. I'm friending someone who's now an artist, who's got this part in their bio, that has this link, that has just the frou-frou look. Remember that marketing and selling very much psychology wise. So what do people want to see? And especially if we're on Facebook with the older generation, what does that look like? And what are they looking for when they're checking people out?
Okay, thank you. That helps and it explains a lot.
The second question that I have is in regards to the storytelling aspect. And that is an aspect that I've been trying to improve, but I feel like I still struggle with. I do commissions, and typically those are pet portraits, and I find those easier for the storytelling aspect. But for the personal art that I make and sell, it's typically inspired by nature and wildlife. So always, it's not typically pet themed. And
Okay.
that's the part that I feel like I struggle with the storytelling of being able to connect with other people and build that emotional connection to where when they see the piece, they feel connected to it and would want to possibly have it in their home.
Yeah. When you see your art, do you want it in your home?
I do have it in my home in some places. So, yes.
And then why? Why is that? What about it do you like?
I really like nature.
Yeah.
So I just like being out in nature and I like being able to capture that beauty. And there are a lot of pieces that have uh sunsets. These aren't for sale, but I did some like sunset gouache studies. I am a Christian and I'm really fascinated by how God has each sunset or sunrise has been like a masterpiece, but also just in the creation of nature itself. I like finding the beauty in that. But a lot of my stuff, like I don't necessarily create content that is Christian themed, if that makes sense. It's just like I'm inspired by the beauty. This is how I connect with God by making art.
Bro, you just answered your own question.
I know. I just feel like I have a hard time putting that out there,
Yeah.
because it is like more of the personal aspect of my art making. So I feel like I have a hard time sharing that side
Got
of
it.
things.
This is just as a recommendation, and it doesn't really apply to anyone unless they're Christian. The Christian art community and the Christian community in general has been the most insane community I've ever been a part of. And not in the crazy sense, a little bit, but not in the crazy sense. We support our own. We'd rather support a Christian than the world, right? There's just certain things about the Christian community. Even when you're sick, I'm going to be a part of this, even, this kind of thing. And they love being pointed up. So if you are specifically pointed up by seeing nature and the creation of it, you don't have to be super wordy or anything like that. You can just draw people in that way. And most people have experienced what you're talking about. When you look at the Grand Canyon, when you look at the sunset, when you see that the sky is pink, like who else but God, right? And you all you need to do is have that connection with them and saying, have you ever experienced God in nature? Have you ever, and talking about, okay, why don't you like being in the city or in a busy mall or walking through Walmart? Why is nature the escape? Why is that feeling of creator and nature there, and having those types of conversations? And you will find that so many people are going to engage because, oh my goodness, I feel the same way. I'm so sick of being in front of a TV, or I feel ill being in a cubicle 9 to 5. There is something about creation. There is something about, you know what I'm saying? Like in that kind of things. And when you're creating this, the one thing I will say about Christian artists, and you can do this even if you're not a Christian artist, I don't care. When you're looking at a piece, this is not a piece, this is a palette. But when you're looking at a piece and you're seeing it after it's finished, that's when you ask, God, what's the story here, right? You're having a prayer time with that. What do you need to tell me? Because what he needs to tell you might not be what it needs to tell someone else, but that can sell the piece to someone else by sharing the same story. And it doesn't have to be the voice of God. That's not what I'm talking about. You see a piece and you're like, this is what I am seeing in it. Like, oh, that lion, I see mercy in it all of a sudden. I didn't paint originally a lion with mercy in it, but now I see mercy, or now I see growth. I see new life. I see transformation. Like there are certain things that you will see after you've created your piece, or you happen to hear a sermon the next day that works with it. You happen to hear worship lyrics the next day that's like, oh my goodness, this is it. I happen to be listening to music. I want you guys to hear these lyrics as I'm creating this, whatever that looks like. But it's a whole different ball game now that you add God and creation to it, because if that's your inspiration, you are going to have more people that connect with that inspiration and with that why. than you would just a piece. So people don't buy my lions because I make the best lions. I do not make the best lions, hands down. I do not make the best lions. This is a work in progress. Look at that. But I do not make the lions, hands down. There are so many amazing artists who are so much better than me, who are not selling their lions because they're trying to sell to people who like lions. No, I'm selling a connection. I'm selling an emotional connection to that piece that when you see it, you see God, like you see something, you feel prayer, you feel you're inspired to stop sex trafficking, whatever it is. Like I'm selling something outside of just a lion. So you're not selling a tree. You're not selling a picture of a tree. You're selling the look up, the what experience you have when you see that tree, when you feel that tree, because other people are going to have it.
Okay, thanks. That is helpful. I feel like that kind of helps put it in perspective for me of like trying to build that connection with other people. So thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time to host this workshop for all of us. So thank you so much.
So welcome. Patty.
Hello. Hi. So thank you again. I just changed my Facebook to professional. I didn't know you could do that on the profile, so thank you.
Yeah.
And you get the insights, which are great. So I do have, because I've invested so much time in the business page, just let it go.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Okay, I'm okay with that. Because all I really do is okay, that will simplify things so much. Biggest questions is the DM groups. Would that be from your profile page?
It would be in the Messenger app of Facebook.
Oh, yeah, I've been trying to Google it here. Messenger app. Okay. And the whole purpose of them. So for example, you mentioned for each niche.
Yes, and you can do different things, and it can be just one thing. But yeah, so the Messenger app. Wait, that looks like that. It's that little white with purple and blue.
I'm just gonna pin your page so I can see it better. Okay.
Am I not pinned? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm pinned. Okay. So it's this one. Yeah, guys, if you need to see me any better, doing the speaker thing will kind of blow up this face. But yes, so I do the different things that I do because I notice that certain people all like butterflies, that certain people, like for you, would like pet portraits, certain people would like the nature side, that kind of thing. So like if people want my book pages, my Narnia book pages, which are like one of the things people love, then I will share that in there. If people want just the ornaments, because not everybody likes everything else. So I like having them separate in different sections.
Okay, and would there be a way to kind of set that up so people, because I do have a private group. I may think of getting rid of that as well, but that's where I do a live once every Monday.
Okay.
Should I start moving the live into the profile as well? Just include more people?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Yep. Because then you invite more people into your art and into your world and can have those conversations and everything. So yeah, I would 100% just do it on your profile and let people know like the day before until you have a DM group just specifically to be notified of live paintings, because that's what I have. But let them know the day before and just be like, hey guys, I'm doing a live tomorrow, just so you know. Yeah.
Okay. And so I was just trying to get this clear in my head about the DM groups because it sounds like something that would work.
Yes.
So for each niche, but also for announcing lives.
Yes. So what you should do, Patty, is this is what you should do. Do it. If you go onto my profile on Facebook and you scroll down, you should see my pinned post first, and it should say, I mean, you guys can't see it right here, but it just says make sure you're on the list. And so what you do is you click see more, and then it breaks down what lists I have available and kind of the little FOMO up here, and it's pinned. So you can 100% steal the format, steal the content. Like I don't care. Anything that I do like that, guys, just steal it. I don't care. But then you can put in for the live number one is the live painting group. Number 2 is the hand painted ornaments. And that way people can comment and go, I want to be in groups 1, 3, and 5. And then all I do is I go to those groups that I created and I just add them to 1, 3, and 5.
So the thought behind that, what do you, for example, you're announcing the live, they want to be part of that list. So what do you do for that live? You just message people the live is here?
So what I'll say in the live painting group is, hey guys, I just want to let you know tomorrow or in an hour, I'm going to be doing a live painting. Keep an eye out for it, because what that does, because Facebook still has an algorithm, right? And not everyone's going to see my post. Not everyone's going to see your post. It might show up for them 2 weeks later, a week later, whatever it is, depending on engagement. This tells those specific people who never want to miss one of your live paintings that, hey, I'm going to be doing live in an hour. I'll be doing a live tomorrow. And then, okay, 1 hour, guys, I'm going to be doing a live painting. Don't miss. And they'll be like, they're just already ready. They know not to respond back. They know that it's going to happen. And then when you post it, they're already there. So you already have the engagement going. You already have views of 40 people and they're commenting, which is pushing it up so that people who aren't part of that group now can see it.
Okay. So I will play with that. So the biggest takeaway was turning it into professional account. That was great. But you still can't schedule posts in your profile, correct?
No, you can schedule posts. I wouldn't, because you really want to be there. Like, you want to do it when you're online, so you have the few beginning interactions there. Unless you are 100%, I can't be there at 5 o'clock during dinner rush, then go ahead. But I wouldn't schedule posts unless you have to, but you can.
May I ask how I've never been able to schedule a post to my profile before.
Yeah, so, and it might change when you go to the professional account. But
okay, so I will play with it. The DM thing was one when I was really interested in.
Okay.
I will play with that, and yeah, thank you so much. I feel really happy.
And really quick, Patty, when you go to do a post on Facebook to schedule, as soon as you click next, it'll give you the option, scheduling options. It should be the second option right here.
That is so exciting. Okay, thank you. That's going to simplify things so much, but perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Marcy.
Hey, okay, it's my turn. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Okay, so I was very late. I didn't set my reminder and I came in and I missed all the previous content other than all these questions that everyone's had, which has been so good because a lot of my questions have been answered. So that's awesome. So if I ask a question that you already covered, I'm going to get the recording. I'll be able to, you can just tell me, like, go watch the recording later.
Okay.
Okay. But what I did is I have not enjoyed Facebook, and I have a profile. I even have a business page on there, which I'm thinking now I'm going to you're going to tell me to delete. But I've been mostly Instagram only with my art. Yeah. I have separate profiles on Instagram. I have one for my personal stuff. I have one for my art stuff, and I'm an art teacher and I teach like younger, like middle school, high schoolers. And so that doesn't really jive with like the art that I do professionally. So that's a separate thing. So I'm already managing all 3 of those Instagram accounts. So when I try to automate things, I put a lot of time into making reels and really nice posts for my business on the Instagram. I want it to post directly to Facebook. Now it only goes to that Facebook business page, which nobody follows me on there. And I want it to go to the personal page. So if I delete that business page on Facebook, but I have a professional Instagram account, will it go to my personal Facebook page?
Most likely it will not, but I don't have a 100% answer on that. However, when you watch the workshop, I tell you not to do that. What you want to do, because reels, I have a whole section that goes over the different types of posts and why reels are my least favorite and the bonuses that they have. But the caption does not transfer over. It's messy. When someone shares a reel, they will not see what you've written, which is not a good thing. Because basically
engagement, right?
Yes, they'd have to click on it, click on the caption. 9 out of 10 out of 10 people do not do that. No, there's a whole situation where you can hear about how people thought I sounded like a man. So there's just like, there's like a whole thing, but you will see that. Do not transfer. If you're going to post your reels, you want to repost it basically, specifically from Facebook, not from Instagram. Go through the whole process of making it look nice and that kind of stuff. But videos would be a better option to go to if you want people to read what you've written. So, but typically regular posts on Facebook do the best.
Okay, and that's good news, right?
Yes.
That's nice. Are you telling me that then you just do separate content or maybe not separate content, like you probably have some sort of schedule, but you are creating separate posts on Facebook from Instagram. Is that right?
For me personally, yes, because I sacrificed my Instagram to help you guys when I hit 26K. There was just so much people needed help within the artist community, and there weren't a bunch of art mentors like there are weirdly popping up now. So I was helping you guys for that. So 100% different content. But yes, when you post on Facebook, one, it's just easier. You don't have to use specific keywords. You can use art. You can just write a post, put your picture on, done, perfect. Oh, did you hear that note? I hit it. But just in general, I know.
My microwave dinged right when you made that note too.
That is a gift. But just in general, like it's just a completely different type of post. If you want to make it easy on yourself and you do want to share reels or that kind of thing, when you watch the video, kind of understand of this is what's going to happen. This is what it's going to look like. But I would just recommend just being easy on yourself, taking a picture of your art, posting it with some words, and then obviously engaging with people to grow that post.
Okay. And as far as my Instagram account, and I think you probably answered this already, and I just need to watch back, but are you saying when I go into like my profile and bio information, I need to take out like artists, like the keywords that the algorithm's going to knock out? And okay.
Yes.
That's so like counterintuitive. I mean, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm doing, you know.
Oh, I know. So I hate just guys, I wish that the algorithm that they did is just, it's great for business marketing. It is terrible for art marketing. I was just like, as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to destroy so many people's businesses because we're just attracting artists. But yes, so your SEO, one of the biggest search things that you have is your bio, and specifically those white bold words are part of your are part of the search history. So like I have to put art marketing or art meant, like there has to be some specific words that when people look up marketing, sales, art, they see my post, right? They see who I am, or they see my profile. Same thing with you guys. You have to use very specific keywords to hit your target audience within that white section. On my
So,
last,
like art that I want people to put in their homes, I could say art decor or something like that, or
no, I would stay away from art and decor unless you're because what's going to happen then you're just going to get not people who want decor, but decor people. So like if you painted birds, you would want to say bird enthusiast or something of the sort. You know, like very specific words. If you were trying to empower people, empowerment is a keyword in there. In my last workshop, I did the live Q&A. It's not available to the public yet. I haven't given it yet, but I gave like that, the bonus of that workshop, just like each of my workshop, I do something special for. The bonus of that workshop is I gave the ChatGPT prompt of exactly how to put it in there, what to do, and it breaks down your specific bio and gives you like 20 examples. So that way you can just copy it and paste it and throw it in there. It's like, but same thing, because you want to use specific keywords in your bio, take out art, take out painter, take out artist, watercolor, anything around where it would trigger artists. Think about purchasing your work and then focus on those specific words or what you're doing, like your why and how to bring them in.
yeah. And I guess that was sort of my other question. Although Victoria, I think Victoria is like my kindred spirit. I didn't see her picture on there, but I do nature-y stuff. I'm in Florida, and so and I'm a Christian, and so that's that is my why. But it doesn't feel like compelling enough. And I honestly feel like I hate it when I will post even on my personal page like a really pretty nature photo, and it gets like 20 likes or something, and then I post a picture of my dog and it's like 1,000 likes or so, you know what I mean? And it's just, I'm like, oh, where are all the nature people?
And dogs taking all the love. No, it's true. Like some of my posts do better when I have my little chihuahua in there. When you're specifically doing Facebook, and I think I mentioned this for a few people though, but when you're cultivating that group, if you believe in God and you're Christian and you're forming that, all you need to do is within your post is point people up, right? That's what the Christian thing is. Don't point people this way, point them up. And you're going to start getting a different reaction with your art and building a community. And they're going to realize that you guys are the people who point to God's creation. And that's the big thing. So you're going to find these people who are like, yes, like, I need this reminder, and I want it in my home where life is busy and I don't get to escape out to nature as often.
Right. Okay. great. Thank you for doing this so much. And I can't wait to watch the recording and all the stuff
Yes. So welcome.
that I missed already.
Okie dokie. Sonia. Sonia?
Yeah.
Oh, hear me now?
Hear me now?
Oh, not yet.
One.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
I think your audio is
Can you hear me?
just a little bit.
Okay, let me if I take off my Bluetooth. So all my kids are loud. There, is that better?
No, it's a little like.
Hear me now?
No, it's a little like. You might have to like stand and do that. Like put your arm up for an antenna. Why don't you, since you and me are talking right now, and I know you and I are talking, how about you, if you want to put your in the bar really quick?
No, you're breaking up. So, my comment. Man.
Hi, did you call me? No, not yet, Mahasa. I'm still trying to help Sonia.
Sorry, I think the kids are on the internet. It's slowing it down.
No, oh, it's okay. So if you just want to message, I can answer them here. I can answer them here.
Okay. No, it's too long to type. That's okay. I'll do it after maybe.
And I'll be here for a while too. I'm going through all these questions. So if you want to wait till your internet's a little bit better, just unraise your hand and then re-raise your hand.
Okay, Earl, I'm gonna see if I can get my kids off. I was trying to keep for a second. Turn off all the devices, get off everything. So I let them go on stuff so they leave me alone. Just turn off all the internet. Sorry, can you hear me better now? Is it any better?
It's a little bit better, but there's it's like
Crap. Okay. I'll see if I can type out.
I'm gonna mute you really quick. And then as you're typing, we can kind of go through really quick. But just really quick, I saw someone's question in the type box. So to get your profile over to professional mode, if you haven't seen it, when you're on your little settings page and you scroll down, you'll click on settings under settings and privacy, and you should go down and it should be professional mode under audience and visibility. I hate that you can't see this. But it's right there under audience and visibility. So while Sonia is typing out her message, or again, Sonia, if you unraise your hand and want to try it again in a little bit, we can also do that. And if you need me to send you like a phone number to get in on this, you can be on the phone. We can do that too. But Mahasa, am I saying that right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're saying that very nicely, actually.
Good.
Thank you. So, Elizabeth, my question and my problem have always been with, because I do abstract work, semi-abstract work, and it's so much harder to tell a story about an abstract word and then relate it to a specific realm, right? Rather than the realistic, historic, whatever women's work, right?
Yeah.
So I have always had a problem with this, and it has always been a question, like, how do I make stories? You can take a look at my profile and look at my work to see what I mean, but it's mostly semi-abstract, landscape, mostly semi-abstract landscape. So you can see touches of reality, but it's still abstract. And it's so hard for me to tell stories about them. I don't know what to say.
So why do you create art?
Because I enjoy seeing the world in an abstract way. But you can't say that.
No, you
Like
can't.
everywhere I see, like everywhere I look, right? I have a 9 to 5 job. So I work in an office, and like every corner I look, I see nice compositions, abstract compositions. Like it's just my obsession with the abstract world, but I can't put that in a story. I really don't know what to say.
No, you're probably not alone either. I'm sure I have a lot of abstract artists who are probably wondering the same thing. So the thing with selling abstracts is if you don't have a specific purpose into your actual art, my thing that I would say is it needs to be your why, but spread out with other people. And so how I kind of help people with this is if there was no art, if you were not doing art, who would you be helping in the community? Who would you want to be pouring into and why?
Can you say that again, please?
Yes.
You got cut off.
If you have, and make sure, guys, just make sure I'm on mute if you don't have me on mute. But except for you keep me, you don't
Yeah,
mute.
you're on mute. Yeah.
But if you didn't have art, and
Mhm.
who would you want to be helping in the community? Who would you want to be pouring into? Who are the people who are like, yes, oh my goodness, I would go help the homeless. I would go help those children. I would go help the people who.
Yeah, okay. It would be one of those actually. It would be like helping people, like interacting with people and helping people. Maybe in a like people who couldn't afford to, I don't know, go to school in Africa, but you know what I mean? Things like that. But what do I do with that? How does that make my story?
So your pieces can be more about a mission than they have to be about anything. If you would like them to, if that's an option of your why, like if you
Yeah, but
have.
How
Go ahead.
can a semi-abstract landscape be about that mission?
You would take, so your people are not buying what you create, they're buying why you create it. So
Yes.
that's like the biggest thing. So it's not what you are doing. You could paint a flower, you could paint an abstract, you could paint a lion. And if your why is specifically between, if your why is to help underprivileged children, and this is your mission, then this is what you talk about. You start talking about your experiences in the community, what you are doing for people, like you being about something, like saying something like, oh yeah, I'm against human trafficking is so much different than me like sharing about the experience that these girls are going through. It's so much different than what inspired me to create these types of pieces. So that's something too. If something is different and it's inspiring you to create those types of pieces, like a driving force, and that's what your why should be. The people who say, I like painting, I have to paint because I just have to, it's creative and I can't go a day without painting. That's not a why. Everyone has that reason, and I went in that voice, but it doesn't sustain you. People face artist block, and they come across art block all the time because their why is flickering. Well, there's not a flame that keeps on going. A flame that keeps on going is if I gave you the example of the sex trafficking thing. Oh my goodness, I want to go to Guatemala where this Village of Hope shelter is that has sea foam green. You're artist, you can picture it, blocks. That's what their entire shelter is, that have 11-year-old girls who were sex trafficked and raped and are pregnant all the way to 17. Like this is like, I need to go. I need to do this.
Yeah. So my question, I guess my question is, how do I relate this abstract landscape?
You don't need to. I mean, you don't have to unless you want to. You can totally start changing your work and whatnot. But again, it's not what you created, it's why you're creating. So you don't have to have a connection in terms of I painted this for the children. No, it's like, this means something to me. This is the experience and it inspired this piece. It doesn't have to, if I talk about transformation and overcoming something, it doesn't have to be a butterfly. I could just, if I wanted to paint a mountain, right? Same thing with you. It's not the what. And I think that might be where we're getting stuck on, is you're thinking like, I'm connecting an abstract piece with this. It's just, this is what inspired the piece. You're sharing a story above. And then you're saying if you're interested in this piece because they're connecting the two things together, but you don't have to connect. You just have to share the story.
And the story have to be related to what I did.
Correct.
Right? Is that what?
As long as it's your why, because then it's already connected, right? It's part of who you are. People are buying the artist, not the art. Show me your, let me make this a little bit easier and I'll help you kind of connect one. Send me your Instagram handle really quick.
Okay, so I'm just do you want me to just put my handle there?
Yeah, type it out for me, girl.
All right. So it's
and she's British again.
There.
All right, I got this. Let me almost snorted. Okay, let's do this. Let me go. Okay, you can see this. All right. Let's talk. All right, hit me with this one. So tell me what this piece is about.
I was called Hope. But this is actually an easy one. Can you go to the next one, please?
Well, really quick. I want to do the easy one really quick. When you say hope, so what does it mean to you? Why did you paint
Well,
it?
the light that comes from behind all this waterfall thing, it presents hope for me. That there's always hope in darkness, and at the end of the tunnel, there is light.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying hope from darkness. So darkness, what kind of darkness?
Any darkness, there's always a hope and the light at the end of the tunnel.
I am going
to always say like that.
I'm going to annoy you with how many questions I ask, but I'm going to try to get out of you so that I can answer why.
Okay.
So any type of darkness, yes, but specifically for you, what kind of darkness?
Well, I see a lot of darkness in the world, unfortunately. So I don't want to make it personal here, and I don't want to offend anyone, but I see a lot of darkness. I don't know how to not make it personal. So the way people are feeling entitled these days, and the way women are sexualizing themselves, telling each other we want freedom, but they're telling the boss you're sexualizing by your way of talking, but they're still sexualizing themselves by the way of the dress. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to open that can of worms here, it might offend some people, but my friends here, but that's how I see the world. I see a lot of messed up communities, but that's not all I see. I see good people too. So right now, poverty is very much bothering me. Like, for example, I live in Toronto, and I see how people are getting poorer and poorer every day, and how crime is going up as a result of that, of course. So this is really bothering me. But I always think there is a first of all, there is hope. Hope always helps, even if there is no light in reality. Hope helps. But I always think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Always, things will turn. So that's, I don't know how else to, yeah.
No, first off, you know how I feel about offending people. Like, who cares? But Truly. Who cares? You're an artist, you want to speak your thing, you know, you're helping the world in a different way by sharing, I hate the word your truth, by sharing truth, by speaking truth. When have you sold this piece?
No, this is actually on a display right now. I got it's in a virtual on Artsy.
Got it. When you saying something that I just want to, not even the whole that you've been accepted in this gallery or anything, but you have this piece called Hope Unframed. And I don't know if you've had another post of this piece where you kind of talked more about it and you're just saying, you know, light and darkness and it's hope. That doesn't sell. What sells is women have been over sexualizing themselves in order to get X, Y, and Z. I have seen that darkness. Have you seen it as well? I want to tell you women who are in these situations that there is hope and there is light beyond that darkness. What sells this piece is saying, watching the poverty line increase year after year and seeing homeless people who have not had whatever kind of luck or who have been in bad lost over this, who have been through fires, who you see once as respected human beings, who were loved by their parents, who were loved by people, sit down in a tent by the side. That, my friends, is darkness. Have you seen this? I want to come and I want to tell you that there's hope, that there is light somewhere beyond this darkness.
Right. Oh my God, that's so beautiful.
So and I just, but I'm saying that's what sells the piece. Not that it's about hope, but your feelings, and I'm just stop sharing real quick. Your feelings, your like, oh my goodness, this is the darkness, like getting so specific and keep asking yourself questions. Why do I care about the darkness? What do they need hope from? What is going on in the world? What am I seeing? And then you're not the only person who sees it. And other people want to move with that. And one thing I say as artists, don't just be artists. Like we can talk all day, right? We can talk the talk. We can do creative writings. We can do paintings. We can make statements. But are you walking the walk? Are you in the community? If you go towards the homeless option and you start walking that line and you start calling out light and darkness or different things in that situation, and your hands are actually serving those people, and 10% of every print that you sell from that piece is going towards purchasing them food, and every week this is something doing, that is a whole different ball game. You are now finding people who want to invest not only in your pieces but in you.
Right. That was awesome. But can you just do me a favor and look at the next artwork, because it's not as dramatic as this one. So that
wait, you
is
haven't
harder.
yet. Okay.
This one.
Yep. Hold on, let me put this one up real quick. So what is this? If I can put this.
This is called Solitude, and it's like a whole landscape.
Okay.
I so much enjoyed doing this. I really don't know how to make a story about it.
You
let's
have
say.
Pieces over here where you say solitude decreases anxiety levels. Solitude gives us time and space for
I do. Is that good enough?
Enough. No, you don't just want 2 sentences, but you can take one of those and you can pour into it in a huge amount of way. So when you say solitude decreases anxiety levels, you're not just saying that because you haven't experienced it. You're saying it because it's true. Because I'm guessing at some point you've had anxiety.
I do have an experience too, but it's true. Yes.
I think the more I think we're so hesitant of not being real, but the whole point is to be real and personal. It doesn't have to go super deep. Like the one thing, me helping all these people, I've gone through some terrible things, but you don't see me kind of pouring into that. I'm still pouring into other people because I know they've experienced the same thing. So if you had an experience of having anxiety and solitude helped you, other people have had that as well. You want to go through what emotions you were going through, but say, have you ever experienced that moment where your heart wouldn't stop racing, where your hands were shaking and you needed to be alone in solitude? Like you are now creating a story that people see, and they are going to see those moments of like, oh my goodness, this is what happened to me when I came down from anxiety. So when they're facing anxiety, now they get a piece of peace, like PEACE. Now you are selling peace from
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. I
Okay.
think I got my answer now. I've got to work on it.
Yes, and it's like those questions just back and forth. No matter what piece you make, ask. And if you're like, okay, this is light in the darkness. Darkness from what? Like, keep asking questions until you get to the answer.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, girl.
That was a wonderful answer. And thank you so much for the whole session. So long too.
I know. I'm sorry, guys.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth.
All right. Sonnet.
Yes, hello, Elizabeth. Thanks for doing this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my questions are a little bit long, so I wrote them down. So let me just pull it up real quick. So I'm a little bit lost as to how to specialize in what audience to reach out to, because I kind of like, I have two very controversial sides of myself that kind of butt heads. I'm a Christian and I'm most passionate about God, but much of the aesthetic of my work goes completely the other way and appeals to Wiccans and neo-pagans because I like to make dragons and skulls and cats wearing witch hats and cute little cottagecore mushrooms. So I thought maybe I'll go with a dark versus light theme, but that's hard too because a lot of my dragons and cats and stuff are just colorful and really too cute for a serious light versus dark theme. And right now my logo and the vibe I've been putting off is that I'm a fantasy artist that makes dragons, cats, and equines. And I love animals, so should I go with the animals and pets community? But they're fantasy animals, so do I go with the fantasy lovers community? And I do love fantasy, but I can't say I'm anywhere near as passionate about any of that stuff as I am about God. And it's so broad that I'm not sure I'll be able to connect with people on a different, like on a deeper level about anything but God. Like my stuff is so eclectic. I often make pieces that are just cute and beautiful, but have nothing to do with my passionate beliefs. And I don't want to alienate Christians with my skulls. And I don't want to alienate neo-pagan LGBTQ community because I posted a piece that had Jesus on it. And I have family members who are LGBTQ. So like, I kind of want to bridge that gap. I don't want to push them away. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just taking so long, but very devoted Christian who also loves Halloween and Halloween related fantasy art. Like
Girl,
where we
I love Halloween. I love fairies. I'm a Harry Potter fan. Guys, I've watched 50 Shades of Grey. Okay. So anyway, what you do is throw me your handle really quick. Here's the thing. I mean, even if you go with the Christian side, you're going to find people. Oh my gosh, my grandparents, their whole house is fairies and dragons. I'm not even kidding. Like my grandpa, on the other side, his like side name is Dragon. He calls himself Dragon. Like it's just, you're gonna find people. But let me see your work. Let me see how crazy and eclectic this is. Just because
I'm on Sonic's Fine Designs on Facebook. Should I like post it in the chat, I guess?
Yeah, if you can type it out, then I can copy and paste and not embarrass myself trying to spell things.
Yeah, let me just pull it up really quick here. Let's see. Oh no, that's Linktree. Let me get the Facebook one. Copy. So yeah, like I have literally made a pendant with Jesus coming out of the tomb, and then I've made a pendant with a very evil looking dragon skull. And I didn't mean for it to look evil, but that's just like the way people take it, because I went to a co-op with lots of Christians in it once, right? And I was dressed as Bowser, you know, Bowser from the Mario series. And like 3 people thought I was dressed as Satan. They literally thought I was dressed as Satan. I'm like, no, this is Bowser. I would never dress as Satan, but like, I want to reach out to Christians, but when I post my little dragon skull, are they going to be like, oh, you're a Satan worshiper?
Oh my God. I know the people you're talking about, so I do Halloween with my kids every year, and like I think a lot of my Facebook page has completely changed to being against Halloween, and I'm just like, y'all are ignorant as hell. And the nicest way, I love my people, but I'm just like, you guys cannot cause this much drama. Like there's just so much drama in there. So I understand 100% what you're saying. I'm not seeing your name in the chat really quick. Hold on. Did you?
Sorry, I'm trying to post this in the, there it goes,
Oh,
finally.
you're good. Oh, it's on Facebook. So you're on Facebook. Give me 5 seconds. I don't know if I can I just click on it? Let me see.
I have Facebook and Instagram, but I think my vibe, like the way I want to market, definitely seems to go more with Facebook.
So hold on, let me share this really quick. Little dance for you guys. All right, let's see. It's hard to see. Okay. Ooh, oh God, I hate Facebook on.
Right now, I'm like a little fairy dragon, so like it's not really Christian or Halloweenish, but it's just cute and pretty.
Let me just look through. Let me just look through. So don't.
Yeah, I've got like an angel dragon and Halloween cat with a witch hat and
Girl, do you bridge that gap. Again, like who cares what other people think? My goodness. So I'm seeing, is it what I'm seeing with your work? And this is just this is one of the hard things to say, because marketing wise and selling wise, you are going to sell and market better if you do like the Renaissance fantasy people. And of course, they're not all Christian. Some of us are. Hey, but versus posting, because the one thing you wouldn't do is you wouldn't really post, here is a dragon, this should point you up towards God, unless you were going to talk about like, you know what I'm saying? Like the different, there's dragons in scripture. So I mean, do what you got to do. But that's not really what you're doing. You're connecting with people who love dragons, and that's going to be the Renaissance people. So it's, again, I do like art mentoring on Instagram. I didn't know if any of you guys knew this, but I actually do it. And what I have up there is that I'm a Christian. Like I don't shy away from my faith by any means. And I would suggest the same thing from you. Like you don't have to shy away from your faith. But you don't have to actively make a community around it either. Or you could do a separate Facebook page where you are specifically just a Christian artist, and you can put your little Jesus pendants out there and stuff like that. I mean, you can always post something like a random, if you do a Jesus, it doesn't mean that you need to continue to add those people. So like the group comment thing where I was like, oh, go add your people after you post in the group. If you go post in a Christian artist group, a pendant that you made, and you get people who are interested in it potentially, awesome. You don't have to add those people specifically to your page if it's a Renaissance type themed thing. Because if you like dragons, you want to find people who like dragons too. I don't think your art has to be specifically focused around the faith. If you want a page where you are just like timeline scrolling and you see Jesus and God in your face, then just make a separate one where that's kind of the theme of it. Like, hey, I just really want this because my other Facebook has things that I just don't agree with or I don't see eye to eye with, and I want a community that's pouring into me constantly. Just be aware that no matter what group you choose, you're gonna get a few loop-loos. It's
for sure.
It's part of life, and especially when you get into religion, you know.
yeah.
I'm the craziest one you'll ever meet. But yeah, seriously. So like stuff with this, again, like if you're doing dog stuff and you're posting dogs for a while, you can go to pet groups and stuff, and you don't have to add these people as friends unless you want to. But I think most of this theme wise is around the same thing. It's just around that Renaissance, that fantasy, that anime type thing. The Pokemon people like the same kind of stuff. Like those are going to be your people who you sell your artwork to. And again, if you do a religious one-off, you're still going to find people, right? And if they leave because you are a Christian when they love your dragon work and all of your other work, be nice, Elizabeth. Be nice. I was going to say a bad word, but them, you know, I don't give a rip if you don't like me for my face. Seriously, oh my gosh, the amount of people who are like, yeah, I was like, you're getting help or not? Do you want to make money or not? I don't give a rip. This is you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So I wouldn't back down from the fact that you're a Christian, but it doesn't need to be in anyone's face because you're not really making Christian themed art.
Yeah, only once in a while do I make the blatantly Jesus-y.
And if you do, you're gonna find Christians who like dragons and Halloween. Like, I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's still, if you've built up enough of a good enough following, and again, if people leave, you don't want people who are going to be hateful in either direction. If you are doing Christian stuff and you did something where the rainbow was and someone left because LGBTQ instead of seeing it as God's promise or whatever issue that they decide to have. You don't want those type of people on your profile. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like people who take things wrong, who assume things on other people, who automatically throw judgments on people, you're already off my list. Goodbye.
Well, thank you, and thank you for opening my eyes to that there is such a large Christian art appreciating community, because the type of art that I make does really appeal to, you know, like the people. So like I've gotten into this fear of fellow artists, I suppose, that makes me think that most artists out there are like that, and they're even like out there. So it's nice to know that there is. I do have one more question. So my personal profile is like very personal. I have name.
You're going really quick. So I'm sorry, you're going in and out of audio.
Sorry. Would it help if I talk a little slower?
No, that's good. Right where you are, wherever the microphone is, right where you are is perfect.
Okay, perfect. So my personal profile on Facebook is like very personal. I have my kids' names, vacations. I like to engage with my family and close friends, church members from past congregations, fellow soldiers from when I was in the Army. There's like so many personal, non-art related connections on there. I have almost no friends that I don't personally know, so I have less than 1,000 friends. We're a military family. We move a lot. That's the only reason I even have more than a few hundred. It just feels kind of icky to me to like make all these personal connections and turn the page that I used to connect with them into a business where I'm trying to sell. And I like to share memories that pop up on there, and past posts are very important to me. It's like a journal or a photo album to me. So it's like I'm very, very reluctant to turn my personal profile into a primarily art business profile. When I first heard that, I was like, nope, won't do it. So like, do you have any advice for someone who is really not wanting to do that because they're worried about losing any part of those personal non-art related connections?
Yes, I have two thoughts. One, just take the sacrifice and make a new profile page and see if you can get as many people over from your regular profile over there. Take the hit that you can't do certain features for a few months as you build up and as you grow. Like that's just the sacrifice you'll have to make if you're dead set on it. On the flip side, art is a part of who you are. You cannot deny it, get rid of it, anything else, especially as a creative. You're just going to constantly be creative. And if people can't accept that as who you are, that's a problem. But not in the terms of selling. Like you don't want to be a salesperson. That's the biggest thing, is when you're creating this art, you're just sharing a part of who you are, on why you do what you do. You're sharing pieces that either make people laugh, that inspire people, that motivate people, that bring a different aspect to someone's timelines other than seeing the crap that they always see. And this is the biggest thing, guys. We're all on social media. We know what crap we see on our timelines. We see that it's constantly the same thing over and over again. You're giving someone a chance to have a pause from that nonsense. So I think it's like a big and you can ask people, guys, how would you feel if I started sharing art on here and just getting feedback? And if there's not like a lot of engagement and it's poor, okay, don't do it. Start that new Facebook. But if people actually show up and be like, hey, I'd love to see your work. I'd love to see what you do. And I guarantee you, if they are decent Christians, you said old church people, if they are decent Christians who want to love you really well and be that gap of saying like, oh, she might be going off on a dark path, whatever. I don't know. You know what they think. They're going to stay, right? They're not going to leave because they're going to think I'm Jesus in skin. I'm like same thing. I'm not, I love my Christian. But it's true. Like you're not just going to leave because you see someone going somewhere else into a different direction. Like that's weird. That's not Jesus. That's not Jesus. Yeah. So same thing, like military, whatever, just ask, be like, guys, and share a piece of your art. I've been creating this for years. It's a part of who I am. I love it. Would you guys be open to me sharing it on this page from now on, and then building it up so that, but don't be a salesperson. Don't just do it to sell people money. Do it because they need something different. They need happiness. They need that peace. They need to see something that isn't politics, sadness, darkness, whatever crap is filling their feed.
Yeah. That's a lot of the stuff I make is just for that, for like brightening someone's day. Like this cute little fairy dragon I'm working on right now. Like he's just got these cute little eyes that are looking up at me. And I'm like, I've got so much stress in my life right now. If I wanted to get away from that stress, I just come and work on this adorable little dragon. It's silly, but it works.
And they want to escape from stress. Well, don't hold it back so that they can't see it, right? And don't let Facebook win by having it on a page and not showing it to people. Like, Give them a little
Yeah.
stress-free break from their random scrolling.
Awesome. So I'll do that. I'll probably create a new profile and I'll also engage it. I'll also post it on my personal profile, but I don't know if I can do that 85-15 ratio. It'll probably be more like 50-50.
Whatever works, honestly, whatever works. I would stop sharing the random stuff because you don't want your algorithm to go down. You can share those in your stories if you have like posts or quotes that you want to share.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
You're welcome. Bye, girl.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Japanese. I think I said it right.
Yes, you did. Hi.
Hey, girl.
All right, I have quite a few questions, and hopefully I'm not being redundant. My computer has been going in and out throughout the workshop. So one question is really personal. It's because so with the Facebook page, I've been struggling with, I knew that I should change my personal page like a long time ago. I joined Facebook back when, it was taking over from MySpace. And at the time that I started my art page, it was the only way to appear professional on Facebook, and the algorithm wasn't so mean back then. Of course, things have changed. My issue for me is that I don't like to associate my full name with my art. My name is really unique, and so I like to just use my first name, and Facebook doesn't really allow you to use just the first name on your personal page.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you had any suggestions for how to get around that.
What's your full name, girl?
I'm sorry. Full name is first and last name is Jo Bernice Caston. I don't want to use my last name for several reasons, including the fact that I have dealt with creeps before. I am not that hard to find if you want to. I was very open that I live in what city and state I live in.
Yeah.
So I want to avoid making myself an easy target again.
Yeah. Okay. I can hear you. So that's really hard. So when it comes to toxic people, right, just changing our identity just a little bit helps hugely. And putting like Joe and then half of your last name or a different last name. Just so you guys know, I legally changed my name when I was 15 as a sophomore. Like, I'm not even going to tell you what it is, but I changed my name legally. And I mean, it's been so helpful for people not finding me in my old town. No, I escaped the FBI. But in general, you want a name that it's going to be a little tricky if you ever want a blue check mark because you're going to have to use your real name. So that's one thing you're going to have to take into consideration. I'm never going to have a blue check mark would be that situation if you did not use your regular name. But if you're okay with that and just putting Joe and then changing your last name and going by that from now on, do it. No one's going to stop you.
Okay. I may have to just change my last name.
Change it.
Awesome. Okay, I was probably overthinking that. Thank you. You really made that simple. Oh, earlier you mentioned the lives, and I was curious. I don't know if you said how frequently you would recommend going live.
Illegal name. Sorry, I'm just reading someone's thing real quick. Give me 5 seconds. I do lives. Well, not right now, but I do lives once a month. That's usually what I recommend. But if you do them more often, as long as you have engagement there, you can increase it. But I would say at least once a month so you can have that personal connection. Facebook doesn't allow to change your name for anything else than your legal name. Well, I have Elizabeth London Trainer in one of my Facebook things. So even if it was Elizabeth Lund Train or Elizabeth J, I mean, no one's looking at my ID when I make a Facebook profile. So I would just, I don't know if that's what you're saying, Lisa, but continue. Next question.
So once a month, that's great. When you go live, what do you do about the camera angle? I've tried going live before, and it's always weird. It's like if I want, it's like the audience who will come through wants to see the artwork, and then I can't read the comment, and it's just
Oh yeah.
So it's it's very hard to navigate engaging with the people who are stopping in and painting at the same time.
multiple devices is the only way that would work. You have to have multiple devices, whether it's a computer next to you, a laptop, an iPad, or multiple phones. So I have 2 phones and an iPad just because I like my music. And if I have reference photos or something, but I have one phone that's phone. Wow. All right, I'm going again. With specifically for recording and showing over my artwork on the table. And then I have my iPad that I'm watching on for Facebook comments, like just going through so that I can respond every once in a while and talk to them. And then I've got my music in front of me. So you really want to have a second device, at least 2. You don't need the music, right? It's not necessary. Or you can put Pandora on behind the Facebook, but you do want to be able to read those comments. So you do want 2 devices at least.
Okay, that makes sense. And I have that. Oh, this is another personal one. I tried to subscribe to your Instagram with the marketing thing.
Yeah.
And I had an issue around that time because there was like an issue with my bank denying Apple Apple what do you call those charges? It was just like denying all of them. And so I couldn't do anything that and so anyway, so Instagram, it seems, I'm hoping I'm wrong. It seems like in order for me to subscribe, I have to do it through the App Store, like take the payment through the App Store. Is there a way I can directly pay with like link it to my credit card?
That I actually do not know. I don't know the payment um payment how they take payments at all. I'm not 100% in with the subscription on that side on how they take it or how they do it. If they're requiring a certain thing, that might be the absolute only way that they'll do it. I know that some people have had trouble subscribing, so they created another account to subscribe. So I talked to them on one account and look at their other account, but I don't know anything about the payment thing, and I'm so sorry that I do not.
Okay, that's fine. I was just hopeful. I'll keep fighting with it. I want to pick your brain more often. Let's see. So I think you mentioned something about not scheduling your Facebook content. But I have started trying to figure out how to batch content in general. I primarily use Instagram. Just it kind of happened that way for me. I've always posted my art everywhere because I didn't start creating with the intention of going into business. It was just like whatever.
Yeah.
And then now I'm a full-time artist. But thank you. I'm just trying to get in the habit of batching content because I need to always like have multiple things going on. I can't focus on one thing. So publicly, I am known as a painter, but I am a copywriter for another organization. I am a social media manager. I do things. I like being creative in multiple ways. But that being said, I was getting burnt out, and it had gotten to the point where I stopped being consistent with posting at all, and so I was trying to schedule ahead of time. How does that translate to using Facebook in the way that you're recommending? Is batching not recommended?
Give me a definition for batching on what you're saying here.
I'm saying I have created a schedule. I haven't implemented it yet, but I've created a schedule of like, oh, today I'm just going to look at the calendar and plan like this is going to be a personal story. This is going to be, a work in progress. This one is going to be, whatever. And I assign it to the calendar. And then the second day, I might be taking all the pictures for all the posts. And then the third day, I'm writing all the stories, all the captions, for all of the posts. And then on like by the end of the week, I'm scheduling at least for the next week out.
Got it. Okay. That's a lot of work. I mean, whatever works for you in terms of posting is what you should do, right? Whatever makes it easiest on you. With the scheduling and the posting, you want to be there when it's posted so that you can engage with people. So if scheduling means that you're not going to be there, then don't schedule. Just post it when you are there, when you're available, if it's during those times, right? We talked about the whole, like, if you're not there during the busy times, then schedule. But you really want to have that engagement right off the bat. So as long as that's still there, I don't see an issue with anything that you're doing or how you're doing it. When it comes to me posting my art, I typically have a picture. I take a picture of it as soon as it's finished. The next day I post it.
I've been doing that literally up until now. It's like I said, I got burnt out and stopped posting altogether. And I was like, maybe this scheduling thing, all the Instagram experts out there are saying like batch the content. Well, except you, you're cooler.
Thank you. Oh, I'm recording this. It's on. She said it. Thank you. I'll give you $100 later for that. But yeah, no.
All the other experts are always like encouraging batching content, and like prior to this year, it was always like me organically. I wake up in the morning, this is what was on my mind. Here's a picture, whatever. Sometimes my caption doesn't even directly relate to the picture. It's just like, I don't know. So yeah, that answered that. That was great. Let me see. Fashion content, personal blog. Oh, categories on Instagram. I have not known what to choose ever since you said don't choose artist. So I have played around with like, is it a personal blog? Am I a public figure? Entrepreneur? Health and beauty?
Can be an entrepreneur.
I don't know where I fit it.
It totally depends on what you are. I mean, digital creator is the easiest thing you can do, I think. But it just depends on what you are, right? If you are a health and beauty artist painting beautiful women, sure, why not do your thing? But digital creator is probably the easiest thing that you can choose, I would think.
Okay.
But when you're on Facebook, you're an artist. You're an artist.
On Facebook, I can be an artist, no problem. On Instagram, I mentioned health and beauty because I am a portrait or figure artist. But it's not really about the people. It's never about the people. I'm more so focused on mental health. It took a long time for me to figure out what my art was about. Like I said, I just kind of started creating. I did not express what I was feeling, and that was meditation. It was everything I needed to get through like depression, anxiety, and all the things. So I'm realizing now that is the story that I need to make people more aware of. I started noticing that from sharing my art, I was naturally attracting people who were going through like their healing journeys or just feeling inspired by what I was creating. And I was just like, oh, that's interesting. We are like kindred spirits. How did you find me? So I'm like, oh, maybe like that's it. That's the thing that I need to focus on. So I'm still figuring that out. But yeah, that was why I was trying to figure out like, is health and beauty the option?
I would do digital creator still. Just because I think when people think health and beauty, they're thinking fitness and
makeup and things. Yeah.
Those weird videos where they transition. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they think those things. So I would probably stick with digital creator unless there's another one that's almost like, oh, this could be me. Writer, storyteller, whatever it is. But I like digital creator the best. It's just easy.
Okay. Oh, and there was an artist. She was on here earlier. I don't know if she is still. But you complimented her for being a great storyteller, and I really, really want to know what her page is so I can see it. You had mentioned like she's really good at reels. And I don't remember her name.
Lauren Brodowski. Lauren Brodowski. If she's on here, she's gonna be like, oh. But no, I will 100 when I share. So she's the next person in my storytelling. I have 3 artists. Sir JC was first. But yeah, I'll do hers next, and I'll tag her profile so you guys can see it and can add her. So what's different about her is that she's just kind of starting out on this journey. I think she's like 8 reels in, and it is so fascinating. I'm like, this is gonna blow up. I just love everything that she's doing. So but I will 100% share it. But yeah, it's Lauren Brodowski.
Okay. Thank you. I am done taking up your time.
All right, guys. Really quick. Mike was out. Guess I'll try. Music isn't necessary. So if people like the ambiance, like if it goes with your art, it's fine. It can annoy people, but it's just not a requirement. If you're talking to people, not a requirement. One thing I will say about lives. Ooh, thank you for saying this because now I remember. Depending on which music you have, Facebook will take you offline for a second and say, basically, the recording is stopped. You're using illegal music. So fun. And so you have to push continue anyways, and it will stop sharing your video with people. So I always wait about 20 minutes before I start music on a Facebook Live because the people who are going to join are pretty much already there. They're part of it, yada, yada, yada. And then, you know, you have to push the continue button. So I watch it on that second screen because it'll stop for me and I can see it where I have to push start again. So be very careful with your music. For whatever reason, Warner Bros. Groups and people who have claims to music don't like their music being shared so that it spreads and continues to be purchased. All right, let's move on. Stephen, sir, with your dog. You have to make sure you unmute really quick, sir. Oh, wait, let me unmute you. I got you. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can unmute you. I think I can do it. Hold on. Da, da, da. No, it's not letting me. I have to, no, it's not letting me. No.
Unmute,
unmute. There you are, sir. How are you?
Yeah, this Chester, my little guy, is waiting. I've been kind of thinking about the things that we've talked since our last seminar. That of course they've been more about Instagram, right? So on top of me pivoting my style, went from natural and surf art and waves and stuff like that. I'm going into surrealism and all of that stuff. We've had that conversation before about that. But now I'm like the nuts and bolts thing is that I have two Instagram sites. Can I share my screen with you?
I don't know if you can. I think I can. You can try. See if you can share your screen with me. I don't know if that's
share screen.
Okay, let's see. Hold on.
Disable participant screen sharing. Oh.
Do I have to allow it?
Yeah.
I don't even know how. Hold on, give me a second.
It's just it'd be faster instead of you having to go through my pages.
Let me see.
Open already.
Chat, copy part. I don't stop, pause recording, captions, react. It's not showing me how I can add it in. Let's see. Multiple. No, I found it. Oh my gosh.
Found it.
I am a technological genius. Okay.
You are.
No, I'm just being so full of myself. So funny. Okay, let me see. Let me spotlight you really quick. Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Hello, Stephen.
Okay, so here, share screen, and it's saying share screen, and I need to do desktop 1. Okay, share my desktop. Oops, what? Okay. Yes. Security and privacy grants. This is my day. All day I've been messing with computers and going down twice. I dropped out. But anyways, what I want to show you is the second page I have, which is my Stephen M. Cruz artist. Okay.
Hi.
Another thing is on my Instagram page, my handle is Stephen M. Cruz _art.
Yeah.
Am I killing myself with my name that way? On
No,
Instagram?
so your name is not going to hurt you. It's just the white part. So let me see really quick. I'm going to remove your spotlight and I'm going to go stalk you for a second because that's what I'm good at. Hold on.
Yeah. So we could, yeah.
All right.
There we go. I also have the world's slowest Mac in the world. I don't know why, but it's working slowly.
Let me see. Where is my share screen? Share screen. Here, going to Insta. Really quick. And it won't hurt you on Facebook, which is good because that's what we're
And while we're at it, could you look the surfboard one? I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to do what you're talking to me about in terms of my posts. I mean, all the nuts and bolts stuff like getting that DM, all that stuff, I can figure that out. My big problem is if you look at my numbers, like this one got 200 views, right? This one, I don't know. And I've been doing nothing but reels. And oh, well.
Oh, sorry, that was an accident. That was not yours. Hold on really quick. So before we continue, because the big thing is that this one is on Facebook. This is not about Instagram right now. So we're talking about more about Facebook and everything. The art part of your name, though, is not going to hurt you on Instagram at all.
Okay.
With reels, you want to do reels and regular posts, so every two. But your big thing is that you have to go out and engage with people and find your people. Just like Facebook, Instagram is the same way, that where you go out and you have that engagement thing. And you should still have the link to that first video of Instagram.
Except the thing is, with Facebook, you have groups. And so you can target groups. I get that. So you have said to before, and I'm taking this to heart, that Instagram is to get new followers and Facebook is for your followers. Is that correct?
No, so Facebook is still to grow to new followers. Your post, so what I said is reels basically can go to non-followers. That's how you reach them. And basically you going and engaging with pages and people and the groups that they have basically run by people, right? But Facebook, when you're doing posts, it's automatically going to go to your followers. It's not going to non-followers. Your job is to go to those groups and to get those non-followers and to add them as friends so that they follow you.
Okay, and then do I connect them to my Instagram? Or is that a different crowd?
You can if you want to. It's totally dependent. You can always say, hey guys, I have an Instagram, or leave that link in your section. You're going to have different people. A lot of people on Facebook won't have Instagram and vice versa. So that's why we have both platforms. But what's nice about Facebook is it takes away so many issues from you, Stephen, like so that you don't have to go out and find people just randomly through pages who like your style of art, who are listening to your storytelling and that kind of thing. Is that when you post on Facebook and you're talking about a surfboard that you created with your design or whatever, you have so many surfing groups, so many surfboard people. There's surrealism groups. There's artist groups who specifically love surrealistic things, or artists who do surrealism. Now you're open to so many more people and finding them, adding them as friends and having them see your surrealistic art that you're going to be posting.
So, that begs a question about strategy in terms of when I'm hitting these different groups, like one surrealism, one surf art, right? I could think of those two on top. We talked about mental health groups and signs and all those. I mean, that sounds like almost like I could take the same post and repurpose it in some instances, but others I would have to make tailor another post, which means I've got to schedule, this day is going to be surreal day. This day is going to be surf day. This is going to be, right?
It's totally up to you. The biggest thing that I would do, so like if I were you, Stephen, I did an art piece based off of dreams. You don't do that at all, do you? But if you did an art piece based off of dreams and you posted it on your Facebook and you're sharing it, I would specifically that day and maybe the next 3 days go to Facebook groups specifically about dreams, and I'd post it and kind of share it there. And then I'd add all those people. And when they came back, they would still see that post that you had, like, oh yeah, that's the post that he did. Now I know him, I'm connecting with him. I'm going to engage on that post again, however that looks. And then you can do another post about dreams if you wanted to. And then the next day you do one about surfboard, but they already like your style of art. And they're like, oh my goodness, he does surfboards. This is so crazy. You don't have to make it about dreams. You can just make it about the surfboard, on why you created it, on what you were doing it, on why you did it. Like how you explained it last time was amazing. And then all you do is go to surfboard places and you could add people on the surfboard because it's your style of work and why you are doing it. You have this surrealistic, you have a whole vibe with your work. I got this. You got the whole vibe. Do you like
that? I mean, do you get a vibe from it? Like a really got
You
a flair.
have a very congruent style. There, like it's through your surfboard, through your dream work, like through your surrealism. Like it's Steven. When I see your work, I would know it's your work.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But so I've got to go find my audience, and then it's like then it comes down to the other thing we've talked about is captions.
Yeah.
And that is to me the most challenging thing, because how many can I talk about my process, right? When my artwork takes like, I mean, I take my time. I take like 2-3 weeks to complete a painting. And I still have to figure out a way to get on social media, right? So I'm doing a lot of process stuff. So I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot there. And then also, like you pointed out before, that brings in artists. So then I have to figure a way of creating a narrative while my piece is developing about my story, my narrative, my why, tie it in. And that's, to me, the big, it's like I'm walking around with a big question mark, thinking about, ever since you brought that up, it's just really been like a touchstone for me to say, this is the essential question I need to answer for me to start like creating a marketing effectively. Because I'm still, I'm kind of like circulating around, and I'm trying to kind of feel and I'm trying to move in the directions that you're advocating, right? Like this last post was, there's another document I got from another source that gives 30 days like topics for each post, right? So I've been following that, and one of them was about going through a process from beginning to end, and then talk about something about what was the post, but it was embodied in my last Instagram post, and it's like, okay, it's got 200, but it, so should I take number one, should I take those posts and like do a version of that for Facebook, and then or I mean, see, I'm kind of all over the place. I'm asking you questions that are all over the place because I don't yet have a fully fleshed out strategy and operating manual for my business yet, in terms of these are my clients, this is how I'm going to market for them. I'm still, but the good part about it is, from what you're telling me, there's a lot of meat on the bone there. There's a lot for me to sell.
Yeah.
But which is, a lot of times, it could get a little bit complicated. What is it, what I'm really saying?
So what I'm hearing is that you're having an affair and you're seeing another mentor to get post content ideas. Is that true, Steven? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm a scrounger. I mean, I've gotten, look, I've dropped about, since 2018, I've dropped about $5,000 or $6,000 on mentors. Yeah. And one said, oh, if you don't do it our way, it's the only way, and this and that, and and people may say sucker, but you know what? It's a lesson. I'm learning, and I've learned from everywhere that anybody that I paid for. I just took whatever I could from that. So I just don't want you to take it personally.
Oh my gosh, no.
I needed a structure to get me going, so I'm trying to do that. But I'm using that as the topic and approaching it in the way you talked to me about it. How do I get these people emotionally involved with my story, and then relate this piece of art to my story?
Absolutely. I 100% hear you. I was just teasing you. I'm never offended when people go off and cheat on me. I won't take it personal. But what I will say is, so this is how I'd start this on Facebook, Steven, is that with like your pieces, the pieces that you created around your dreams, around the surrealist and that kind of thing, as posting those pieces, how you speak, and we talked about this, you speak so eloquently when you are posting, like it is gallery style, over dumb people's heads. Like my elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor sometimes when I'm reading your stuff. I'm like, oh my goodness, he's so smart. But it's so the same thing. You'd still want to dumb it down just a little bit for Facebook. But when you're talking about like a dream piece and posting it on Facebook, it's going to be a lot easier. One, you don't have to tell a story about yourself in that case or that scenario. So if you're posting an old piece and you're speaking about a dream and kind of what you saw in it, and you can always say, have you guys had a dream like this, right? It's just something simple, or you can point it back to dreams where you see people and I don't know about dreams, little bees flying, and you get that anxiety feeling when you're waking up. I don't know. I'm just saying stuff in general. And then going out and finding people who love dreams, dream interpretations, that kind of thing. That's the easiest one, first off, because you can post a picture of your dream. I painted this, it's of my dream. What do you guys think it means? So when you have dream interpretations and you ask people what they think it means, you're going to get so many people back and forth commenting, engaging, liking. That's your community. That's who you're going to get in.
You remember the piece I did for the Lahaina fire?
Potentially.
I did a piece that was like an optical, and I posted on it. It was an optical illusion, and the plants formed like in the foreground faces, and there was a banyan tree, and the trunks were in the form of bodies.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, like I talked about how it was inspired by the Lahaina fire, that it started with a dream that I had of trees that had, trunks that were like bodies, right? But then I'm giving you this how I derive my art. So then I just started, that would be cool. I started seeing these, like Dali used to do this, and something in the foreground would be like, you'd have a conquistador's face, but then it would be made, the eyes would be made out of two separate conquistadors riding on horses, right? And it, like, when you walk 5 feet back, it's one picture. When you walk up to it, there, so I was doing that. And can I show you? I mean, maybe I should show you.
Well, when we're talking about this though, as the struggle on writing a post for it, was that what the struggle is?
Well, writing post for it, because I wish I could you pull up my Stephen M. Cruz just real quickly? I could show you, like,
hold on. And why it bounced back here? Give me a second.
And I'd also like to talk to you about like consulting with you on a broader sense, to a more one-on-one thing.
Okay, hold on really quick.
Wow, at 100 likes somewhere.
What? Let me see.
Oh, I just looked at the notifications.
Oh.
Okay, this one.
Which
okay,
one?
there was one where, okay, let me see. Not those are. Click on my reels. Are you on the reels?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's.
Yeah. So. Okay, so that's one. That's when I was first beginning it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, you'll see about 5 or 6 or 7 process reels like that.
Okay.
They got music.
Yeah.
But do you see what the piece is about? I mean, and the reason I'm saying all of this is what I believe is, like, we could be in nature, right? And we could see something like that if we were in the right angle at the right time and the right thing happened. And to me, the surrealism is that there would be this like confluence of all these things happening at one time. And then you, for that one moment, you saw something that nobody else could see. And it was a face, because that tree's limbs and where you were standing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I try to recreate that in the artwork. And the message is that, the surrealism could happen at any time, in any place. And it has to do with you being willing to see things and feel things, and this is like, I could explain, these are the front part, the faces, they're like the people that were passed away in the fire, right? Their memory. And then the nene is the duck that's in state bird of Hawaii. And the white crane is like, you always see white cranes. So the nature still remains. And in the background, you see the trunks and the face. The trunks are the ancestors of the Hawaiians that lived there for generations. And the face is the face of the wise man, the kahuna, saying everything's going to be cool, that we're going to rebuild. Do you see how that works? I just deconstructed the painting. So all of my paintings have ideas like that.
Yeah.
So, it's not dog portraits, or it's not like, and I've done my share of I did another piece that had to do with turtle, me painting a turtle that I swam with, right? And I filmed, and I first released a 3-minute video called the Sea Turtles Ballet with music and everything on Facebook, and my encounter with that turtle, right? Then I recently did resurrected the video of me painting the turtle, and related the experience in that post, related the experience. I showed the part of this clip of me swimming with the turtle, and then the next half of it was I don't know where that is. Are you in the reels?
I'm in the real section. So really quick, Stephen, just let me cut you off really quick.
Yeah.
When you have art pieces like the one we were just seeing, and we talked about this, you speak like you're in a gallery and type of thing, but the big thing about social media is, why should I care why you created something like this?
Fire.
And not in a you have to answer type of way. As the person who's just randomly scrolling, like, what's going to stop me? What value is it for me? What connection does it have for me? So like when you're doing things like that specific piece, you can go in 2 different directions. You can be a storyteller and tell them about the people who had died in a fire, right? And that's interesting to people, like, oh my goodness, people died in a fire? Like, what's going on? Say more about the story. I want to hear more. Or if you're talking about how people are missing the surrealism in pieces, you don't have to say that. Just are you open to seeing things differently? Would be the key.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that really matters, is asking people, are you willing to see things differently? Can you look at a cloud and see something that's not there, or a forest, or within them? Do you see faces in the trees? Like, this is a whole thing by itself. So you can choose kind of which storytelling vibe you're going to go through. And if you want to use both, you can. You just need to do them far apart from each other, like 2 weeks or so when you're posting. But when you're doing this on Facebook, that would be how you're going to angle it. So if you're going to go for the fire and you're going to go for historical storytelling, you're going to go find people who go under history stories, go under historical stories, go under whatever location this specifically was in, and go in there and be like, oh my goodness, I have a piece of art from those people. If you're going to do it about dreams, about you having this dream and interpreting it, then you're going to go find dream people specifically. If you're going to go into, can you see things differently? You're going to find people, let me see, who like to, spiritual, who like to see things in a different way. And then you're going to bring those people in, or you're going to find artists, right? Surrealists, artists, making a living, that kind of thing. But it's all going to depend on how you word it, but you can't make it about you. So if you go into a,
you have to we or us.
Yes,
right?
unless it's like something that is life-changing and super motivational, then yes, it's me
But
on what I experienced.
I'm rewriting my comments just to let you know, my captions, I've taken that to heart, and I'm saying us, or have you ever,
Yeah.
like, can I like the caption on this surfboard one, will explains it all if you click on that.
Yeah.
From escaping to my dream world as a child to creating dreamscapes, further the journey continues. Every day I look to create images that allow others to escape to. What does your dreamscape look like? Is it a scene from your past, possible future? Is it familiar or alien? Can you describe it visually? And I was just showing a project painting a surfboard from start to finish. And all of this has, this was a carousel version of it. And I showed the different parts, but I did another one that was to music that had the had the whole process. So I did 2 of them.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? On my approach? And what my caption was? Is
I
it better?
will, but I've got to keep this to Facebook just because people are purchasing this workshop specifically for Facebook. When you send stuff like this to me, I read messages from latest to earliest in the subscription. So if you message on a Monday and then message again on Thursday before I get to them on Saturday, it puts you back at the top, and then I won't get you to the following week, and it like repeats a vicious, horrible cycle.
Monday and Thursday is a good day to tag you and message you, right?
So basically, like one day, like pick one day and then wait till I respond and then hit me again, just because then I can go back and forth and I don't miss it. Otherwise, you keep going to the top of my list like it's a brand new message and I never get to it. So like if you message me on a Monday, don't message me again until I respond, because then I'll be able to be like, oh, it's Steven.
I'll do that on Monday. And I know that I've got a lot more questions than we have time for, because it's just, you opened up the floodgates for me. And and the nice thing about it is it opens up my horizon.
Yes.
But the thing that's complicated is, all these different considerations now that I never even knew existed. So I need to work with you that way and to shape this. So I guess it's going to be like a start and stop, and I'll be messaging you. I was just wondering, before I post something, is there a way that I could run the post to you without posting?
So I typically catch up afterwards. It's usually about a week, just because I have like over 60 subscribers, and going through each one, I don't like to half-ass, excuse my language, anything or skip over anyone who is in order. I am like a week and a half, 2 weeks behind, and I'm trying to catch up. So when you post it, it's typically going to be retroactive feedback that I give, like saying, oh, do this, fix this, change this, and then you can fix it for the next time. But what I would recommend specifically, just to make it so much easier for you, Steven, is try the Facebook way. Try posting without like overthinking it all with the surfboard stuff. Find surfboard people. If you're posting dream stuff, find the dream people. Like, I think that you can form your community without having to put so much into the storyline, because Instagram is, you're a creator, you're a producer, you're a director. Look at this. I'm already doing the transitions. You're so much. And on Facebook, you can just post a picture. You can take off all that stress from you. You can post a picture, post your heart on the piece, and find people who love dreams, who love surrealism, who love that kind of stuff.
It's, for me, the nuts and bolts. I've been in the film industry. I was a storyboard artist. I've worked with Academy Award winning directors, and so I know the visual narrative. I can do that. I can edit it and I can mix it. So that's not the thing. I consider that nuts and bolts. It's the messaging that I need to connect with people. You know, I'm way too much in my head. That's just me. I'm analytical, and I'll analyze the hell out of anything. That's just, so I need to work with that somehow in a way that I can also incorporate, more of the emotional narrative and get people excited, because I think that's there. But my frustration is I haven't been able to connect these people with, and excite them with what I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I will do that. Is there a way also to engage you one-on-one on a professional level? Do you offer any services?
Yes, and so my subscribers, I'll get a discount. If you ever see my stories turn purple, Steven, that's for you guys. If you see like little circle around my thing.
I do those all the time, by the way.
Yes. Okay. So like one of them was a subscriber discount for my one-on-one marketing strategy call, where we basically we spend an hour and I tear you apart in the best way possible and lift you up and say, okay, this is what you're doing. Let's fix your captions. Let's fix your hooks. We just spend an hour. We're just going back and forth with each other. And I flip your social media upside down. I tell you where to market your stuff to. I give you all the groups. I list it out, everything that you need basically, and I answer all your questions. I will 100%. If you want to find it by yourself, if you go onto my main page on Instagram under the purple subscriber highlight, and you click through all the trending audios that I share with you guys, at one point it'll say, guys, I covered, most of you guys for February, but if any of you need that one-on-one marketing call anymore, here's the discount code and here's the link to grab it. So then you can just click on it and grab it if you want to. I only have 3 spots this month, next Sunday, and then I'll try to open 3 more next month, but it won't be until the end of the month.
Yeah, it'd be better for me because money wise, I just like,
Yeah.
So yeah. Meanwhile, how much should I spend on time should I spend on Facebook versus Instagram in the
If-
next couple weeks?
You want to take the stress off you, I would do more time on Facebook. And I don't know hour-wise what that would look for you, but instead of pouring so much into Instagram where it's becoming like a struggle on the storytelling aspect, pouring more into your Facebook right now, something to ease up and still build up your community of people, I think would be a lot easier.
Could you give me in terms of numbers, how many times a week Instagram, how many times a week Facebook? That way I'll follow that. That'll be my mantra.
What are you able to do? The big thing is it's really about availability. Like you can post 7 days.
And I can repurpose the post from one to the other and change. Yeah. So I think I could do 4 posts total a week.
Okay. Yeah.
My Instagram going, it's been falling lately because I haven't posted, but I have to keep everything going.
Yes. And it's all about that engagement after and going to find your people too. So that's where the big time comes from. So whenever you post, just make sure I can sacrifice 30 minutes to an hour of going to engage with my people and get them to follow.
So you'd say a good mix is 4 to 5?
Whatever you're capable of doing. Facebook is not like Instagram. The algorithm is not going to hurt you for not being on there consistently, but you will grow more if you are consistently going to find people and engaging with them on Facebook. Instagram hurts you if you're not. So yeah, I think 3 to 4 is fine. The more you post and the more you engage, the more and higher chance you have of finding people.
Okay. So I will be getting you something tomorrow. Did you get those files that I gave you? The video files?
No, I haven't seen them. Hold on. I will message me on tomorrow about it so that I remember, and I will try to go through. I think I have like 8,000 emails that I need to go through, which is insane.
I don't want you going through that because you got more than, and you got your mom and your, so how you do it, I don't know, but would it be easier for me to just resend you the files?
No, if you sent them, just throw them in the message on Monday. So when I get to your message, I can go through and I can search for it and find them for you. So that way you don't have to resend it all. Don't add to the 10,000 messages.
Yeah, and if you need anything else, let me know. I'll get that to you.
Appreciate that, Stephen. Thank you. I really want to help you do that.
Thank you very much. And little Chester, thanks you very much.
Hi, Chester. Oh wait, I have mine. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Oh, you got your little. Is he a deer or an applehead?
Penelope.
He's an applehead. Oh.
That right now because she eats everything off the floor that my 2-year-old drops.
You are like that.
Maybe this will get more views now that I have a dog. Okay, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as usual, Elizabeth, you've been a godsend. I thank you for your patience and how generous you've been. I should have saved all that money and given it to you, but
I don't want to take your money.
Instead, I purchased not knowledge, but wisdom. Right.
I appreciate that so much, sir. Thank you. Dog's gonna go upstairs. All right. You have a great day, Stephen. I'm gonna mute you real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Life with RJ. You got another question, girl?
I do, Elizabeth. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not going to take so much of your time, right? So here are my questions. How do you search for your group on Facebook? Based on the artwork that I do, right? That's one. And you mentioned don't market to home decor girlies, which I thought was a good thing I was doing, but you mentioned earlier they'll just want to come and they're not going to buy anything. So I want to know what would be the market, because I feel like I have a challenge in that area.
Remind me what kind of pieces you did. Were those the woman with the longer neck?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So So you're searching for your groups, and if I'm remembering the right person, because I've spoken to a few, so I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
About highlighting Black voices and
Yes.
okay. So what I would do then is on Facebook in groups, literally just go through like Black woman, Black female, African strong, African voices, that kind of thing, and finding your people through these groups who are like really proud of their ethnicity and their race and their origin, and then building up your community that way.
I see. Okay. And what do you mean when you said like if you like your artwork is in somebody's home, why would you not market to like someone that's into home decor?
So when you do home decor, it's mainly people who are making home decor that you would attract.
Ah, okay.
So people are buying the why, not the what. It's not so much that I would never put like canvas art, right? Or I've never
Right,
put
right.
that. I want to find specifically the Christian people. So if you're doing like Black voices or, you know, strong Black women and just having that kind of love and ethnicity and that kind of thing, and people are going to be purchasing that. They're going to be
I
purchasing
got it.
empowerment. They're going to be purchasing culture, that kind of thing.
I mean, how do you know all this stuff? You are like a G.
I just
And
love
then my
knowledge.
I have one final question. You mentioned doing Facebook Lives, right? Like once a month. I can handle that.
Yeah.
And how do you, if I'm doing a live painting of my artwork, my long neck ladies, how do I market that to sell? Am I still doing storytelling through that?
Oh, that's interesting. That's a really good question.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. So really, when I post my pieces,
Mhm.
people who already know my mission, right? So you've already added these people who love the fact that you pour into Black voices and you lift up and you empower and you give all these cultural references, right? And so you're creating this, and they're going to see that creation of that Black woman and that long neck, and maybe she's doing something different. She's dancing. There's something in the background.
Right.
Someone's going to see it and go, I want this. And they're connecting with you as a person. You don't have to say a word about the piece unless they ask. They're like, what is this piece is about? So tell me about this piece. And you might have some people where you can pour into it. But remember, people aren't buying what you do. They're buying why you do it. So whoever you are is what they're purchasing.
And thank you so much. And the one thing you mentioned about coaching in the bio, where do you go? Is that when you click on the link in your bio, is that one of the classes you have available?
Oh, for my subscription. So my
Yeah.
subscription, but thank you for saying it. I'll pay you later. I'm just kidding. But when you subscribe, it's actually on my main page, and it looks like if you go to my profile, there'll be like a little button with subscription at the bottom right here.
I see. Okay. I would have never found it if you didn't point it out. Actually, I've been on your page since we've been on this live, and I was like, I don't see one thing she's talking about right there. Okay. It was that basic. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you for being so generous with your time.
Of course, my absolute pleasure.
Have a great day.
All right, Sonia.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me this time?
No, oh no, you're still breaking up. I want so Sonia, what we can do too, and I'm sure it's probably super helpful for everyone. But like in tenor, I'm sure your question is really good to help other people. But if you want to voice text me on Instagram, you and me can just go back and forth with your questions.
Yeah, that might work. I also have it typed up. I can post it.
Oh yeah, if you want to, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Let's post it.
All right, I'm gonna mute you really quick so I can read it because it's the thing is really distracting. Apart from adding people as friends, is there another way to grow on Facebook, like through posts and reels? Audio. Okay, so for the first part of your question, with the trending audio and pretending audio, not really. Reels will go out with hashtags and keywords on Facebook. But again, they're not going to see your words, which sells the piece. So really, it's just kind of an entertainment thing. How entertaining can you be? Is your work beautiful enough technically? And I know you're saying jewelry and stuff, which is really hard to do. So it has to be stunning in order for it to grow and get to your non-followers, because otherwise reels are just going to sit there because people aren't connecting to the words, and your words are what's going to sell your work. So that would be one of the big things that I would say. I do not recommend reels unless it's entertaining, eye-catching, you know, something of that sort, and just posting to post, because people aren't going to be connecting with it. Like, you want it to mean something, you want it to really connect with your people. So I would honestly start just doing posts and making sure your words are reflecting that. And you said, do you have any suggestions for storytelling for jewelry? You just make it because it's pretty and how it looks. That's going to be more of selling you then, and finding your why and who you're wanting to sell this jewelry to. Like some jewelry, and I know it just depends on the jewelry too, because I know some jewelry has like the Texas vibe, some jewelry has the Renaissance vibe and that kind of thing. And I think that's a huge one. Anytime you make handmade jewelry, the Renaissance idea is something that can sell. I think jewelry sells really well within that type of category, is the Renaissance handmade things, you know. But really, you need to find your why in order to sell jewelry a lot better. So like one of the women who sell jewelry who was talking earlier is, you know, a Christian artist. So it's going to be easier for her to specifically sell jewelry to those people of the faith. So in terms of you, like, again, take away art, take away what you jewelry and you create. Although women, I guess, would be one. That would be your target audience, right? So finding mom groups, Renaissance, any type of women, that's kind of the key. Unless you're selling to men too. I don't care. There's no judgment here who you're selling to. So weird not talking to you. It's very weird. But in general, you really, if you have a passion or something you want to do with that jewelry, or like, hey, I know there's a bunch of women called Monarch out here who collect broken pieces of jewelry and sell jewelry to help sex trafficking. Of course, I know about it. But like, that's a great mission. That's something really cool. And they get so much support. They get all these kinds of things. So in general, you would want to create around who you are, why you do what you do, not just to make pretty things. And that's such a, it has to be a stretch for us as creatives. Like, so many of us, like, we paint a sunset because it's beautiful. Is there more? Is there something else? Because then it's a hobby, right? You're doing something because you're seeing something as pretty, and it's not really a business because there's no purpose. Everyone has a purpose. They're just having a struggle of understanding what it is. So break down your why. Why am I doing this? Who am I doing it for? Why do I care so much? Why jewelry? Why that specific jewelry? Why that color? Different things like that should help you break down of who your target audience is. And sometimes you can go the opposite way and say who my target audience is not. Will help you find who your target audience is. Will non-followers be able to see my posts on Facebook? So if you weren't here in the beginning, you rewatch the recording during the group discussion where I talked about how to get non-followers. It is all on you. It is 100% on you. Facebook is the easiest place to grow. It's the easiest place to grow fast, but it is 100% on you, not on your post. Your post will not take off past your profile. You have to go and find them. So watch the group section again, just to make sure you got the how you find your people, how you add them, why you add them, what times you add them, what times you comment, that kind of thing, because that's how it's going to build up. I think I answered all of them, but let me know if I didn't answer all of your questions. I am going to go through really quick and try to read people's things. This is hard though. Why don't I have a little arrow? Let me see. Trying to make sure I get everyone's questions. If you do, I know so many people left too. So with the whole how do you generate sales, make sure you read the last part of how I get the sale. But your big thing is that what? So in the section when you rewatch this of the what and the why and the what, why the what, that one, the what is the selling point. It's a selling point is the selling point. So that is where people are going to engage, either comment or DM if they're interested in that sale. So it's not a, you're not being salesy by saying $50 if anyone's interested. All you're just saying is this piece is painted acrylic on canvas. It's 11 by 14. If interested in having the original or print in your home, please comment or DM. That's it. And then making sure, again, with the close the sale part, you kind of see how I did that in terms of writing it out. So, Sonia, what you're asking questions that I did in the very beginning, I went through all the different things for the post of like posting, of videos, of reels, and that kind of thing. So when you rewatch it, you're going to be able to see all those answers and everything else. So kind of explain, and hopefully, and then you won't get lost. I'm sure your Wi-Fi was just going in and out, but all that's answered. Let me go see, and if there's anything that I haven't answered. Trying to look. Don't know if I missed any questions. Am I missing any questions? Guys are up in this comment section, aren't you? So with the replay, just so you guys know, is that it'll be available in 4 to 5 days. I have to edit, just fix a few things, all this lag time, and then post it up there, and you'll have an email with the link. All right, I'm not. That's so funny. Someone asked, hey, I can't ask a video question. I'm driving. Could you speak some more about how to navigate the political craziness as a Christian artist with strong opinions and not get canceled? LOL. Seriously, though, Facebook has been such a turnoff for me because of the craziness. Hilarious. The best way to do this is to just not talk about politics. Whether you are extremely opinionated or not, you can create a whole nother profile if you want to be a political advocate, a political advisor, a politically outspoken person, and just hide people who get you politically charged to where you feel like you need to say something. But I mean, anytime you discuss politics, doesn't matter which way you go, doesn't matter what you say, you're going to lose people. They could agree with you, you're going to lose people. It's just like, that's one of those things like do not do whatsoever. So it's your call. If you want to make the sacrifice, like with religion, is the same thing as politics. If you make the sacrifice of posting your religion, of talking about your religion, you're going to lose people. Is it worth the sacrifice? Is it worth the sacrifice to be outspoken religiously and cause a ruckus with people and go back and forth and disagreements? Is it worth your time? Oh my gosh, is it worth your time? I don't know. And is it worth your business? Right? If you want to make a good living making art and you think that your political opinion matters more than selling a $2,000 piece potentially to someone, that's what you're going to scale it as. What's worth it? Is your opinion worth thousands of dollars? Your call. You get to choose. I don't care. It's not my opinion. Let me see another question. When posting to a group, do you post just a pic? I would 100% just post a picture, unless it's something that's 3D and requires it. But even still, you can kind of post 4 pictures into one. You can kind of create that. I would just post a picture. I think they do so much better. Would it be a huge task to try and hide all my personal? It would be. Okay. New profile, direct the friends that would like to see my art there. It's so much better to use the profile that you've had and then just slowly over time grow it enough that people aren't seeing the older posts, and when they pop up on memories, hide it. So like if you spent the next 30 days just posting your artwork and doing that kind of thing, then start adding more people aren't going back 30 days. They're just not interested. They don't care. So I think you'd be fine. And then just start hiding it so you don't get the weirdos and the creeps as you start growing bigger and bigger, commenting on different things. If you start a new profile, like I've said in the past, you're going to sacrifice a huge amount of engagement. So you'll have more engagement by doing it on your regular posts than asking people to go over there. make a choice. Everything's about sacrifice these days. You can storytell, you can 100% bring it about whatever it is it's engaging. Like if you're talking about a Harry Potter piece and you want to describe the Harry Potter aspect of the piece or whatever, that's totally, it really, you want to get the vibe of each group and how you're going to market it in a non-marketing way. No sacrifice, no victory, right? That's what I'm saying. It really would just depend on the group, honestly, and what you were saying. Anytime I post a Christian piece in a Christian group, I'm going to talk about it and story tell a bit, just so that they connect to it. So what have you found that may offend group owners? Don't say if this is for sale, don't say DM me if you're interested. Try to be as generic as possible as relating to the group. This group inspired me. I wanted to share this with you. A post that someone else said inspired you, want to share this with you. Please, saying stuff like that, you want to make sure that you're not self-promoting so much or trying to sell your artwork coming off as anything like that, rather than being inspired by something that is in the group or the subject of the group. Some groups are generic and they don't mind. Like the flower groups, no one cares. Post a picture of your flower. They absolutely love that. But when you're getting into groups that are like super niche down, All right. Any other questions before I call this one a day? It is 9 p.m. here. 6-hour workshop. Oh my goodness, guys. Hopefully you all learned so much. Oh my goodness. I hope that Facebook just kicks off for you and that you've got the group thing going, and that you understand, you start posting and it just kicks off and you build up that community so much faster than Instagram, and it takes off that stress. And then you can pour into both. You can start growing a different audience on Instagram, start pouring more into your Facebook, building up, selling more work. Like this is just the goal. It is the goal. I wish you truly the utmost success with your business. But otherwise, I am going to log off. Thank you so much for being a part of this. If you have any additional questions, you're welcome to leave them under the video as you go through. Hopefully I can get to them as long as they weren't answered in here about Facebook. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Bye.